Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. Better show me a place to go.
never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Oh, 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 just one call on my name, and here I go again. Oh, oh, here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline.
She make music with a body called a Pandora Spotify. Duna's got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done. In fact, she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, come alive. Watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground. She makes music with a body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She makes music with a body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with a body, the ballers they spending money, money. Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, them big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spinning. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them ankles. She make music with her body, she that #1 single. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, money.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh. Don't be shy. Listen, close your eyes. I wanna slow, hear another sound. You can touch the sky. I wanna slow, you feel the love growing all around you. I wanna slow, let yourself embrace to get high. Move your feet. Do you feel the heat? Slow down is all you need. Fade into the beat. Don't be shy. Listen, close your eyes. I wanna slow, hear another sound. You can touch the sky. I wanna slow, you feel the love growing all around you. I wanna slow, let yourself embrace to get high. Hey, now you can see. Oh, it's brighter, oh, it's clear. 'Cause baby, now you can see. 'Cause you open up your mind to find what you want to be. And you feel the rhythm, now it's in your heart. Baby, you see. Now it's time for you to find the answer. Don't be shy. Listen, close your eyes. I wanna slow, hear another sound. You can touch the sky. I wanna slow, you feel the love growing all around you. I wanna slow, let yourself embrace to get high.
chasing destiny. Meet my enemy, seize the victory. I'm a champion, always number one. Gonna take it all, gonna take it all. Chasing destiny, meet my enemy, seize the victory. Gonna take it all, always number one. Gonna take it all, I'm a champion. Gonna take it all, gonna take it all.
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be.
show me a place to go. No more time to waste. It's a crime, no, this can't be right. What is wrong tonight? Better find another place to go, 'cause nobody's here. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a rising night. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence is a rising night. Follow me so you and I could be one. In the dark, I can't find my way. I know it's getting late. Come with me, we'll look for a place where we can dance all night. There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. There's nowhere we can go today. Let's go there. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a light tonight. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence is a light tonight. Follow me so you and I could be one. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a light tonight. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence is a light tonight. Follow me so you and I could be one. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
天下诸国征战日久，旧乱未平，新患又起。唯当死战不却，方得天赐神兵。巴山盖世，唯我贾克斯。
New year, new Rift. And that's just the start. All this week, we'll be updating you on our plans for League in 2020. We'll explain where we're headed with events and game modes. We'll give you a preview of new skin lines and returning thematics. We'll share the latest info on champion updates and new champs. And we'll tell you all about what's next for TFT, including a sneak peek of the next set. And we'll even give you a look at our new tabletop game. The next decade of League begins now. Welcome to season 2020.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 낼로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. You always knew that you'd be the one that would find you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change.
from the
Hey everybody, I'm Jeremy, aka Riot Brightmoon, the lead producer for gameplay on League of Legends. I'm thrilled to welcome each and every one of you to the start of Season 2020. With the celebration of League's 10-year anniversary now a few months behind us, it's time to talk about the current state of the game and where we're going next. We have big plans for 2020, the start of our second decade of League, so let's get into it. This year's seasonal update, Rise of the Elements, has been live for a little over a month now, and has brought all new game states with elemental rifts. Our goal for Rise of the Elements was to make Summoner's Rift feel more alive and give more unique environments to play around. Every game of SR should be memorable, and now there's more opportunities to see something really special in each game. We've been making balance changes over the past month and tweaking the power of the Dragon Souls. We think we've landed in a place where there's multiple strategies to winning, but we're keeping a close eye on the power of every objective. Today marks the start of the 2020 ranked season. While we've made some adjustments to ranked over the course of 2019, we wanted to keep things stable for season start. So the beginning of your 2020 climb should look familiar. You'll start in placements with a provisional rank that goes up with wins, but doesn't go down with losses. And over the year, you'll progress through 3 seasonal splits, each granting rewards as you go. You can check your progress on those rewards in the Rank tab. Though we aren't introducing any major changes to the rank system for season start, we've been listening to and absorbing your feedback around ranked and matchmaking. This year, we're going to be making a significant investment in making a more competitive, transparent, and rewarding system for ranked. While big changes won't launch until next season, we still want to bring improvements to you throughout this year. First up is a feature you've been asking for, autofill parity. We want to reduce the number of games where one team has multiple autofills and the other doesn't. We'll be sharing an update on this feature later this month. We expect to release it soon, and when we do, we'll have an update on the next feature the team will be working on to make your ranked climb better. Please keep giving us your feedback on what you'd like to see and where we can improve. In addition to improving ranked, we're also focusing on some of the other parts of the game that you interact with most. One thing that can get in the way of a great League experience is when the client doesn't do what it's supposed to. The team spent most of 2019 digging into the causes of poor performance and client issues, and we're looking forward to rolling out improvements across the client throughout this year. Our first targets are champion select, client load times, and the overall performance and speed of the client. We recently upgraded the engine that the client runs on, and we've seen that make a meaningful impact for some players, but we still have a lot more coming. Last year, you told us that you wanted unique ways to play for every major event. We agree, and this year we're committed to providing exciting, temporary game modes alongside every major event, starting with AR Earth during Mecha Kingdoms. We'll also be adapting the new Elemental Rift changes to AR Earth, including Dragon Souls and the changing map. In addition, we'll be bringing back some other mode favorites, like One for All, which will be making a return in the first half of the year. That's all we have for today. Check back throughout the week where we'll be detailing our plans for the season beyond Summoner's Rift. Now let's go play some Ranked.
Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, oh, eh. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Oh, oh, just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of LPL. We're going to get very used to that now with 7 days a week. But I am Machine Penguin Malloy, and joining me today is Clement Chu. How you doing, buddy?
It's great to be here, and today I'm so excited because we're going to be treated to a lot of revamped new teams in the LPL.
Yeah, we're going to introduce you guys to a couple of new teams. Like I said, revamped, some completely brand new, some just tiny tweaks. But first, we're going to have a quick look at our standings. So we've already had 4 series happening. As you can see, JDG and E-Stars already flying high.
Yeah, JD Gaming going off to a strong start, continuing their run from Demacia Cup. And Invictus Gaming really stole the highlight, beating the world champions in FBX to take their first series.
Yeah, and of course, E-Stars as well, picking up their first series win. 100% win percentage in the LPL, 100%, no problem at all. But today's matches, of course, is going to be first up BLG versus the new revitalized Vici Gaming. And, of course, later in the day, we're going to see IG go up against DMO. DMO with slight tweaks. IG still looking the same. IG still looking strong.
Yeah, definitely. They're still showing up in form. Puff has been absolutely great. And Vici Gaming is the one that we're really going to focus on to start this segment off because they have had a new logo and a lot of new players and a brand new outlook on this split.
They've been incredibly busy this split. They've got themselves a new coach, a new carry, a new identity, if you will, from what we're considering what was the last place team in LPL 2019 summer.
Yeah, they were actually 15th place. There was someone behind
Someone
them.
just
Someone
barely there.
Honestly, Vici Gaming were on the verge of being reviewed because of their poor performance. It was 3 splits, no playoffs, and all of these splits, they were in the bottom 2. So under the regulations, franchising does mean that you still have a chance to get kicked. I love the fact that they then, decided to revamp their entire roster. Only 2 people remain on this. It's Cube and Ikes, and then you have iBoy coming in from EDG. You have Forge, who basically saved IG's summer split run, and then Maestro coming in from LNG. And then the name that everyone should be looking at is Coma, coming in from T1. Also brought Pumandu along. So the coaching staff is very, very different. They are coming in with that T1 pedigree.
Yep. China in the front, Korea in the back, and that's how you want to set this one. So there's the expectations for Vici, you could understandably would be quite high for this season.
Yeah, I actually have this team penciled in as a playoff contender right now. I think they're going to be the biggest leapers so far, from 15th to probably 8th place. And what's so exciting about this team is they can actually lane. Vici lacked a lot of talent back in summer of 2019, but with their new revamped roster, they're doing tower dives well, they're getting solo kills across the board, and Ikes seems to have been up to another level as well. If you look at this play, it's not just the dive in the bottom lane. They're getting solo kills across all lanes.
And for anyone who's a legacy iBoy fan, and there is quite a few of them, this is what you want to see. Finally, he has a team that you feel can just work with him. And Forge, kind of the understudy of a rookie from last season on IG. We saw him once or twice, very promising, very, very cool to see him now finally getting his starting lineup.
Yeah, definitely. Forge is the guy that basically got IG all the way into the regional qualifiers. Rookie statistically was actually the worst mid laner of 2019 summer. So with him getting a starting position, we're going to finally see him shine, and I want to see that interaction. How is Coma, now departed from Faker, going to bring up a new mid lane star?
Yeah, was it Faker that made T1 or was it Coma? We're going to find out hopefully this season. We'll see how that all unfolds. But of course, we got to look on the other side because BLG, the 4th place team from summer, they almost made it into Gauntlet. Unfortunately, not able to quite make it in there, but they've only made one little small change, and that's in the mid lane.
Yep, we got Fofo, 3-time MVP from LMS, coming over and joining the squad. And a lot of people will be asking, why would you change something that wasn't broke? 4th place in LPL seemed pretty nice, but to all the observers out there, it was pretty clear that Kuro and Meteor didn't really jive together. They weren't really a duo. Kuro had a lot of champion pull issues. No real Kiana, no real Akali, and was pretty slow in the game meta, and that dragged Meteor down as well. So basically what we're seeing is BLG revamping and choosing their path. They're going for early aggression, and that's what we saw in the Demacia Cup. Gone are the slow Korean teamfight style team.
Yeah, and you mentioned Meteor quite a few times there, and he is integral to this team. He's a very young jungler. He became 2nd in the LPL All-Star team, only to TN, who ended up winning the World Championship. Yep. This guy is the real deal, and he's, as we say here, the face of the franchise.
If someone is going to take another LPL Finals MVP from a jungle position, I think it's going to be Meteor, because he is that good. And you can see the organization's trust in him as well. Max extension contract to 2022. They just slapped the 3-year on him. No one else gets that type of treatment on the BLG roster. He also won the Rookie of the Year. This is going to be how Meteor is going to develop this time, because in the previous split, he was all about efficiency, he was all about farming, he played a lot of carry junglers for the late game, like Shyvana, like Jax, but this time with Fofo, they've been constantly duo queuing, and they're all about getting things done early.
And you mentioned Fofo as well, but now he's going up against Forge, so we're now seeing kind of two mid laners who have yet to kind of define themselves in the LPL. What are you expecting from this matchup?
Ooh, now this one is really the decider to how these two splits are going to shape up. If Fofo and Meteor can prove to be an elite mid-jungle duo, then I see BLG keeping their ranking around 4th and 5th. And on the other side, if Forge can be able to work up with Chieftain, who they are starting today, then we have a lot of patches that we felt like Ike's didn't really fill up during the Demacia Cup being fulfilled right here. So I want to really hyper-focus on this one because you're going to see if Fofo can really act as that kind of passive or R button. He just follows Meteor around a lot of the time. Can they get out to an early lead? And can Forge actually find synergy with the jungle?
I would be very curious to see exactly how this Vici, because like we said, the expectations are high for Vici. Billy, you would say they're relatively high. We all had them in our predictions of relatively high up in the standings, but you wouldn't be surprised if they didn't quite gel all together. That's the big thing there. So obviously, like, you know, kind of same two sides of the same coin. You know, one has kind of, you know, the same kind of players. We're expecting this to be a pretty explosive matchup.
Yeah, definitely. The laning phase is what I'm really looking at because we've had MVPs from LMS come over in Maple, and the laning phase has really been tough for them. Unfortunately, even though I'm a huge LMS fan.
Really?
Yes,
Shock
I am.
horror.
I did come
Never
from
knew
the
that.
region. But the laning phase in LPL is far more difficult. And even with Fofo coming in with all of his MVPs, I'm not really sure he's going to be able to stand up. The fact is Maple didn't, so is that going to be an issue for them? And we're going to find out pretty soon in this game alone against Forge if that mid-jungle duo, if Meteor and Fofo can actually dominate the mid-jungle.
It's kind of a big fish in a small pond syndrome. You're in the big leagues. You're in the ocean, effectively, when it comes to solo lanes here. As we are going to see our teams introduced here, BLG versus Vici. And here comes Vici finally coming out onto the stage. It is a fantastic stage, though.
Oh, it's definitely a beautiful one. We have this near the Hongqiao airport. You know, if you want to catch a quick game of League of Legends.
Just before you head off.
Yeah, before you head off. It's a great way. And both of these teams, they don't have their home city, so they will be based in Shanghai. Just going through the rosters right now. Xingmo returning. Jinjiao, the only change in this starting lineup. Actually, two changes are in the solo lanes. We've got Kingen coming in from KT Rollsters, and then of course Fofo, as we mentioned, coming in from the LMS J Team.
LPL 第一周第3日 ，Vici 对阵 BLG 即将开始，让我们期待这场精彩的比赛。
They always look so awkward. I don't want to call it out. I'm just call a spade a spade. They clearly say to us, like, can I play my games now? Can I play video games now, please? I always feel bad for them.
Yeah.
Because they're not used to that kind of, they're not footballers, you know, they're not like, you know, Premier League superstars. These are just effectively incredibly talented people who just happen to be very good at a very famous video game.
I was really enjoying the JD Gaming opening they had in Beijing. You know, they had the Warrior song playing in the background.
I did feel
highlights.
I did feel a little bad for OMG because it was just kind of like, yeah, that's OMG, and now here are the gods, and it was just this epic like spotlights. Like, I can only imagine during the rehearsals, OMG were looking at us like, oh man, that doesn't feel good.
They gave them one line. They said, oh, a dark force arises. The bad boys, OMG, have come to Beijing. Now please take your seats.
Yeah, please, we're actually running low on schedule. We need to catch up onto this. But Vici now taking their seats along with BLG, and I think what I want to see from Vici is I want to see, if they're slow out the gates, I want to see development throughout the season. You know, it is a marathon, not a sprint. They don't have to come out and be 100% now, but I do expect a lot to be done with this roster. As you mentioned, with Pumandu, with Koma, and iBoy, you know, all kind of coming together onto this roster. I feel like there's so much potential there on paper.
Oh, this team is going to be absolute dynamite to watch. I think they have chances to carry from all three lanes, and that's very rare in the LPL. You can rarely find a team that is sort of like a trident like IG, who have all of their three carries maybe in the top upper half of the league. And looking at their drafts throughout Demacia Cup, it really did start with the bot lane. Whenever they had the chance, they went to Misfortune for iBoy. They got the Misfortune and Leona combo, and they were smashing heads with it. They were able to take EDG to a 5-game series before dropping to JD Gaming then in the 3rd and 4th place matchup.
For BLG as well, like you said, they haven't really changed much except for that mid lane, so kind of all eyes are on Fofo. Fofo has to sink or swim right now. I don't like making it too much of a big deal, but at the end of the day, they kind of live and die in terms of their season by how he is able to lane against some of the best in the world.
I'm not going to lie, it was a huge risk to change Fofo for Kuro, because Kuro was very, very consistent. Even though he couldn't challenge maybe the top of the league like Knight and Rookie, he still did his job against the bottom half. So for this splits projection, I actually have BLG slipping down 1 or 2 slots. I think they're going to be a little bit more inconsistent, especially against teams like OMG that have great carries to start off with. So we're going to see how they really reshape their new style. This is a completely different team. They were the slowest team to play in the LPL the last split, but this time around you look at their drafts, completely different.
And for BLG as well, you talked about how they were the slowest team in last split. That doesn't fly anymore. That really doesn't work in the current meta with the Dragon Souls, the emphasis that you can get 2 Rift Heralds, get a huge chunk of damage either by plates or just by pure map pressure by making those quick rotations. I want to see BLG adapt. I want to see them come into this, and Meteor to be, as we said, the star of the show.
Yeah, Meteor has been grinding so much with Fofo, and talking about his relationship with Chieftain, it's actually fairly interesting. The two of them were on the same team, and Chieftain was playing on BLG before the starting spot was basically completely dominated by Meteor, unfortunately. He dropped down to BLG Youth and now was picked up just by Vici this season. So these two junglers, they definitely know the memo of each other. The question is, with Meteor now with Fofo, he's completely changed his playstyle. Can they actually match that one? You know, in the past, he was a lot of Shyvana, he was a lot of Jax, it was a lot about leaving your lanes open and just trying to farm up. He got counter-jungled a lot, but this time around, we're seeing him having much higher focus onto junglers that can actually do damage early. We're seeing a lot more Lee Sin games from him. We're seeing a lot more Kiana games from him. And the same with Fofo. Fofo has such a different champion pool. You look at Kuro, he was blind pick Azir and Corki for most games, but Fofo's best champion in Korean, the solo queue, has been the Lucian, it has been the Jace, and it has been the Nocturne. So very different styles.
And from the meta itself, like we've had 10 games, 4 series in the last 2 days. Quite a lot of League of Legends, and there's only more to come. But where do you see the meta coming from right now? Is it that fast, early hitting kind of get your jungler in and get those solo lanes, or is it more farm up and just fight around those 5v5 objectives?
Personally, what I've been seeing is that team fighting is actually becoming more and more important. We're seeing, because of the Drake stacking so early and just getting that, you know, you could potentially have a Dragon Soul at 20 minutes into the game, and that lasts the entire game, far stronger than the Baron buff. We're seeing objectives being prioritized, and teams that know how to set up around that getting a huge boost. Teams like JD Gaming, I think, actually play a very similar style to BLG. They are dominant in the bottom lane. They like to have things like LeBlanc that can poke you out before the Dragon fight itself, and that's going to be, I think, the defining factor. All of these squads that we're seeing are focusing on the Drake fights.
Again, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but I am excited for these two teams. Like, I really do. It's almost like these are two teams that I would have loved to see later on in the season as they're kind of building themselves up, getting a bit of momentum, because then that's when I would have seen, you know, kind of full Super Saiyan, that kind of style. Right now, it just feels like, you know, early days. They still got a couple of power-ups to go, but I really do love seeing these two, you know, kind of coming into a season like this. Everything's on the table. You know, everything can be taken. We saw E-Stars yesterday taking a 2-0. Anything is possible, and I want to see if they come out the gate swinging or if they, you know, take their time and develop slowly as the season goes on. So we still got Chinese New Year for a break.
There's going to be a 2-week break in between, and a lot of teams really evolve during that time frame. A lot of teams don't even take breaks during that one. In the 2019 and 2018 splits, we actually heard FPX, guys like Doinby, they actually chose to stay in their home base, not go back to Korea, and just make sure that their team was ready and out the gate in the new year of the Rad.
Makes sense. You know, you get this as a kind of a standard bar of where you are right now, and now you have 2 weeks to basically work on it. So for me, that makes total sense. But who's your dark horse for this season?
Ooh.
If you were to pick like a JDG from Spring 2019, who would be your dark horse to make a run if they make it into playoffs?
I would say DMO. Even though they look terrible in Demacia Cup, theoretically that roster should be very, very good. They know the style they want to play up, and Shia's addition is just going to make that team so strong. And we're going to catch them later after this series.
I'm very excited for that one. But looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready to jump into picks and bans. All the checks have been done. Everyone seems happy enough to go about their days. And we're going to be jumping straight into Game 1 of Vici versus BLG.
So Vici does have side selection, and blue side is the side that most people are going to favor at this point. We see the Lucian ban, very standard, a triple flex in today's meta, Akali taken away also, and Set should be global ban. That should not be a selection choice. And Misfortune, just like they're doing in Demacia Cup, instantly locked down.
I almost had a heart attack. I was like, wait a minute, I haven't studied anything about Set yet. I haven't even played him. I was so underprepared. But Misfortune locked in, pretty standard across the board, considering you get the Varus banned away, the Lucian and the Aphelios. Elise going to be picked up here for Meteor. I like this. You talked about picking an early game jungler. You can't get much more early game than Elise.
And this also gives him that last pick chance for Kingen to finally have his shot against Cube. These two have been one of the best performing top laners in the Demacia Cup, so it's going to be interesting to see how can Cube now play a more defensive matchup. Looking at the AD carries, Senna, kind of the standard pick go-to right here. Honestly, iBoy is very comfortable against playing the Senna. You have to also note the Leona is still up on the board, so we've seen that combo being played multiple times already in the Demacia Cup, where you can 100-0 and just kill the Senna straight off the bat with the ultimate chain.
Yeah, Gragas locked in here for Chieftain as we wait for the third pick on this round for Vici Gaming, but all the supports are up as of the moment, so I'd be curious to see now, do you take that kind of classic counter against the Misfortune with the Braum? Do you look towards more engaged like the Leona? I'm curious to see now what BLG respond to it, but Vici hovering now their last pick. Forge is known for his Jace, and that Jace could be locked in.
Ooh, yeah, this is going to be a very fun one. I think you're going to see Fofo really rise to the challenge and try to get a counter out of here as well, but for now, they don't really know where the Jace is going, so most likely this support pick is still going to be to the go-to here. There's a couple... We've been seeing how Senna plays around, and she really needs protection. You are heavily incentivized to reposition because you don't get any of the attack speed delays. You don't get... your wind-up doesn't decrease with attack speed that much, and now they're going to go with the Braum. That fits the protection, and we've also seen Braum do very, very well against Misfortune, just blocking out all of her ult damage.
Very much a standard counter, as we're saying. But now we've got ourselves a solo lane, an AD carry, and a jungle for Vici. Where are you going? Where are you banning? And what are you looking to try and prioritize in your final few picks?
So this looks like BLG are trying to get a good matchup for Kingen. Kingen's been in a very high position in the Korean solo queue ladder. We've seen a lot of his plays before, and I think setting that up, taking away the safe picks away from the top side, is a good idea. The only thing they might run into is, you know, Cube snatching a Jace out of thin air.
See what they go for now. They're taking their time with these bans, really focusing on, like you said, those solo laners, those monsters that can just take over a game. The Aurelia, the Mordekaiser. He said the best way to start the LPL before you go on a 2-week break would be to get a win in the bag. You know, you only play each other once for the entire season. It's a best of 3, make the most of it.
Yep, definitely is the case. Both sides just thinking about those solo laners. What Vici want to do is they want to make sure there's no terrible matchups for Jace. Aurelia is one of those matchups that if you scale with time, it's actually quite easy to just pick Jace off later into the game. And they don't want a good combo. Renekton might be on the cards right here. Renekton Elise has always been something that is very deadly, and Pantheon Elise is pretty much permaban. No one gets to get that combo in this new patch.
Well, Pantheon is just so powerful in the lane. You combo that with such an early game jungler, it's just never really going to happen. But Nautilus was banned away, so BLG trying to focus on that. And there's the Camille as well, again, trying to make sure that Jace has an easy enough time. Could throw the Camille mid, same with the Aurelia, so making sure they get enough out of that. Nico being hovered, doubt it will be picked. But we'll see exactly what BLG want to go for here as they're just kind of hovering through A to Z.
Yeah, I do suspect this will be the mid laner here. With Elise, it's much easier to tower dive. She has that auto repel that can get her out of tower range, so they're going to leave that one till the very last. And Kiana is just a great pick overall. She was basically the second most banned pick throughout Demacia Cup and Kespa Cups. Very strong champion.
We've mainly seen, yeah, I was going to say, we've mainly seen her, though, in the jungles. This is going to be a mid lane Kiana, a lane Kiana, which we haven't really seen so far at the start of the LPL.
Very punishable against the Jace matchup, but you can try and get kills early on with it. Jace himself not super mobile, and with Elise there, it might force him to go and take a cleanse.
Might force that out. We'll see exactly what the final pick is. Hypothetically, that Kiana could go top lane. We don't know in this meta. Sometimes we really don't, because there is just so much priority all around the map that if you get an early lead, you can just snowball.
Yeah, and what I wanted to say here, Vici could just take an Ornn. They left Renekton and Aatrox on the table. Both of those matchups can destroy a top lane bruiser if you don't throw enough attention to it. So Ornn is just something that's very, very safe. Try not to trade with them. Buy your items in the lane. Don't go back. and just play around the bottom side. I really like what Vici has drafted right here. They know that they have to play defensive and focus on one side of the map rather than trying to contest both.
Aatrox could be locked in here. We very safe pick there. Actually, might go for the full 1v1. Don't talk about hovers. That's my one rule, and I've broken it. One rule, and I've broken it. Never mind. The Fiora is locked in, so there's side lane pressure. There is a hell of a lot of AD here for BLG. If they can get out of turret, they will melt objectives.
Ooh, yeah, this BLG roster is very mobile. However, in the top side, Fiora into the Ornn matchup, you don't usually get push into that matchup, so you're not going to see a lot of tower dives. I do suspect that this is going to be both teams focusing towards the bottom side of the lane. With the catch that you have onto Senna, and also with Glacial Augment being run a lot of the times, it's very easy to snowball against someone like the Leona, like the Misfortune. This is a very volatile bottom side.
And even looking at it as well, very volatile bottom side, but the jungles, you got the Gragas, you got the Elise, these guys are going to be looking for that level 3 gank in any lane, really. You cannot be safe. You got to be very aware that, you know, where you go is going to be punished if you're not 100% in the knowledge where you know the jungler is.
Definitely is the case. I just wanted to point out a very nice warm smile coming in from Koma when he sees Coach Sin. Both of them obviously come from Korea and did play against each other. Coach Sin was previously the Najin Black Shield coach back from Season 3. So a lot of these players, you know, finding themselves in different environments, but still on the same high level of play.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. As we see now, they've just come over to the best league in the world. Just going to put that out there. 2 world championships in a row and 2 teams in the semifinals. So I gotta, you know, Fnatic
the only
made
region that has that now.
Yeah, I know, right? It's been a while since
LCK, but you know, things have definitely changed around here. I want to see how Koma does. And just to point out, we do have 2 coaches on the stage these days. Koma actually did not bring Pumandu. That's the original Vici coach of Maokai. So wedding the new with the old, just understanding the players a little bit more.
All right. Who are you favoring? Who's taking game 1?
From the draft, I actually really like what BLG have right here. I think they can play a 4-1 style quite well with Fiora split pushing towards the late game. And if Xingmo can have the same impact that we have seen from Southwind on that Braum, oh my god, he is going to completely block out what Chieftain and iBoy can do.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm a play-by-play, so I don't have enough knowledge to make a guess. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping onto the Rift for Game 1 of Day 3 of the LPL 2020 Spring season. BLG versus Vici. Let's get right down into it. Already early wards going down the red buff there from the side of BLG, but first strike is an Infernal, so we are guaranteed not an Infernal Rift.
Well, that is breaking the trend so far. We have seen a lot of Infernal Dragon Souls being thrown at us in the LPL. Talking about the level 1s a little bit, I like Vici's respect for the possibility of Glacial Augment plus the Braum combo, so we're seeing them back out right away. And BLG, how defensive are those runes? They definitely know the strength of iBoy's Misfortune plus the Leona lane. They've seen it so many times in the Demacia Cup, and they know that Vici with Ornn in the top side are going to be focusing down bot.
Actually, interesting little adaptation there. We actually saw iBoy take the scanner, went back, took up a scanner so they get rid of that ward off of the red buff to deny any kind of vision, which I quite like from the side of Vici.
I will also point out this is a trick that we saw RNG pull in the Demacia Cup. They actually took a bit of damage from the red buff. Now, it could be accidental, but a lot of what we're seeing is people trying to fake out with leashes where the jungle is actually starting.
What's your favorite rift?
My favorite rift?
Yeah, from the augmented rifts. What's your favorite one? Not power up. Your favorite rift.
My favorite rift?
Yeah, like you know the way they change the rift, like the mountain adds more stuff, the infernal takes away.
I really like the ocean one. It's very serene.
It's a pity we don't have Forecast Janna though anymore. Well, we do have her, but she doesn't get played. That would have been really fun if she had interactions with the new rift.
And I also do like the fact that Rengar is completely busted now.
Are you a Rengar
such
player?
A fun one. No, but I watch a lot of Bwipo playing Rengar, and it's super fun. Because he has so many range abilities, he just sits on Conquerors the entire time. Now, we do see Forge getting the shove early, but now the gank coming in.
Here we go. They do get a stun off onto Forge. Repels up. Meteor is, though, going to be chased down by Chieftain. They're trying to get him. Flash away, though. The ignite. Tick, tick, boom. First blood to BLG. And Fofo makes his name known in the mid lane.
Yeah, just focused way too hard trying to chase that spider down. Good flash and use of Q to get that extra bit of distance away for himself. And unfortunately for Chieftain, missing his first E and then still going in that far. You really can't do that against the Qiyana level 3.
Fofo really starting to bully this lane here. And Jace is someone we kind of see as a bully himself. So Fofo picking up a kill, being able to push in this wave as well, gives him free reign towards any of the other lanes. This is a fantastic start for the LMS star.
Yeah, and it might get a little bit worse for Chieftain. You do see the fake leash was called out there. Obviously, they saw he didn't have his own red buff at that point. So they're going to be in very good control of his jungle pathing, and Meteor is in perfect position to track him from the top side now.
Yes, they have the advantage, but it's all about what you do with that information, what you do with that money, gold, you know, all the vision you can possibly get. But so far, so good for BLG and Vici. Got called out. Not the worst thing in the world. They can always kind of reevaluate and come back into it.
Definitely is the case, and looks like they're going to go another team fight here with Maestro coming in.
They're going to try and go for it. Leona jumps in, but the Braum is there as well. Jinmo is going to be able to jump straight on top of Chieftain. 0-2. Chieftain now probably seeing why Meteor was picked above him.
Ooh, that's got to be a tough pill to swallow at that point. I feel like Vici is really forcing it too hard. The bottom lane wasn't present in the lane at all, and they had full river control. So Vici really hedging their bets, trying to get this Jace to become a relevant force. I understand that type of thinking, but you have to cross out all the possibilities if you want to go for that play.
Very, very, I would honestly say kind of, you know, expected play coming out from Vici. They very clearly threw out Chieftain to the mid lane. I say BLG saw that one. You know what? They're probably going to do it again. Leona's not here. They're probably going to try and chuck it up again. So just very good pathing from Meteor just to understand what was most likely going to happen next. And even if they didn't go up towards that top or that mid lane, no harm, no foul. He just wastes about 20 seconds. That's about it.
Just great presence of mind to go up there into the top side as well. And you have to notice, Shimo didn't even have to burn his heal for that play to work. So they definitely had it in the cards that that was a play that was likely to happen. And very unfortunately for Forge, you see him actually getting pushed in this matchup, sorry. That doesn't usually happen. That's not supposed to happen. But because Fofo got the blue buff off of Chieftain so early, he's now dominating the lane, and that's going to open up so many roam opportunities for the Qiyana early. You can actually see Vici, they're pulling back their aggressive bottom lane all the way to their tower because they know how much of a threat Qiyana roam early is.
I feel like Vici might be in a little bit of trouble here. There is a Bramble Vest here onto the Ornn. They are going to try and jump on top of him straight away, but the riposte to finish him off, flashing away, but to no avail. BLG just soaring ahead in these solo lanes.
Through the goalpost, Meteor finding his mark on that one. Very well done. He did it through 2 minions, and then Kingjin finished off the kill with style, hitting the last vital proc.
You can see Meteor is not done. He knows that he can just keep pushing this, you know, this agenda forward and keep going for it. That Scryer's Bloom did not hit Meteor. And again, he doesn't really have much else to do. Yes, he could take a camp or two, but that's not really going to change the kind of dynamic of the lanes. He's fine to just kind of constantly babysit these solo lanes.
And he also has a superior matchup against Chieftain as well. In this point, what he can do is just constantly walk into Chieftain's jungle, call him out when he's doing the camps, and try to make sure that nothing can happen to his bot lane. Vici is so reliant on this bot lane for working well now that they've lost control of mid, and they were never going to have much control in top either.
You can see already Fofo roaming up with Meteor. See if those days of duo queuing spam do pay off. They've already called missing. You can see the desperation pings coming out from Vici already. They just do not know where anyone is right now from the top side down.
Nope. No wards across the river. They can't really force it at this point. And second rotation blue buff, excuse me, is going to be taken away, furthering the roam advantage that Fofo has.
Vici trying to see if they can answer back in some way, shape, or form. But here is Meteor again. He knows there's no flash here for Cube. They're just going to drop down the grand challenge, and again, hits that last vital. Kinging now 2 kills up.
You got to feel bad for that one. Nothing much that they could do. Chieftain isn't allowed to go into his own topside jungle at this point, so they're just going to have to find something back with this Infernal Drake.
We'll pick up an Infernal. At this early stage, it's like 1 or 2 AD. It's nothing major, but it is definitely an investment. It's a deposit account. It's an investment in the future, hoping that the next few dragons go your way. You kind of extend the game out a little bit longer, and you gain those extra stats much, much easier.
It's all about that Drake stacking and forcing people to come into the team fights. That's probably Vici's win condition right now. They're not going to dominate the lanes with Jace. They're not going to be really winning out with Iboy and Maestro in the bottom lane, with Fofo being able to move around. So they're going up to their secondary win condition, trying to goad people into that team fight.
So kill and a bit of plate money up the top side in exchange for a dragon. So it's power now versus power later. And Vici with that cull as well. Like I said, they've kind of brought the aggressive eyeball. As I say, aggressive, they're going straight in on this, but we talked about the Braum being such a huge counter. Pops up the Unbreakable, there is nothing getting past him, and Eyeboy's damage is negligible.
And Vici actually committed a lot to this roam. This was a 4-person roam that was outplayed by Jin Zhao. This is why you bring Cleanse into the matchup. They've definitely done their homework on this one.
I love how BLG are rotating as well. It just feels so controlled. It doesn't feel like they're, reacting to anything that Vici's putting out there. More so that they don't have to do anything crazy. They can just go about exactly what they think is going to happen.
That is something about Korean coaches I really admire. Instead of contesting all lanes at the same time, they know when to play defensive. And Coach Sim is that type of a coach. BLG, despite being 4th place, they were actually behind in CS in all of their lanes. They were able to hold their cards very close to their chest and just wait for the team fights. Now, that might seem simple and might seem normal even in NA, but it's something that's really, really rare in the LPL. In the LPL, everyone tries to play aggressive. You don't get those chances to say, hey, coach, I'm going to sit back.
This is controlled, it's tempered, it feels like there's a method to every single thing they do. There's a reason for it, and now, with the Rift Tile being started up and the entirety of Vici Gaming now around it, they really want to secure this objective because they know that they need to try getting gold now because they're about 3,000 gold behind.
Ooh, but this is a very slow Herald take. Everyone is rotating here. Chieftain might be in trouble.
He does not have level 6 yet as well, so the explosive cast not available to him. Senna going to be joining the fight very, very soon. You talked about 5v fights being very, very important in this meta. It looks like BLG are setting themselves up for one.
Yeah, this is bad terrain for Vici, though. Look at Fofo's positioning. He could easily seal off that choke with his ultimate, and Vici are forced to give that one up.
They're forced to give that one up, but not only that, they also just kind of gave up all the pressure in the lanes as well. Now you're giving BLG the inside track to go back to bot, mid, top, push in those waves, get resets, look for another advantage somewhere else. Vici, it kind of looks a bit panicked, if I'm being honest. It looks like they're trying to make something happen. They're trying to hard force it without really thinking about what they should be doing.
I don't really blame them at this point. If you have a Jace and the early game looks like this for you, you have to find chances. You have to take risk and try to claw yourself back into the game. So, the play they made, they kind of had to do it, but BLG really matched that one. What I liked about them is that they had their bot lane moving there so early.
And we can see now with the Moby Boots picked up for Fofo, they've got the wave pushed up, and Cube, you've got Flash, but where are you going to go, buddy? There's just nowhere for you to be. They've got the explosive cast, but it was beautifully buffered by the riposte. And oh dear, this top lane is not going well for Vici.
That was insane tower tanking coming in from BLG. They really calculated all the possible outcomes, and only 2 tower shots taken by Fofo. A very early searing charge being used by Cube as well. And if you look at all of these dives, what's happening is that they're not giving Cube any time to use his ultimate whatsoever. They're only revealing the dive when all 3 of them are underneath tower. They're not giving him any wave clear opportunity.
And what I love about this as well is that they just took all 5 plates up in top side as well. And they still have a Rift Herald at hand. They can still move that to mid, to bot, wherever they want. There is so much just standing gold effectively available to BLG. Vici, they're just getting submerged by this wave of gold that's just, BLG have accumulated.
1,700 gold difference on Meteor versus Chieftain. The 2 brothers at war, and you can see why BLG made the choices that they did.
Meteor definitely looking stronger of the 2 so far. Chieftain just hasn't found a foothold yet, and again, you talked about how we can't really blame Cube. There's just nowhere for him to go. There's nowhere for him to do. He's just so far behind in this lane matchup that if he doesn't have the support of his jungler or even Forge in that regard as well, he just can't do anything.
Definitely is the case. Not many options here. And What I think BLG can do is they can just drop this Herald into the bot side. They can decide to overload the bottom. And something about Herald in the new patch with the Bulwark is that if someone overloads you with the Herald, you have to defend. You cannot trade because the Bulwark is going to prevent you from taking towers down very fast. We saw that from Rogue Wars. They took 2 towers versus 3 plates with the Herald 4-person push. Against a 4-person push without Herald. So it makes a lot of difference, and it really opens up the macro decisions for the team that is already in the lead.
BLG will have free reign of this Mountain Drake as well, so it gives them a little bit more tanky stats, which honestly, very handy for them. They are a very squishy team overall, so getting the extra little bit of stats on their defense is definitely going to help them out. But Leona has found herself hiding behind Kingen, but Kingen could be a little bit screwed here. Needs to be very careful. There is the Solar Flare and the Call of the Four Gods, but with a pretty clean riposte and a flash, Kingen is out of there. No harm, no foul.
He didn't really even riposte anything. Wasn't needed. Just got out with the flash and lunge, and there goes another dissolved play. BLG don't really even need to stack up at this point because the wave is pushed so far in the top side.
And you can even see, even though they don't need to stack up, they are still just doing it the correct way, ticking every box, put the elites up forward, make sure that Meteor is in a position that if anyone tries to attempt to try and defend this, he's there and he can blow up pretty much anyone at this stage. Fofo forcing iBoy's heal out of him, and he's able to get out. Again, it's desperation plays coming out here from the side of Vici. It feels like they're just kind of not sure where to go, and they're trying to hard force everything.
It's pretty much what you have to do in this situation, but this is going to give BLG an open opportunity to then engage on them as well. They don't know where Meteor is. You have to play super respectful.
Meteor being literally AFK, or MIA I should say, is just such a scary prospect right now. Already gotten his Runic Echoes and the Sorcerer Shoes, so he has just got a huge amount of effectively true damage going down onto people if they are caught out by him, and he has a fantastic game. You can see that 9 plates to 1. That is unfortunate.
And everything that Senna got was from that bot lane push. That is extremely impressive for a duo lane that's been pushed in the entire time. He comes out 420 gold ahead, even in a losing lane matchup. Now, there is a new item I want to point out. We do have the Umbral Glaive being picked up here by Fofo, and it should open them up to a lot more opportunities to use that Blackout passive and find kills.
Oh, Forge. Buddy needs to get himself out. Flash in. They will not land the stun. Fofo not able to get that CC lock going. But overall, just burning a flash for a flash.
That was very close to getting that one, but good job by Forge there. Flashing far away enough to get himself out of terrain.
And this is clean from BLG. This is so clean. They've lost a dragon, 1 plate, and 0 kills. They have not really let up at all. They've just done everything methodically, very much so, and to their own advantage. Vici are the ones that kind of have to make the plays now. They're the ones that have to come at BLG and make something happen, which is so hard to do, especially when you're going against a 1-4 comp, like you said in the pregame.
I think what Vici have to do is that they have to force a 5v4 in the mid lane when Kingen is split pushing. They're basically going to have to go, you know what, we're going to lose this tower regardless. Let's hedge our bets even further. Try to see if we can get an engage.
There we go. Stun does land. They pop down the Grand Challenge, and that's the tankiest member of the team from Vici deleted.
That's pretty unfortunate, and one of the reasons Elise is so highly prioritized because of that AP damage.
Yeah,
Fofo can get out.
Oh, Flash not going to hit, though. They're going to be able to keep him there just underneath the tower. Chieftain makes sure of it with the explosive cast to make sure. But again, a lot invested. And King is just pushing. He's a Fiora with a Ravenous Hydra. He doesn't need to stop.
I just feel so bad for Cube. He hasn't been able to use his ultimate whatsoever. He used it once.
And they didn't even get a kill from it that one time. It's looking pretty dire. You're losing turret plates, you're losing towers, you're losing pressure around the map. Your favorite Dragon's Rift has also come up the ocean. It is very pretty.
So the Ocean Drake, in my view, actually favors the offensive team a lot of times. It's much harder to dislodge someone when those brushes can go around the corner. If you drop a pink ward, it doesn't cover the entire brush. Someone could still be hiding in one of those corners. So I think if you're the losing team and you're looking at this, a lot of times it's the pain in the neck. You're trying to go and clear your own jungle to get to our objectives. The Ocean just makes it even harder.
We talked about how Vici, they want to get 5v5s or even 5v4s if they can around some kind of an objective. They doubt they'll be fighting around this Rift Tile considering the Chieftain is on the bot side. But with Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, you have the Essence Reaver now, you have the Yomu's Ghostblade. Is it kind of coming up to that moment where they need to look for a fight around one of these, or are they just going to slowly move, like lose more and more ground to this BLG monster that's coming at them?
I really think they have to just fight it out. They don't really have the scaling advantages here. Senna got a very early mana Mune from all the gold that she was able to pick up from her tower. Also, Kingen versus Ornn. This matchup is not going to get any better for Cube. So if Vici want to pull the trigger, they have to pull it now. And the best way, honestly, to do it is still what I was saying before. You just give up one of those outside towers and you say, you know what, Kingen, do your worst, but we're going to get your team for it.
We talked about Meteor being the franchise player, the golden boy of this roster, and you can see 100% kill participation, gets the second Rift Herald, puts it up into that top lane. And it's just more pace, more power, more pressure being put down here by BLG. They got 3-man strong. There's nobody here from the side of Vici. They're just going to lose an inhibitor pre-20 minutes.
This is so damn smart from BLG. Like I was talking about, Vici have to hedge their bets, most likely at Drake, but BLG just outplayed them by overloading the top side of the map. And when you have a Herald buff that does true damage, you're going to win any overload.
What I love about that is that there has been a lot of debate within the League community about whether or not the new Rift Herald is good. I think it's definitely situational, but in that situation, BLG proven that is just huge. A pre-20-minute inhibitor in the top side. Yes, you lose an Ocean Drake, but those are very much non-combat stats. You're not going to be able to use them when fighting against BLG. So Vici, they definitely come out 100% on the bad side of that.
Yeah, BLG are going to do burst damage to you. It doesn't really matter about the regen at this point. So that was a pretty... that Drake wasn't really going to do anything for them. And you have to compliment how BLG are thinking about the map. They understand what Vici is going to do in their next steps, and they just play around it perfectly.
And for Vici, what do you do? What do you try and do if you want to try and get back into this? Because right now, it's a ruffle stomp. I'm not trying to be mean, but Vici, I'm not feeling very confident in this team. And I also put them in on my top 8 as a playoff team.
I really need to see a risky engage come out from Chieftain. As a Gragas, there's always a slimmer of hope that you can make something like that happen. They have the correct engage tools. They just need to find the opportunities. And they're not going to be able to do it without Forge present. That's a huge part of their damage at this point. But once he clears the top wave, you know, you have to pull the trigger. This is what I've been keep on saying. I don't really like that Vici has not tried to overstack and at least try to punish some of the movements that BLG are doing. A lot of times they're moving around without Kingen anywhere near the 4-man. You should be able to hedge your bets and just go like, we have to go in now. This is not going to get better for us.
It's going to take a pretty big play coming out from Vici to bring this in. But again, kudos to BLG. They are suffocating this Vici side 100% out of their own jungle. Like you said, the Ocean Drake map basically helping them out so much. And they've wrapped around now trying to see if Vici really do want to defend this mid lane turret. Good thing for Vici, they have got a decent amount of wave clear with Jace, Misfortune, and the Gragas. But overall, it's just becoming so difficult. You can feel the rope just feeling it getting tighter and tighter as BLG just look to try and find that one mistake.
It's not going to really be possible.
Did they get another inhibitor here?
Oh, he blocks the Ornn again.
Yeah, they block the Ornn. He has to flash away. That is Q being pushed back down below a quarter of his HP. They break open another inhibitor turret. Chieftain trying to find his way around, but there's just perfect vision along the whole route for the side of BLG, and they are undeterred, unafraid of Vici Gaming, and they take themselves another inhibitor turret. This is looking textbook.
Yeah, I really didn't like what Cube tried to initiate there, because if you look at his members on the map, Jace and Misfortune weren't in place. So you don't want to blow your ultimate early. It's much better to just hold on to that ultimate, wait until everyone rotates. You can give up the mid tower at this point. You're not really going to hold on to it anyway. So just wait for your teammates to be in place instead of doing these engages that have a very, very low chance of working. Honestly, Xingmo would have to be AFK for that play to work.
In fairness, Jin Zhao was in base effectively, but we've seen engage in the mid lane. iBoy flashes away, but don't think he's going to be going anywhere fast as him and his duo partner Maestro fall to the behemoth that is BLG, and that is going to almost certainly spell Baron. But Forge and Chieftain are here. Do they look for an engage? They've been spotted out straight away, and there's just too much damage, too much gold, too much of a gap. Another kill goes over to BLG, and they will take their prize as the Baron.
nothing Vici Gaming can really do right now. They're hoping on a miracle snipe coming in from Forge, but doesn't look like Forge wants to force his hand at this point. He's just going to clear out the mid lane wave. And if you had any doubts if Fofo, the LMS MVP, was going to work in the LPL, I think this should settle the question.
Definitely a very, very good start for this BLG roster. Kind of picking up where they left off. And we can see here, just Fofo setting up everything.
Textbook play from him. Unfortunate turn for iBoy, just going around the corner. Lands Fofo the double. And BLG are having a perfect game. That one kill, that one death, I should say, they suffered. They traded back 2 towers in the bottom lane. So I honestly have to give kudos to Coach Sim. Even though they didn't make playoffs in spring of 2019, we still gave him the best coach of the year because we thought he was giving such great fundamentals to his players, telling them how to play around timings, how to be absolutely certain that they weren't going to have anything backfire against them. And we also have to mention that Coach Sim was Fofo's previous coach on J-Team and even TPA. The two have a very long working relationship.
Eventually now that tier 1 mid lane turret will fall. It's been the one thing Vici refused to give up for majority of this game, but even so, it does eventually fall now with the power of the Baron buff. Now they can go with a 1-3-1. You can see Fofo with those Moby boots able to go towards this bot lane, empower those minions. You've got Fiora in the top side as well. They're just looking to kind of keep pressuring, keep pushing Vici back, keep looking for those 1 or 2 little skirmishes because they are just so powerful right now. They're nearly 10,000 gold ahead.
And it's very difficult to play against Jin Zhao on Senna right now, that he's been stacking the entire game. If you're allowed to basically sit in front of someone and continue to poke them out, it doesn't really matter if the Absolution stacks have gone down for farming. You still get missed from just throwing out abilities at people.
For Vici, feel like this one, unless a god tier play comes out from either Chieftain or Maestro, it's not really going to work out for them. They need to either make a hero play or forget about it and try and change something for the next game. You can see Fofo, that's the target they're going for right now. They're going to try and jump straight on top of him. Does get a nice knockback, trying to kite it as much as he possibly can, but Forge picks up that kill. A little bit of life in Vici, but they're already losing so much.
Yeah, well done. It had to happen at some point. I like that ultimate. What I will say about the macro is this should have happened a lot earlier. I'm not sure why they hung on to their mid lane tower for so long. They lost 2 inhibitors, and they, they decided to take the inhibitor loss rather than leveraging the mid lane tower and just trying to get a 5v5 going. A lot of the times in situations like that, if you're hanging on to your mid lane tower, it's actually more risky. You saw iBoy and Maestro and the Baron being lost because of that. If you're going that far forward while Jace is farming inside your high ground, then it's not worth it. It just makes yourself a fat target sitting around Qiyana ultimates. So there's some questions I think Koma and maybe Pumandu or Maokai later on do have to sort out with this team.
Still, though, pretty decent first game of the season.
Not for Vici. I'm just laughing at Shimo, the Candyman, missing his Q kill range on that cannon. Always hurts as a support. You don't get your execute anymore.
I was gonna say, I think it just hurts in general when you miss a cannon. Like, no matter who you are, you're just like, man, I suck. That's just the way you always feel about it, because it's the most basic of thing. Hit this like last hit this. That's all it is.
It's something that a lot of supports are going to go through because you don't get the execute proc once you've fully finished your support item. And you're seeing him already walking around with a Pauldron of White Rock, now with a lot more HP regeneration. And, supports don't CS, so that's also one of the reasons they're my favorite role.
You're not expected to do well at CSing. But all inhibitors have respawned now for Vici as they look to try and make a final stand. Chieftain has found himself in a little bit of fog of war as he looks to try and maybe look for a bit of a wrap. They're looking to try and maybe split this 1-4. Kingen on the top side, definitely going for something here. Jin Zhao is going to come straight onto Jinmo. They're just not able to land anything. Is he even going to be able to get taken down? I don't know. As we're waiting, just a very scrappy fight. See, Kingen's just kind of slowly posturing away. They're going to have to use the bullet time. The only second time they're going to use it this game, just to try and keep everybody away from them. Cube just about gets out. No, JK, he gets taken down. And what looks like it's going to be the final fight for Vici. Still trying to push it back. They've got Kingen coming in, though, and Kingen is massive with that Triforce. But Forge finds a response, so it's a 2 for 3 overall so far, but iBoy has nowhere to run. Meteor jumps straight onto Forge. Forge goes into the gray screen, and that is going to be all she wrote for this game, as BLG going to be able to push it in through mid.
Worthwhile attempt coming in from Vici. It looked like they had the great flank, but you got to hand it to Jinzhao. He played that one damn near perfectly. Knew he had the shield up, didn't use any of his summoners when Gragas threw his cask up, just took it to the face, and then dodged out on Cube's initiation. This looks like it's going to be game end.
I actually don't think they're going to go for the game end right here. They're actually they were pinging on the inhibitor. They're only going to go for the inhibitors right now. And then once those inhibitors are down, actually I don't even think they're going to get the third one just yet because they are playing it by the book. But overall, they take the fight. Couple of small wins there, a little bit of gold back for Vici, but again, they're losing everything while it's happening. And Baron spawning now in just under 40 seconds. It's going to be very difficult for them to try and deal with that, especially now with Kingen now having that Steris gauge.
Yeah, we saw a big shutdown go over to Forge. 900 gold on Kingen, but Kingen also picked up a couple kills himself. He's basically going to be unkillable now, and something about Misfortune into the later portions of the game, she really doesn't output as much damage as other AD carries. Let's just look at this one more time. Jinzhao, you know, face tanking the explosive cask. He knows that he's in no real danger, and Kingen even thinks about if you should join this or not, because the two-man is really outplaying the four coming in from Vici Gaming. It isn't until the chase at the very, very end that you see Vici actually showing some signs of life here.
And you can see as well just how afraid Vici were of this Kingen Fiora, but as I say that, they've started up the Baron. This is it. This is the play they have to make. This last chance saloon. They're trying to do it, but if you look at the mini-map, you can see a Kingen just pushing in. He can end the game. They're going to be able to try and go for the Baron right here, right now. It's been stolen by BLG, and they will take the fight as well. Everything falling apart. Kingen going to end the game himself. As the rest of Vici fall at the Baron pit, they had to make a play, and unfortunately for them, it just didn't pan out. Game 1, BLG.
As perfect as you could possibly make it, but wait a minute, Kingen is playing with his food a little bit.
He's playing his food. He's having a bit of fun right now. He's going to TP and everything, but overall, BLG with a dominating Game 1 over Vici.
I will say the LPL Gons do not look favorably upon extending games like that. You always get your payback if you do that move. We've also seen that from the Shy as well. So I want to see if this gives Vici a little bit more impetus for revenge in the next game. However, I will have to cap this game up with too little too late from Vici. Very questionable macro decisions and not really forcing the issue despite playing super risky in the early game. They kind of lost their thread or were basically intimidated to fighting BLG when they really needed to. And you got to give it to BLG. All of our question marks were answered. They're able to play early. They're able to play aggressive. They're able to play with the Kiana as well, which is something they lacked a little bit with Kuro on the roster. This looks like a revamped team that knows where they're headed.
I think as well, you just got to say, as you can see by the steady climb of a mountain that BLG did, Meteor just looked good. Meteor almost doing the most damage on his team, and Fofo as well. That combination of those two, you giving them two early mobility champions, they can take over a game. Now I'm curious to see what does Coma do to change up the pick bans in Game 2.
Yeah, I think Vici Gaming really need to think a little bit further in terms of which side of the map they want to play. I know they were hyper-focused on the bot lane, but BLG countered that so damn well with the cleanse on the Senna and the heal on Xingmo. Usually you see the exhaust in that scenario, but they knew the kill combination coming in from Vici. They knew where they had to focus, and they were able to pre-plan that defeat, basically, hand it over towards Vici.
First marks, if you were a teacher and you were marking these two teams, what would you give them?
Ooh, I would give BLG, I think it's a straight A+, or even an S if they give
If we're going off of like arcade rankings?
Yeah.
You give them an S? What about Vici?
Vici, a lot of things that happened in this game, I think just snowballed off of the first initial play, a misplay coming in from Chieftain. A little bit unfortunate that had to happen, and that really brought Forge down as well. The first two plays where you saw the jungle basically be completely taken out of the game, top lane being left wide open, that's what really drowned them. So if I'm Vici, well, I'm not going to focus too much on those early game mechanical mistakes. I'm going to pull the team back and say, like, hey, why aren't we going more forward? Our macro decisions are a little bit weird. We actually had windows come back into this game, but we really didn't take them. That would be what I would be more concerned about if I was Coma.
I will say, though, for someone that we hype up quite a lot, he's got a lot of fans, iBoy was invisible. iBoy wasn't in that game. He might as well not have been in that game. He didn't really do anything. Now, I will obviously give the caveat that he wasn't allowed to do anything from the side of BLG, but that's not something that we expect from a player that is expected to be the star, to be the carry, to be the clutch person, the shy, the Uzi, if more relevant terms. He didn't do anything.
That is true, but for me, I blame the initiation rather than the misfortune, because the misfortune's an artillery piece. Like she digs in.
She
and
is
she's like,
straight up a glass cannon.
Yeah, so that would be what I would be looking towards in Vici, and that would be my main problem as well, is that they don't have a stable initiator, and that was the problem in Dimasha Cup as well.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see now if Vici can rectify some of the mistakes, or if BLG are going to be smashing this one home in a 2-0. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, it will be Game 2 of this Best of 3 series.
就非常的难了，他们必须要赶紧找机会
啊！知道瑞兹没有踢，这一波趁你少一个人的情况下，沿途没有中，直接想要上来 all in 所有的小 C， 小 C 交了一个进化，旁边反倒是 Haro 直接被喂从 F6 的出口直接弹出来一套给秒掉了。在这边的话，Ruby也是利用自己的一个一技能带走了对方的位，但是自己已经全员都要阵亡了，这一波仅剩 hold 的一根独苗。
是的，曲解者月直接开车过来要 ace 掉对方，差一点点血量，应该是也难逃一死了。
已经是抢不到了，红子们斩杀掉这条大龙，同时日女再次指了上去，面对的是一个小五，日女自己是一个石羊鬼石板甲，自己非常的肉，双方阵型拉开。节俭到日女蜘蛛有点敢上吗？不太敢上，上到飞天没有落点了呀，原地落下，自己开金身，恐怕要金身等死了，两个人在等他，自己再交闪现，交击一个双踩，先踩掉蜘蛛，看一下，虽然说交了一个水系弹，但是马哥还是倒掉了，马哥一倒掉，正面主要战力也不行，妖姬再踩一个，拿下一波 double Q， 再一个 Q 技能，收回一波吹捧。 女枪再打一个人头，哦呦，是个金身大铲子。
哦，这段时间河蟹其实还有一段时间要刷哦，所以 Haro 这段时间可以抓下，抓完一波下之后再回去打这个河道线没问题。
但是锤石这一钩空掉了，看小岛在2级的一个情况下直接摆回来，并说对方一个治疗，同时威克这状态不是非常好，交出闪现之后被沿途被
小 C
回来，
小 C 这一波是个神操作，闪现帮忙挡石川，同时在沿途出手那一刹那直接一口吞下。 啊，因为羊的大招已经交了 ，MF 的大招也没赚好。这一波的话，伊斯塔直接选择了全员 all in 这条土龙啊，这条火龙。这边的话直接勾到了小白，小白直接瞬间被对方给融化掉。在旁边的话，稍微的强脉阻隔了一下对方，而乐意这边开了一个秒表拖一下对方的输出，但是直接法力永动加超负荷直接弹死了这边的一个锤石。Cry 直接闪现上去，一撸3，瞬间撸死对面的 AD 之后，还被小 Z 一口吞了回来，再撸死一个。旁边的伟直接找到了一个侧后方的位置，突袭进场，带走了对方中单。 仅剩下 Haro 一个人孤苦伶仃。哦呦，这两件断破加一念啊，这边打一套，哎，威是没有闪的，直接被扫死了。
闪现一勾，没能够勾到，看一下这里反而是乐意一个状态不是非常好，不过身上还是比较坦的。在侧翼的话，这里小白又在跟对方皇城 PK 了，一个人孤军深入。
又是拉的无名，哇，一个人打4个，打死了一个，还打残了3个，再交一个秒表，这个小白，这个铁男是什么东西啊？
不讲道理啊！同时话，岩雀开大过来，再帮助自己队友手下人头，乐意这里应该也走不掉了，直接被拽回来一棒锤，拿到了一个 ace。
天下诸国征战日久，旧乱未平，新患又起。唯当死战不却，方得天赐神兵。巴山盖世，唯我贾克斯。
New year, new Rift. And that's just the start. All this week, we'll be updating you on our plans for League in 2020. We'll explain where we're headed with events and game modes. We'll give you a preview of new skin lines and returning thematics. We'll share the latest info on champion updates and new champs. And we'll tell you all about what's next for TFT, including a sneak peek of the next set. And we'll even give you a look at our new tabletop game. The next decade of League begins now. Welcome to Season 2020.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, after seeing a dismantling of Vici Gaming. BLG coming into Game 2 with pretty damn high expectations that they're going to be able to take this one 2-0. But there was a little bit of BM, just a little bit, right at the end from Kingen. So I'm wondering if that will come to bite them. We were just chatting in the in the break that every time someone's done that, it's always come back to bite them in some way or shape or form.
If you do something like that, you try to taunt the other team, you teleport right in front of them, what always happens is the series goes to the full extent. You remember the Shy at Worlds, Game 3 versus KT. It's like, this is over, dust it and throw it away. It's like, now I'm going to split push and goes on to Game 5. So I've got a bad feeling about this one, but hopefully it will give Vici some chances to showcase what they've got.
We'll have to wait and see. But, of course, we're going to have to tell you the MVP from that last match. And would it be going to anybody except Meteor? This guy, he's just good. There's no other words. He is just good.
The thing about him is he's so damn efficient. He had the highest CS per minute for a jungler in the last split and also one of the highest first blood. This guy knows when he goes in, he's going to get a kill.
I just love how it was like nothing that he did was for no reason. Everything had a, there was a method in the madness for absolutely everything. This first gank goes a little bit awry, but, I think it was Jordan on Twitter said that, Chieftain just hard commits to it. He, tunnel visions into that kill.
There was no reason to do that, and they really underestimated the burst that Fofo was going to be able to pull out on that level 3 Kiana, and things goes from bad to worse. And Meteor makes sure that he is on the right side of the map. He really does focus well here. He goes towards the top side multiple times, killing Cube. I believe he was 0-4 before getting out of his own lane. Another one of these plays. No chance to use his ultimate whatsoever. Very clean dives, and Vici couldn't get anything back on the bottom side.
Yeah. Even swaps lanes at 0-3 and goes 0-4. It was just so unfortunate there. You can see It's hard to tell exactly where this team's going to go. And for Vici, we had very high expectations. Our estimations need to be brought back down. We need to kind of start thinking about this team. Can they make playoffs? Can they not?
Ooh. I think it's a bit early to say that, but I have a lot of faith in Coma, what he's done for SKT, or T1, should I say. He should be able to teach these players a lot of concepts on what to do, how to play a slower game. If you remember T1, they were stylistically very different from the LPL. They took things very slow. They knew where to wait for their power spikes, for their timings, all the things like that. And Chieftain is a Korean jungler, so I'm pretty sure that these mistakes can be rectified rather simply.
I was going to say that, I saw on Twitter as well that Ran LPL, go follow them for LPL content, they're fantastic, but they said that it's an LCK team and a sea of team fighting LPL teams. And sometimes that will work, but I'm very curious to see now when we get closer and closer to the bigger teams, the Fun Plus Phoenixes, the RNGs, the IGs, will that still hold true, or is the LPL team fighting style just superior?
You gotta say that BLG showcased they were a Korean coach team when they didn't go for the Drake fight. They were up 5 or 6K, and they didn't go for the Drake fight because they knew that was Vici's best chance to get back into the game. That is not LPL thinking. LPL thinking is, I have a lead, I should crush them right now. I can't wait. But for Coach Sim and guys like Coach Coma, they know to think about win percentages. What is my highest percentage play? If I can give something away for a better percentage, I'm going to do it.
Coma looking a little bit more stressed, I would say, coming into this. And first game of the season is unfortunately a loss, but the series is still there, and I want to see what they what their adaptation is.
This is a very heavy investment into this Vici team, so you will be seeing all of these guys and Coma on the lineup for a very long time. Most of them are actually given max contracts, which is very, very rare in established organizations. Most of the established organizations, they know that things can change rapidly in the span of a split, so they don't hand them out like that. But basically, everyone on Vici is here for here all the way to 2022. So they really need to make all of this gel.
I will say though, the caveat is sort of it being a slow starter, as long as you get to that point, as long as you get to playoffs and can put up a good fight, it's not all lost. But I'm not seeing a huge amount that makes me optimistic for this Vici side. However, on the other side of that, BLG, they look fantastic.
They look very, very clean. So what I think is going to happen in this next draft is that Vici Gaming are going to trend away from win your lane or die type of picks like Jace. They probably have to admit that, hey, you know what? Meteor's likely the better jungle here, so we can't contest this headstrong. We gave the Gragas and Jace a shot. It didn't work out. Let me go back to something that is more teamfight focused. Now, Forge, we have seen him play a lot of Sylas, play a lot of Ryze, so he definitely has those champions in his pool. I don't think you see the Jace again.
I'll have to wait and see. Looks like we are ready for picks and bans for Game 2 of this best-of-3 series. And BLG on the blue with Vici on the red. And already you're seeing the Aurelia taking away, the Pantheon, the Rumble, the Akali, the flex solo laners that can just open up a game from absolutely nothing, already taken away.
And a lot of respect for a Lucian pick, even on the blue side for BLG. This is a little bit surprising since it's technically Fofo's best champion, but I guess he isn't going to risk it. You see that eye twitch from Coma. He's definitely thinking about it.
He's looking at all these different picks. The Olaf ban now this time, so now the Aphelios is available. Do BLG take it?
This is an interesting ban, a very much respect ban coming in from Coma because Olaf was Meteor's best champion last time around. He had an 87% win rate with it. Absolutely monster on that one.
BLG taking their time with this one. I would love to see what they can do with the Aphelios with Jin Zhao. It's a very Jin-esque kind of champion, sit back, do a lot of damage and trying your best to kite, but they will pick that one up. It does, however, open up quite a few options here for Vici, like the Elise.
I like this trade-off, really, because BLG doesn't focus their bottom lane most of their games. A lot of the times in Dimasha Cup, it's about mid-jungle, it's about top side. So giving them something that's very strong in the laning phase, like Aphelios, I don't think BLG is going to make maximum use of that. They're not going to be punishing their lane as hard as some of these other teams. So a good trade-off here, and they do get their jungler pick of choice here as well.
The Mordekaiser are left open as well, and this is the thing, we've kind of talked about it a little bit as well. Mordekaiser hasn't been as nerfed on on the Chinese LPL than it has been globally. So he is still a monster of a pick, especially in any lane that can, that he has control over.
Yeah, the thing about LPL patches is that a lot of times they're actually they're changed by hand to fit into the new patch rather than a complete new patch rollover. So we've been hearing from the Chinese casters that Mordekaiser actually retained his 9% movement speed. That's pretty insane, and probably one of the reasons we're seeing him being so effective in the patch.
You see the Kiana being picked up here, almost certainly going to Fofo, can go to Meteor as well, so it's a bit of a flex there. And the Thresh for the Aphelios in that bot side means he's got the Lantern, has got some kind of an escape. And Forge going back onto the Jace. Didn't have a bad game, but definitely wouldn't be something that I would spring towards if I was Vici.
I will say that this time around, Vici does have the opportunity to simply swap the Mordekaiser and the Jace, so they still have a lot of time to consider which matchup they're going into. And frankly, Jace plus Elise top lane makes a little bit more sense than the Jace Elise mid lane. You don't really have a lot of crowd control for that one.
The LeBlanc banned out now as well, so you can see they're just taking away those kind of blow you up champions from the mid lane. Still unsure as to where that Kiana is going. Always nice for BLG to have that flex. This is very, what I like to call Korean pick and bans. They're taking their time with every single one, making sure they know exactly what they ban. If they ban this, what's their next move? It's kind of almost like 4D chess. So, what will be the prediction next? Is the Nautilus taken away here by BLG?
They're definitely looking for some extra protection against the Aphelios, excuse me. That's one weakness of the champion. He does not have any sort of mobility. So just making sure that they're not going to get, likely going to take away the Leona as well if you're down to it.
Not really going to look towards that one there, but the Gragas taken away. You can see Vici, they're not entirely sure where this Kiana is going just yet. They're trying to cover all their bases as best they can. Chieftain didn't really feel comfortable on the Gragas into the Elise. This time just wants to get rid of the Gragas altogether, so he has a bit more priority. Like you talked about, the Leona going to be banned here by BLG. And overall now, Vici, they need to lock in their bot lane. They need to make sure that they're not going to get absolutely dumpstered by this Aphelios. They may just go with the Misfortune or the Xayah. I kind of would prefer the Misfortune, but either one should be fine in the lane.
Yeah, I think Xayah gives you a lot more outs in the later game. You don't have to be completely reliant on snowballing. Misfortune does lack a little bit of damage as she goes later, especially against tanky targets. So we're going to see what BLG cook up now. Now, Orianna is another one of those pocket picks that Fofo does like to go back to. He can be very dominant in lane with it and also protect his AD carry.
Is locked in. What is the final pick here now for Kingen? Pretty much knows that he's going up either against a Mordekaiser or a Jace, so could just pick something that's good into either of those matches. Camille will fit that bill very, very nicely.
So the Camille read is basically that they're going to send the Jace into the top lane, and even though Camille is not going to have a great time early levels against the Jace, it is very easy to then snowball the lane back into your favor with how much catch potential that she does provide. So this is a blind Camille basically reading that they're going to go into the Jace matchup. And frankly, she's not that bad against a Mordekaiser either. However, judging by the Orianna, we saw this pick with Rookie, with Orianna against the Mordekaiser mid lane as well. So BLG's read is basically that this should be a Jace top. Now, I want to see if Vici are going to swap back into it. They still have 27 seconds to consider.
There we are, locked in. Rakan going to be the lovers duo in that bot side. The Vestians of Xayah and Rakan in there. And overall, Vici's comp is a little bit more oomph to it, in my opinion, and hopefully with the Elise pickup going up against the Kiana, Chieftain has a little bit easier of a time trying to contain Meteor in that jungle.
Both of these teams are heading more towards the teamfight direction at this point. You can see the Kiana going into the jungle and Orianna for lane dominance. While on the other hand, for Vici Gaming, they've kept to their guns. They're going for the aggressive mid-jungle here, going with the Elise and the Jace, something that's very easy to snowball, but can also be shut down if it doesn't work out smoothly.
You see the Jace as well. Going to that mid lane, Mordekaiser going towards that top side. Again, neither side really has an advantage against either of other. It's kind of more how you play the lane more so than anything else. But overall, BLG, they're looking pretty good. They've got themselves another pretty decent wombo combo of a team fight.
Yep, they definitely do. BLG with a little bit more on the AoE stacking side, I would say. You consider the Orianna ultimate, into, you know, things like the Thresh or the Kiana, they're going to have a lot of these circles that they can use in that first Drake team fight. And on the other hand, for Vici Gaming, this is a fairly interesting one. I think, again, the focus is going to be trending more towards the bottom side. Mordekaiser doesn't have the greatest of times against AD bruisers because AD stats you steal from your opponent don't really give you any benefit. You have no AD scalings whatsoever. So that matchup against Camille, the later it goes, the least favorable it's going to get. And yeah, let's see if Chieftain can get one back against Meteor, his old teammate.
Just before we jump onto the Rift, who are you favoring?
I still favor BLG a little bit. I feel like, once again, they can play towards the top side, while bottom can be very, very defensive.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, the teams are locked. The players are on the Rift. And we are about to start Game 2 of this best of 3 between Vici Gaming and BLG. Don't get the LGD chants again. They were, if you're just joining us and you've never watched LPL before, the chants always do the two teams, and there used to be always an LGD chant because they were not amazing, and then you used to always kind of, it was almost like a meme. It wasn't almost, it was a meme.
They were called the Family of Optimists, so they took jokes, and they took a lot of failure as well. But that's why the fans love them. They're basically the TSM, even when they're not doing so hot. They're still loved.
Not as loud as it used to be, though.
That is true. There used to be TSM chants as well.
That is actually true. TSM chants transcend the league. No matter where you are, no matter where you go, you will hear TSM. Have a look, and again, another Aphelios. So we've seen this champion really pop off, and the amount of pure AoE damage he can do with that ultimate is just absolutely insane. And the respect that needs to be given to him is very much felt once he hits those 1-2 items.
Definitely. When you get that Essence Reaver and Runan's Hurricane, he basically fits every situation, and he can excel at them as well. Now, I do want to point out Vici did something very interesting early on. Because Aphelios doesn't actually get his Q until level 2, he has a pretty weak level 1, and Vici, iBoy, and Maestro were trying to cheese that out by hiding in the Tri-Bush, and basically forcing BLG to get to lane late because they had to take the safe route.
Much more aggressive pick, I feel, for iBoy as well, hoping that he won't be as invisible as he was in Game 1, able to maybe move something happen or make something happen in those early levels, especially with the Rakan. You got that extra little buff stats with that Lovers Duo combo.
Just taking a look at the level 1 into the top side, Kingen already has the shove advantage, and he's setting up for a slow push. So you can see what Cube is doing here. He's already preparing himself for getting tower dove. He had a lot of that the last game as well, so he definitely knows how this matchup works.
So you know, both bot sides of the jungle have been cleared by Chieftain and Meteor, so they are both hovering around this top side of the map. Chieftain on a little bit faster of a clear.
I like what Chieftain is doing here. This is unlike what Ning was doing. Instantly heading toward the top side, knowing that there was a dive potential coming in. And just wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to be the case. Never mind, he actually walks away.
He's going to trade Scuttles right now. I think he feels that, you know, with the way the Scuttles responding, Cube should be relatively safe enough. Knowing that Meteor shouldn't be that quick unless he was missing out on some of those camps.
Now we're going to see the attention shift towards the bottom side. The general reason I favored BLG's comp a little bit more over Vici's is I feel like they have an easier time cracking the top side than they do have for Vici getting a lead on the bottom side. From what we've seen so far, the BLG has been able to maintain within very close distance with the CS score. They aren't really losing much. Even when iBoy was pushing up very far, very constantly, they didn't even lose a turret plating in the bot side.
I think they lost one.
Yeah, they lost one.
I think they lost I think it was literally right
dive.
at the end. Yes, I think it was literally lost one. But again, Vici will have that advantage, I suppose, with slightly stronger top laner, or not great once he falls behind a Fiora. But now you've got the the Mordekaiser, and even if the Mordekaiser falls behind, it is one of those champions that even at 5v5 objectives like the Baron or the Dragon, you death realm the jungler, you win. There is no, you just get the objective and you're able to make the fight happen from there. So there is a lot of potential for this, pick to really just kind of pop off here for Cube. You can see already Chieftain knows that and is hovering very much around this top side, knowing that he wants to try and make sure Mordekaiser can get that Haunting Guys, get the Leandri's Tournament, and get rolling.
That's one of the things that makes Mordekaiser such a coveted top lane pick, is that he's impossible to dive. If the jungler comes in, you just take him to the realm of death, and you solo kill him underneath the tower. The tower will even help you because it exists in the realm of death too. So he's a very stable just pick to throw out. Even if he gets a bad matchup, he still has a great chance of shining in team fights. And we're seeing that a defensive build coming out from Cube. Later on, he should probably be building towards the Thorn Mail as well, just to stop some lifesteal coming in from Kingen.
I like the idea, though, that even in death, their turret will still hit you. Like, even when you die, the turret's still there.
Death, taxes, and turrets. Things that never change.
A much slower start this time around. We can see a lot of pings going down here onto this dragon. And actually, the Kiana is off onto that side, going to use the Q to back himself away. And Vici looking an awful lot more composed this time around, ready for Meteor to try and go for these sneaky little roams. And actually, Chieftain now on this Elise going to have a pretty easy time taking this this Mountain Drake because he has pressure in all two lanes that are near it.
Smart way to play around the bottom side. You get your Drake stacking early. Individually, they are weaker than before. But never mind, actually Vici does unleash, and they probably saw Meteor around that. Was the correct guess.
I think they popped it. It was a pink ward just popped down there by Shinmo. And at that point they were like, we need to back away, boys. Nothing really going to be happening here. Zyboy pushes in the wave.
I wonder if it's a lot of respect to the potential for Moonlight Vigil Graviton coming in from Aphelios, because that could snipe the Elise down from a very far distance. Doesn't want to risk that one and instead just leaves.
Moonlight Vigil is a silly ability.
Yeah, it is. And also, there was a lot of respect being paid to the potential of Thresh going over the wall and taking Aphelios with him. So even if Vici was pushing the wave in, it wasn't guaranteed that they were going to have a rotational advantage.
See now, though, with the safety of knowing that the bot lane is pushed in, mid lane is pushed in, and no real sign of Meteor. He's probably on top side. Chieftain going to be able to take this dragon. And again, we're seeing Vici getting themselves an advantage in this early game through objectives, but on the contrary to game one, they're not losing anyone in return.
Yep. Every lane knows how to play safely right here, and I love building Seeker's Arm Guard as a Mordekaiser. It's the most cost-efficient item you could possibly get. The gold efficiency is over 140% if you get it fully stacked. So if you can get it early, be sure that you're not going to get tower dove on. It's a great item pickup, and Cube is playing this defensive lane very well.
Yeah, able to stack it up. You only have double Dorans on Kingen, so he's going for those early stats. Again, Cube didn't really get to play League of Legends last game, so definitely wants to try and have a go at it this time round, and you can see already that with the dragon going down, they know that Chieftain would have had to reset, so that means that Meteor is able to push into that jungle. And here we go, Death Realm goes down, Kingen trying to keep himself at the very back of the pit as he possibly can, and does very, very well. Hookshot gonna come in, but Kingen backs himself away, just testing the waters with Cube.
This is a matchup that I do expect Camille to win, but much later on into the game, because she really needs that precision stack to, get the true damage already and get her Triforce procs as well. So it's a bit of a slow burner for them, and I think we're just going to see an extended laning phase. The big question is, how far can Vici accelerate this one by taking away Drakes?
Next Drake will be a Ocean, or an Ocean.
Sounds like a very familiar one to your actual name.
Yeah.
One of the I kept on calling you Ocean when you first arrived here.
Go Ocean. That's what you want to hear. That's our director, Charlion. Very good guy. Keeps us on time, keeps us on point. Make sure you get to you guys, the viewers, some fantastic League of Legends. But as you see now, Vici, they're trying to keep up the pace. They're looking for the Rift Herald now, and I like this. This is what I was expecting from Vici. I wanted to see more of this from them in Game 1, and I'm glad to see it coming out in Game 2.
And they have a perfect ambush spot here. Maestro is on the lookout.
Look out, but this Rift Herald is taken far too quickly, and this kind of pace, this kind of lane swap coming in now as well. You can see the ideas coming out from Vici that this is exactly the kind of speed they want to be playing this game at.
This is the best macro play that I think exists inside the meta right now, is you snowball the first Drake, and then you sit top lane for double Heralds, and you can get that at 6 minutes. that just sitting top lane for 6 minutes. You only give up a Drake for it, and it's incredibly powerful. You can keep the game wide open. You can get the game wide open. So if they're able to string that chain of events together, Vici's going to be in a massive lead.
And what I'm loving about Vici now is that it's just the quickness of it, but it's not only just that, it's the vision they're putting down with Chieftain and Maestro. There's no way that they're going too near an objective until they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wards, pink wards, everything cleared out. They know what they're going for before they even have to try and attempt it. And I'm loving this kind of different style from them. And BLG, they're not falling behind by any stretch of the margin, but they're losing small little objectives. And you can see there that, you know, a small little CS lead there for iBoy. They've got the Rift Herald in hand. They've got little, tiny little things, not giving up any kind of crazy, you know, fights over to BLG.
And you have to contrast this to Game 1. The way they played in Game 1 was to force the 4v2 tower dive, see if they could get something for it. This is far less risk for, in my opinion, far more reward. You have that chance to continue your, your bot lane dominance here. You're always faster on the rotations coming in, and you still have that chance to, they're going for a really greedy play here by making sure they get the next Drake and then the next Herald too.
This is the kind of like fast League of Legends you want to see. As I say that, Vici gonna catch them off, and Forge deleted, had flash, didn't respect the range of the shockwave, and that's just a misplay.
Yeah, that was completely avoidable coming in for Forge. I'm sorry, but we have to call him out on that one. If you, I believe he did see Meteor go over the wall. You have to get away from that one with the summoners.
You see now, Shimo gonna catch out the Rakan, but it does not matter. As you can see, he's able to get himself right back to his beloved Xayah. And iBoy keeps him safe. Dragon spawning in just under a minute. You can see now BLG with that kill in mid lane. They don't want to give this one up for free anymore. They're saying, no, we will fight you, and you have to fight this one now if you want to try and take it.
And the big difference why all this flurry of action is actually happening is because Meteor just hit his Warriors upgrade. That is one of the most efficient item upgrades that you can have in the game. It goes from, I think 30-80 all the way up to 80. So a huge stretch of damage here, and he's going to push that power spike as far as he can.
Speaking of power spikes, you got the Yomu's Ghostblade as well for Forge. So despite dying in that mid lane, it was purely a misstep. But other than that, Vici have been playing this early game rather well. 12 minutes in, only 500 gold down, which is effectively just that kill and the assist gold. And you can see now with the Ocean Drake spawn, they want to try and keep this momentum going. They want to see if they can keep going with this style of League of Legends, keeping BLG on the back foot. There is a ward in that pit, and there is a blast cone as well available for Meteor if he wants to try and jump in for a sneaky steal. The Forge is waiting.
This could be a massive snowball. Remember, they still do have the Herald as well, so they have the inner track too.
They have the inner track too, but the Dragon did not fully reset, so he just started targeting Meteor. Now they're going to try and put the ball into position. The Dragon goes down to about 600, 700 HP. He will get taken down by Chieftain, and now they're almost certainly going to try and leave Chieftain to die. He just falls straight away, but here comes Kingen. They're trying to get the Rakan out. Beautifully done by Maestro. And that was very clean there. They do lose their jungler, but overall, they still pick themselves up the Dragon.
Yeah, I think that was still worth it for Vici because they're going to be on time for all of these objectives coming up on the map. They still have that time to transition towards top as well.
I will say, though, they are just going to have to drop. Yeah, I was going to say he didn't spawn in time. Oh, wait, no, he got it off just in time. It will almost certainly be stopped.
That was so close.
But the Rift Herald was about a second before it was about to time out. They did get him off, and now Shelly can go on her merry way down the bot lane. It will almost certainly be stopped before it hits the tower.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. And once more for Forge.
Oh, Forge needs to be so careful in those situations, just not respecting what vision is available, and again he gets picked off.
Perfect find there for BLG, and a repeat one as that to that as well. This time without summoners coming in from Forge. Actually, he did flash, but still wasn't able to take him out of it.
Doesn't matter at all. As you can see, iBoy trying to get a bit greedy. Needs to be very careful, though. Jinmo is going to jump in. They do get the feathers flying. They try to raid them back, and that's a lot of damage as iBoy is able to free hit. So is Jin Zhao. You can see Chieftain trying to jump in on the backside with Fofo. TP's come in, and everyone backs away. They will be at the iBoy's flash, though. Death Realm goes down there onto Kingen as he just tries to keep him away. I don't think Cube really wants this because he's going to come out and immediately see that he is in the middle of 5 people. Gets a good grab, though. They jump in. The flashes are down. It is going to be Rakan, the first one to go. And there goes the Hextech Ultimatum. It is a fully scrappy fight as Forge wasn't there. It was a 4v5. and BLG come out on top.
Yeah, Vici really over-pushed the last one there. You could see Kingen going in, getting his ultimate down, and then flashing it immediately away, forces a lot of summoners for Vici to chase up on this kill, and they defend the Herald push relatively well.
Still got all the gold onto iBoy, and still got him a fairly decent chunk. And again, I feel like that play is different if Forge is alive. If Forge is there to take out those low health members, you can see here that iBoy and Maestro, they play this very, very well just to delay.
They had a very good early start to the fight that forces out multiple perfect timings coming in and the TP come in as well. But, you know, they could have played this a little bit slower, and instead they just walk up. Summoners are forced away from iBoy. He has a difficult time joining the fight, and Cube is just trying to play keep away at this point.
Cube almost gets in there, and I feel like Maestro is a little bit greedy there, going in a bit too far. They do end up trading 2 for 1, getting all the plates onto iBoy as well. But the second spawn of Rift Herald will be going over to BLG. I do not think that Vici wants to fight this at all.
Yeah, this is massive for them because it breaks the chain of objectives that Vici have been stringing up since the start of the game. And you also have to mention that Fofo is going to be very accelerated here. 3-0 and 2. Already with the Ludens, that's going to give him a big burst of damage here. And it's going to be difficult for iBoy to chase up on these kills with that Orianna ball in the way.
Mordekaiser down this bot side. They have got Chieftain just sneaking in. No vision yet for the side of BLG, but they've got to feel like something's amiss. Jinmo gonna get jumped on top of. They will get the stun, the quickness, the kill. And it's a good little pick there for Vici. Good patience from the side of Vici Gaming.
Good job on the damage going down. That one was somewhat expected coming in from Vici's side. BLG just, they wanted someone to check that brush, make sure the wave could be safely bounced out, and they were caught for it.
Bit of gold there onto iBoy as well, so they're trying to accelerate him. And you can see now the game plan right now from Vici is get the Xayah ahead. Get the Xayah to that hyper carry, crazy damage moments. And then if Cube's there too, fantastic. If Forge can throw out a bit of poke damage, awesome. But it's all about iBoy, and that's kind of what we expected when we saw this roster on paper, that it always has been back in the the days of EDG. It's always been the iBoy show.
Definitely. I mean, iBoy was a huge upgrade. Not really an upgrade, but a huge free agent on the market this offseason that a lot of people were guessing, where was he going to go? Was he going to go to Suning and fill out that hole? It was basically between him and Jackie Love that was going to decide a lot of these playoff standings. So even though Vici, they lost Puff, they lost Southwind, they have a very suitable person piloting the AD carry role now.
By the way, chat, we still don't know where Jackie Love is. If seen, please return to the LPL. His mom and dad are very worried.
A lot of people said he went to Brazil.
A lot of people said he went to the NBA. I'm just saying, like,
Showtime Lakers, baby.
You can't trust everything that everyone says. It's the Rift Herald.
On the internet?
The lies are there, but Meteor has to dash himself away as he got caught by the feathers flying. And I like this kind of dynamic we have right now. The side of Vici have to be aware of where the ball is, and the side of BLG need to be aware where the feathers are, because either one can ruin your day. We have got a TP on Fofo. He's going to use that immediately to get straight back into this. Infernal Drake is available, and you can see both sides wanting to try and contest this. It would be huge for Vici because it would be one stack away from a soul then.
Yep, just checking up on the guns that Aphelios is currently holding. He does have that Infernum, and he's hiding it in his offhand weapon. So this could be a nasty surprise for Vici Gaming if they're not careful.
I think that Vici are going to just let this one slide. They're backing away completely. Give up that Infernal Drake because they just don't have the raw stats to deal with the side of BLG, and they will give that one up. Looks like instead they're going to just look to try and push in towards that top side and actually maybe try and catch someone on the rotation.
Very clean play for BLG. They basically do a fork on the map. They drop the Herald, then instantly move in, and it's very difficult for VG to walk through those chokes. They have an Orianna, they have an Infernum on the way, and Jin Zhao is still holding on to his cards. He's not showing it whatsoever.
Chieftain taking a bit of a chunk there from the Q of Aphelios. And again, Vici trying to valiantly defend this mid lane turret. Don't know if it's going to last half as long as it did in the first game, but at the 20-minute mark, relatively even in terms of gold. They've got themselves 2 dragons versus the 1 of BLG. Right now, if you're Vici, you're feeling pretty good. This is a far better display of what you would want to see from them in this game 2 than it was in game 1.
Yes, but I will say they are still fighting against the clock in this one. And the clock I'm talking about is actually mainly the top lane clock. Because once you get that lifesteal in, AD Bruisers just naturally win out on the matchup against Mordekaiser a lot of the times. Mordekaiser really has to go into the Thorn Mails to prevent the healing, to get that armor up before he can really get going. But if he goes that path, he's also not that useful in early team fights. So it's a bit of a catch-22 for them, and I still feel like Vici need to be the ones just trying to push the tempo up a little more.
I like this, though, from the side of Shinmo. He's gone with the Quicksilver Sash to straight away get rid of any kind of crazy CC if he does get caught out. I like the respect that's been given down to a Mordekaiser, because to a Mordekaiser, that Thresh could be a very, very easy option for him to go for. Now, Chieftain is here. Cube going to trap Kingen into that Death Realm, try and put down as much damage as he possibly can. Chieftain is here as he jumps into the Hextech Ultimatum, but it's not going to be enough. Good little pick off there for Vici to get themselves on the side lane pressure.
Yeah, great play there. One of the ways you can use the ultimate is basically to block vision away from the enemy. They can't see the jungler incoming from the river. It was a very long trek, but you know, it still made it work right there. And just good play for them overall. They will lose a turret top lane for it, though.
Forwards, don't do it. Back away, dude. You don't need it. I'm very scared for Forge. He is 0-2 right now. He has not had a great series overall. I don't know if I fully expected this kind of a display from him. I expected him to be a little bit better, but I suppose it is still early days in the season, so hopefully he gets his jitters off of him and he's able to kind of, you know, show what we saw from him when he got those few games on IG.
And for Vici Gaming, it is worthwhile to mention that they do have another mid laner in the works coming over from KT Rolsters, Zeka, that was handpicked by the coaching staff. So, you know, there's always different possibilities and different motivations for the players.
Stand up or step out. That's basically what it is. It's either you're good enough or you're not, and you will lose your spot. An overall, much slower type of game than we saw in the last one. And Vici, they really are starting to kind of, you know, show us what they can do. I have very high hopes for Cube. Chieftain, definitely something that could, you know, can go either way. A bit of a ning on this one, you know, can be S tier, I'm sure, but that definitely sometimes can be D tier. I'm excited for this roster, but it needs to come together.
What we saw from Demacia Cup is that they're above average everywhere, but they're not excellent at anything just yet. I think that's the main problem that we're seeing. Sure, their laning phase looks very, very good against most of the players.
Jumping straight in, flash over, and Jin Zhao is dead. Now Shinmo gets charmed up, has to use the QSS, throws out a hook, but masterfully sidestepped there by the Rakan. And that's exactly what you want from Vici. You want him to try and find out those little small picks, gain vision control, and just kind of burst someone out in one fell swoop.
That's what they excel at, actually. Look at the Rakan outside of vision, and then chained up with the Elise. They have some very good crowd control to make those picks happen. And it's a rare misstep from BLG coming in here. Jin Zhao usually very safe in his own lane. The first real gold lead that Vici is able to stretch across the map.
Still very, very even, but like you said, a gold lead is a gold lead now with that dragon up in 30 seconds. You can see here, it's just vision. It's just straight up vision.
Well played. Jin Zhao wants to take a peek with his turrets and finds more than he asked for.
Take a peek, take a bite, get your hand caught in the cookie jar.
This one's going to be huge. Shimo doesn't have that QSS up, so viable target for Cube. Wow, that's a lot of damage coming in from just one moonshot.
Gotta be very, very careful not to get hit by that Q ability from Jin Zhao. As you can see, the poke might be coming in. They do have an Ocean Drake, so Chieftain should be able to regen relatively. As you can see, he is popping pots as well, so should be able to stay on form for this upcoming fight. Right now, Cube, he's the one who's just sitting outside of vision. Jimmo does not hit the death sentence. Dragon has been started by Meteor. He's trying to just drag it out, but there's a lot of space between him and the rest of his team.
I don't really think he wants to stretch this one out. Okay, they're going straight for it, but Vici have a lot of poke on their team composition.
They know exactly where Fofo is as well, so they know what is going on right now. And as I said, Meteor could just get caught up in the back end of this, and I don't think they're going to—
What? No!
The ultimate from the Aphelios Chieftain. You can't let that happen.
Oh, that was so lucky on that side. I can't believe the smite didn't come through. It was up for Chieftain. They just let that one slip out. BLG actually put themselves in a very bad position. Cube could have taken Meteor to the realm of death, and there was no smite incoming. So honestly, a mistake by BLG.
Didn't need the smite.
Guess not.
Did not. Full confidence in Jin Zhao, but that is unfortunately kind of the story of this game, or this series, I should say, from Vici's side of things, is that it's those little small mistakes. It's Forge getting caught out. It's not putting down your smite on time. It's these little things that are unfortunately giving BLG more and more, you know, avenues back into this game.
And just look at that trade Kingen did onto Cube. It was the Precision Strike second one with the true damage going through, cutting through all of that armor that he built up for the entirety of the game. And things are going to get worse coming in from Vici. 41 HP. Wow. And he was still holding on to his Infernum.
Chieftain, Buddy, just smite. That's all you got to do. I'm obviously completely over-exaggerating a jungler's job right now, but yeah, very, very unfortunate. Now you're looking down the barrel of 2 Infernal Drakes, from BLG, and now you're equal up. It means that the next one, if you give that over to BLG, that will be 3 Infernal Drakes with a potential for a 4th and this Dragon Soul. So you can't let it happen. It's just not allowed.
You can do a quad stack in the new season as well. That's going to be 16% extra AD and AP and give the scaling advantage for sure over to BLG.
They already had it. They already had the scaling advantage if you kind of look at it from that point of view. But now with the Baron spawned, this is all on Vici. They want to try and force it. I think they, like you were saying, they know they kind of have to keep going now and try and find an avenue back in and really accelerate the game before this Camille just becomes untouchable.
Missing Dragon Soul timer just really hurts for Vici's composition. They're the one that, you know, are floating the Jace. They're the one that floating the Cube as a Mordekaiser that's not going to do much in this matchup later on. And I think they're just going to have to hedge their bets at this time. It looks like they're just waiting for a catch. They know where Jin Zhao is on the map, or they should after watching him clear that ward. So this is relatively safe and no risk involved for them to just set up here.
Rale's Crystal Scepter picked up by the Mordekaiser, so has got a little bit of kiting and also a little kind of chase down if he does finally catch someone out. But Cube hasn't really had a moment really to kind of find someone and really delete them. We've seen it, you know, on day 1 with Doomby playing on that Mordekaiser, able to just literally put someone in Death Realm and just keep popping them as he goes down with those Qs. Have yet to really see that pop-off come out from Cube. And like you said, Kingen just slowly getting bigger and so damn scary.
I really like the build coming in from Meteor. If you notice what BLG have, they have a very difficult time at actually clearing vision. They don't really have anyone that can tank the initial burst coming in from Vici Gaming. So what you see from Meteor is he's just picking up his GA early, and he's the one actually going in. It's not going to be Xingmo with the Lantern. That's still very, very risky. Instead, they're just having him go into the GA. You know, if he does pop out of it, they still have some recourse to get him out.
There's the last Scryers, or Scryers gone down for the side of BLG. They did spot out the Baron being taken as Cube has rotated himself up. You can see Kingen on your minimap also moving up as well. It's such a great amount of wave clear realistically here from BLG, and they're just kind of like trying to fish out any kind of opportunity they can. Vici trying to bait out any kind of, you know, push in, but half your HP, if not more, being deleted from a QW combo. Kingen needs to back himself away with the hook shot.
I do want to point out that Jin Zhao is going for the one-shot build. This is not your Runan's Hurricane typical build. This is the max crit, which actually gives you more charges on the Infernum. If it lands down, there's going to be a blossoming of death that's going to happen in the Baron Pit.
Death Blossom is Katarina, though.
That is true, yeah. But, you know, blossoming of death, you know, I changed the words around. Give me some credit.
Yeah, I'm trying, dude. I'm trying. You know, I just want to make sure you understand.
I like this build. This is very different. He knows he's not going to get close range with this team. So basically you build Runan's Hurricane because you get multiple procs on the Severin and also the Gravitum. But if you're going this max crit build, this is the one-shot galore.
This is basically, I found the AD carry and he died. And that was kind of how it goes. But obviously you're against iBoy, who has got the Zaya's ultimate as well. If he's able to try and get that timing just perfect, it could go all wrong for Jin Zhao. Without that kind of crazy, or without the kind of kiting, I suppose, movement speed from the Zeals, realistically, he's not going to have a lot. But just as we say that, he has gone towards that Runan's. So he still gets a little bit of everything.
All right, this seems like Maestro being in a bad position. He's not going to get punished for it just yet. And third Infernal coming up. Vici have to take this one.
Vici can't. I don't think Vici can contest with this. The cube's back was just not really there for them, and I think right now they just got to run straight to Baron. They haven't really got a choice. They're going to lose everything.
So this Baron is basically a bait and trying to get a catch, but if you look at Fofo right now, he still has that blue trinket up. They're in no rush to really head for Baron, so ouch, just giving that one over is really going to hurt.
That is 3 Infernal Drakes. Next one will be a Soul for the side of BLG. So Vici starting off so great, and the gold is still dead even. And like you said, they still have that blue trinket. They had no reason to go face check.
Yeah, they didn't need to, and they know their position very well. Look at Kingen. He actually cut off the path for Cube and forced him to walk around the entire way. This is going to give him so much more travel time on the map. He's actually going for it.
Yeah, Vici just... not really much they can do. Chieftain, if he had gotten hit by anything else, he was dead. This is kind of the unfortunate side of Elise that you can't really do much about. She is just an incredibly squishy champion. If she does not get rolling like we saw Meteor get her rolling in the first game, she doesn't really do a lot.
This is the point where Mordekaiser starts to fall off in this matchup very hard. Kingen was 2 levels up on Cube and was willing to trade underneath his own tower to get that damage down. So, like I was saying, Vici, once again, I feel like a lot of things they're doing a little bit too late. It was unfortunate they missed out on the Drake chain. They pretty much caused themselves to miss the Herald chain as well. And once more with this Jace pick, running against a timer, never a comfortable spot to be, and really not something that I expected out of a Coma team.
Still a lot of time in the season, so plenty of time to fix all these mistakes, but I do agree with you that with the advantages they had picked up, with the tempo that they were showing us in the early game, this should have been a pretty much tried and tested way of Vici getting ahead and staying ahead. Now, unfortunately, the game has elongated itself to 31 minutes, which means the gold is still... it's slowly becoming negligible. It doesn't really matter that much anymore. You're looking at 3 items onto the affiliates. You're looking at 3.5 items, technically 3 3/4 for iBoy. Those extra, you know, kind of little small items are more defensive than anything.
And Forge is going to have to be the hero in this one. He did poke out what we saw from Xingmo, taking a little bit of HP away from Jinzhao as well. They're going to go for it straight away. Teleport on Kingen, though.
They're going for the sneak. Actually, immediately stopping it right there. Again, Vici, it's this kind of half committing. It's not going for it. Yeah, we're going for it. We don't really feel like we can do this. I just think Chieftain's just far too squishy to go for that kind of a sneak.
It's really difficult for them. I just feel like they've waited out their timers at this point. What they need to hope for is just Forge getting some great poke down just like that.
Here we go. Maybe looking for something there. Quickness was available. All flashes, all ultimates as well. But with Kingen going MIA on the map, you can see that Vici, they finally break the mid lane turret. That will alleviate some of the pressure, but they need something. They need a catch. They need someone to overstep, but I don't know if BLG are going to do it. They look too clean. They look too smart. Oh my god.
They've got some poke too.
They have a lot of poke there, and you can see the heal had to come out. Fofo did flash away, so they did get Fofo's flash, but
yep.
He's got a Zanya's.
That was a pretty safety flash from Fofo. He did see Maestro just pop the quickness, so instantly get out of there. Didn't want to take any chances whatsoever.
Forge needs to be so careful. He needs to flash away. That's both mid laners now without their flashes. Heal was burned by iBoy as well, as we saw Chieftain just get absolutely decimated towards that back, or towards the start of that fight. And now you can see with BLG, knowing they have the advantage in that jungle, they're just going to go straight onto this Baron, and this will be melted.
This is going to force Cube to actually use his teleport. I think they force the teleport and just back out.
Here we go, teleport coming in. They have got Jinmo just there. He will just miss the Q though. Good poke here from Vici. They stop the Baron. BLG respecting that they could get engaged upon. They back away.
Yeah, this was a very planned play coming in from BLG. They knew what they wanted from that one. It was just for Cube to burn the TP. They can reset the 4-on once more, and this time they can go straight at it. However, Vici are calling the bluff.
There is a double teleport available for BLG. Fofo and Kingen can go on top of this. Meteor is here. They now know that the Baron is going down to over 50% HP. Meteor needs to get himself in here. This is prime territory for the Kiana, but misses it, and Meteor goes down into GA, but the Elise has fallen as well. The shockwave hits nothing as they wait to try and catch on to iBoy. He's dead. Kingen is just wrecking on that back line. It ends up taking the Baron, but they lose everything else. BLG take the fight and ace Vici.
And the timers line up correctly. They're going to snowball this into quad Infernal plus the Infernal Drake as well. Vici, they don't get away with any of the Baron buffs. This isn't going to change anything in the map. It was a great play. I love the timing on that one. But unfortunately for them, they didn't have the escape plan.
And Jin Zhao was just untouched in that fight as well as Fofo. Like, the two of them just able to put down so much damage. They'll take themselves an inhibitor as well as an inhibitor turret, and like you said, that Infernal Dragon Soul. 4 stacks of Infernal as well. Yes, you got the Baron, Vici, but at what cost?
The timing isn't going to line up here for Vici. They're going to have, at this point, BLG should be able to burn through the Drake relatively quickly, and they still have that TP from Kingen to play keep away. They're going to let it go on Vici's side.
BLG not taking any fights they don't need to. As you said, they looked for that play, just trying to get the teleport out. And overall, this was just such a good play from Kingen, able to jump it onto that backline and really cause havoc. Yeah,
it was a 3-man stun on Meteor as he goes in. Doesn't get the smite, but that gets all the summoners, all the abilities necessary for Kingen to just do the mop-up job. And then Cube, when he wakes up, doesn't really have anywhere to go.
I think I want to point to that back of Baron fight. It was just Kingen 1v4ing.
Pretty much.
And just effectively, with a Thresh Lantern there, just in case. It's like, all right, if you need to get out, you get out. Well, I don't think you're going to need it. But mid lane broken open. 4 Infernal Drakes on the side of BLG, along with that Infernal Soul, which means they got that extra little bit of explosive damage just popping off. And it's looking very, very dark here for Vici. Unless of a big outplay or a big misplay, BLG should be able to take this one pretty damn comfortably.
The thing that makes Infernal Soul so damn good is that it lasts, the CD is only 3 seconds. That's absolutely insane, and what it means is a lot of times you can actually proc it with your passive abilities. If you have any dots or something, it can multi-proc.
I think it was the... I can't remember what it was. It was something basic. I think it was a Lowy or someone with Leandries, and it basically just kept proccing but kept reapplying Leandries, so it just kept going until they died. It was pretty insane. BLG now barreling down this bot lane turret. They're going to look to try and crack open the base. The one silver lining for Vici is that they have not given over themselves a Baron, but you don't really need it when you're able to put down this much damage onto a turret so quickly. Vici, you got to make a stand. You got to make a moment of which you got to fight.
I really love what Jin Zhao is doing. He's been doing this consistently, basically trying to hide away his Infernum early, but never mind, his tower still spits flame, so probably not going to fool anyone, and you see Vici fanning out.
Oh my god, so much damage there from the Infernum. That flamethrower just wrecking through the side of Vici Gaming there. Just without any kind of a semblance of a fight, they have just been taken down here in this bot side. iBoy not going to be hit though by...
I hit nothing.
Yeah, not going to be hit by anything. But iBoy, I feel like if that had a hit, he might have gone down. There was a lot of front-loaded damage on this Philios.
Yeah, you need a lot of people to be stacking in the exact same position, like pixel to pixel, for the Infernum to do a lot of damage. I don't think it's that bad on single targets.
Say that, and then it will hit someone later, and we'll just feel like, oh god, he's on fire!
I wouldn't mind that.
It'd be very funny, but I can guarantee you it's made so many people rage. Right now, Vici just weathering the storm is probably the best way I can put it. Kingen still with that teleport available, going to go towards that top side, can join pretty much at any point he likes. No real reason to try and overforce this. Baron in just under 2 minutes, in Elder Drake in 3. It'll be a death of 1,000 cuts realistically for Vici at this stage, as they're just getting every single part of their base picked apart.
Incredibly steady play from BLG. Now, most games in this meta actually last a lot shorter. Saw the average game time around 31 minutes. But BLG are willing to play it slow. They know they still have the Elder to fall back towards, and they just took 2 extra towers out of that single push, just making sure that they're heading along their way to all the items possible.
That's 1,000 damage. That's insane. That's a lot of, that's just so much damage. I'm sorry, it's just really just something else to see from Aphelios. Doesn't need to be changed though.
I really want to see Jin Zhao just go in and use Severum plus Crescendum. You can stack with Onslaught, and that gives you the highest single DPS damage possible. If you get 20 Shakarums, that's 360 bonus AD that can crit.
I thought you said 20 macaroons. And I was like, yeah, let's get some macaroons. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, Paris is pretty good.
Right now, looks like BLG going to play this one by the book. Going to pick up that Baron now that spawns in just over 30 seconds. Cube, unfortunately, relegated to just clearing waves in this bot side, trying to make sure that that inhibitor does not fall. BLG, it's, again, for Vici, it started off very, very well, but I like BLG. They didn't let it phase them. They played their game. They slowly, methodically brought themselves back into this, and they made sure that Vici just never got too far ahead.
I really don't like the Jace pick that they had for Forge. I understand it was a fake out and potentially a flex towards the top side. I just don't think it had enough impact the way Vici was playing it.
Here you go, Kingin gonna try and get himself away with that hook shot. They got a lot of damage down onto him. He gets put into the death realm. No, he doesn't actually. The flash away just before the animation can come through. Meteor was there as well. That's flashes off of top laners. That also delayed the Baron a little bit. And you can see there that BLG had to react to that. Now they're trying to force themselves over towards this Baron pit. But Maestro has already found his way towards it. Can they get any kind of vision onto this?
It's a pretty smart move coming in from Kingin. He's actually saving his QSS for the team fight that he knows is going to be coming up.
A lot of damage there. They're going to try and catch out Meteor. He's not in the pit. That's very important to notice. As the Hextech Ultimatum goes down the bot side, we can see this fight going on. There's the Zhonya's. There you go. Zhonya's into GA, and Cube technically comes out of that one the better. He gets a shorter cooldown. Good win for Vici. They stop the Baron.
Really close play. If he falls down right there, Kingin has the teleport to go straight in and then just finish it off. But Forge, let's see if he can catch him.
He can. He stops him. Flash in. No flash available. No GA, and he is out of there. Forge catching out Kingin in the bot side. And now they've got a minute with no top lane.
Oh, I think we've seen this play before. If someone gets the Elder Dragon, it doesn't matter how many Drakes you snowball. It doesn't stack with it anymore. You can just get the execute.
Here we go. You're going to have that execute available. It's going to be BLG going straight away for the trade. But iBoy and Maestro have other ideas. They're going to try and delay this. I think they think better of it because they have no vision. They back themselves away. It is going to be a trade of objectives. That is the best possible scenario for Vici that they could have ever hoped for.
Honestly, Vici are going to come out with this with no gold deficit. They're going to be allowed to scale up and basically reach full items. I don't think BLG wants to go headstrong against that 20% execution.
It's a risk. As you can see now, you have a little bit more Elder buff than you do Baron buff. They're supposed to be equals if you take them at the exact same time. So what's stronger, the siege or the pure team fight damage that comes out from the side of Vici? And this looked like it was dead and done. This looked like it was just going to be a textbook BLG, but their kind of patient play, their slow, methodical moves, actually comes out to bite them a little bit because they just weren't anticipating Forge roaming down to take down Kingin.
Yeah, they didn't see that one coming whatsoever. The newest member of the team, seeing a top laner getting, surprised in one of these 4-1 situations is quite common. It takes a lot of communication to get all of that down. And now I think what BLG are going to do is they're basically going to just sit this one out. They know, hey, I've taken Baron. At least this is going to be a double objective snowball that we saw that IG came back with against the likes of FPX. So they're playing super conserved. They're giving up all the territory. They're just going to wait this one out.
That's all they can do, but this means that Vici, they're going to be able to push up. It's a 5-man strong. Put down the poke and... Oh, Jin Zhao! You got to go home, boy. That was just not going to work out for you, and they can keep going. They still have a couple of minions to keep pushing for this. Have Baron buff, though, so it will delay them a little bit. But now, all of a sudden, Forge's damage with that full build is starting to really kick.
All he needs is to land that Shock Blast combo onto a backline. They have very limited armor. He has all the lethality he needs. And if he can land 2 of them, that might instantly kill Jin Zhao.
Here we go. Vici, they know they need to do this on pretty much this play right now. They've got a minute left on their buffs. They got the quickness coming in. He will get the knock back. Not able to catch anything else, but there's a huge amount of damage there from the Aphelios ultimate. Now do BLG look for the re-engage? They do, but they misses. Kingin goes in with the Hextech ultimatum. Orianna is dead! Oh, it's the Camille! This is Vici. They can 100% win this. They finally found the fight!
So much damage going over the other way, but Vici, what are they doing right now? I think they're
just backing away. They're just backing away so they don't get caught out, and they've got the TP available, so they're going to try and TP in with Cube and end this game. It's all on Meteor. It's all on Jin Zhao. Is Aphelios broken? Can he 3v5?
I don't feel like BLG can stand this. They're down 2 people, and both of those are big carry champions.
Here we go. They're going to jump in. Death Realm is still available. They're jumping on the Jin Zhao. He flashes away. He's not able to go down just yet, but they delete Meteor, and there's just nothing else the side of BLG can do. They're going to try and keep themselves alive, but the Kiana is
still
down.
going.
Jin Zhao is still going, though. He's eventually taken down. The Thresh can do nothing more, and Vici take us to 1-1. in this series.
Oh, BLG had that game under their lockdown for so damn long, but I'm telling you, the Kingen disrespect comes back to bite him. It always happens. It always goes to 3 games.
History repeats itself with a bit of disrespect, and he's the reason they can't end the game. He's the reason they can't take Baron. I don't want to get too harsh on him because it was just unfortunately one misstep, but at the same time, you can't do that at this level.
You gotta feel bad if you're a BLG fan. They had full map control until that one single play.
Look at it. It's like literally 43 minutes. They are 100% winning the game. Whoosh. Through a pit hole in the middle of nowhere. And honestly, those little mistakes, you mentioned it, that those rookie mistakes from Kingen, not taking a very respectful back, not going further back in the lane to get himself reset, it bites him back, and we are going to a game 3.
I don't know what to say, man.
It's all right. It's all right.
BLG slow-rolled everything. I felt like they were pretty smart with everything. You know, maybe they're the ones that should push it a little bit faster. Maybe Vici hung on close enough for this to happen, but I've got to maintain, I felt like BLG had a lockdown on that game. If they just played the 4-1, didn't get caught out, and
that was BLG's game to lose. That they did lose. That's the best way to put it. But kind of congratulations though to Vici. They found the opportunity. Great, kind of sense from Forge to go, I think he's backing here. Jumps in straight away. All of a sudden that delays it a little bit. It resets back timings. You have to burn a TP. It sets a whole myriad of things in motion. And honestly, right now, going into game 3, it's going to be very difficult to see what BLG we get, because that kind of a hit can really kill your momentum.
It really can, and Vici's going to go back onto the blue side, the far more favored side in today's meta, because you don't have to deal with all
but not
the
in today's matchup.
That is true. That is true. That is
Red
true.
side is 100% win in today's games. But
what can I say? Apparently, I think Forge did find that last Shock Blast Q combo onto the Orianna and just instantly evaporated her. This is something that it's pretty much Riot's way of saying games are not going to last past 31 minutes. We are going to end the game because Elder Dragon is going to spawn, and it does not take into effect any of your previous dragon stacking.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, we've at least gotten one answer. Elder is better than Baron, but we are going to go to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we will have picks and bans for that game, so do not go anywhere.
天下诸国征战日久，旧乱未平，新患又起。唯当死战不却，方得天赐神兵。巴山盖世，唯我贾克斯。
只能直接踢龙坑吧？哎，不踢了。
踢了，有点慢呐，踢的有点慢啊。
不敢踢龙坑，有点难受。
LNG
占据了主动权，应该是要直接卖一个女坦。女坦死前把大招给放了出来，皇子这个时候盖了上去，女枪大招感觉被逼到一个比较糟糕的位置，只好选择先放出来。现在双方的战区人数有点少，但是 LNG 的哇，剑魔突然回了好大一口血，有机会再继续打下去，但是 Q 战自己烧掉了，对。 就是他在这个，哎，等一下，
哦，被开了
一下，上来，女枪的位置好像也蛮不错的。
布隆被拉到一个人了，哎，女枪开了攻大，
尴尬，刚说完我就奶了一波。
但 Yuki 输了 ，Yuki 一个人进去了 ，Yuki 好像要被打死。
完了，交了一个闪现，还是走不出来的。现在战场上残留下来，众人感觉很难处理。不过 Maple 先被处理掉，战场正中央的不是 Maple 被处理掉，抱歉，是 Pina 先被处理掉，念错 ID 了。 但是厄斐琉斯在团战后期的一个高伤害，是否能够拯救这个局面呢？哦，火焰枪出来了！我的天哪，这个 AOE 的伤害确实是非常非常的高。
是这个英雄打团就是。
剑魔在后面在找，女坦已经被发现了，正面的远古龙还有一半的血线，
没收。正面的血量，齐亚娜，宁王有没有机会？
直接扫大招，扫宁王，抢到了远古龙。
兰博这边考了一下，两个冲锋枪打出来，汉斯克往后一拉，这边的话剑魔还在前面，剑魔想砍人，剑魔把安排给换掉了。
挑的，
铁男可以关，先关一个打野。
但是铁男这一波有没有机身？
铁男可以1v3，打不动这铁男，再靠死一个，
没蓝了呀，
无敌了，3杀。
不过女坦的绕后一路扫描过来，知道自己是没有暴露的。
视野的，他如果看到人不在，
开车了，
开了，兰博不在，
闪现指，
但只是一个最弱的布隆，布隆这边顶一下，芥末再砍，稍微打断了一下。这里的话，兰博撒出大招，
可以追击，芥末可以追击，给到一个被动。
汉德可能要被卖了，
闪现交了出来，没有死，
但刘启东直接被秒掉。 明明上这边要闪大招
，MF 和黄色的一波配合，
这边芥末砍起来了，怎么办？这个芥末还是满血，下他被秒掉，小心的话也被卖掉，春风卖出来。明美小也是有个春风，但是站起来还是要被秒，一技能，插死了一个兰博，一个闪现，一刀。
We're back. It's a game 3. Clement has had only game 3s so far in his casting of the LPL so far this year, and we are going into our third one today. Vici got themselves an Elder Drake, got themselves the win. That's kind of as simple as it was, really.
There are times that I wish I was contracted by game, so this seems like another one of those
on a game
days.
per game kind of basis.
Oh man, you really can't underestimate how strong that Elder Drake really is. Again, we're going to see this on our screen. There was 2 open inhibitors for BLG. They were winning the entire game, but all it took was a little bit of aim coming in from Forge, and poof!
Yep, gets the execute damage straight down. Yeah, it's a pretty silly buff, but I suppose it is end up kind of answering the question that Elder Drake is definitely better than the Baron in that particular regard. And overall, BLG, we were talking about it a little bit during the break, they kind of played a bit too safe, a bit too methodical. Now, you can never really play too methodical, I suppose, in these kind of situations, but it definitely came back to biting them, and also the inexperience of Kingen also, you know, really didn't help them out with it delaying a lot of different things.
I think this is going to change a lot of ways the teams really view macro. If you're going to go late and super safe, you actually are forcing more risk onto yourself by bringing on the possibility of an Elder Drake into a turned game. And we've seen this happen twice already in our 3 days of the LPL. It's going to be a major issue, and maybe some teams are even going to play keep away for those Drakes. Like, if you don't take the 4th Drake, there is no Elder Drake.
That could be very much a thing. It's like, well, you know what, you take your 2nd one, you take your 3rd one, because right now no one has a 4th, and we get to the point where a 2nd Baron is better than a Dragon Soul because no Elder Drake has spawned. But Vici, they're going to feel pretty decent about that one. It started very strong. The mid-game kind of went a bit muddy, but then the late-game execution was all they kind of needed. So if they can fix that little bit in the middle, they'd be looking very good.
They dragged the game out long enough. A lot of the pick movements that they made in the bottom side were actually enough to drag the game out, where they made it into a one-team fight type of situation, one pick type of situation. And I think what BLG are going to be looking at in terms of their own VOD reviews is, how could we have pushed this a little bit further? Could someone else have went to the Mordekaiser and maybe secured an earlier kill? Or could we have helped the rotation, or maybe did the force where they got the TP out of Cube earlier on? Maybe they could have done that a little bit earlier. So a lot of things to review on BLG. And I've got to say, this is exactly how Fofo's game went with Coach Sim on JT as well. They dragged the games out so long, a lot of times their leads evaporated.
We are into the picks and bans for Game 3, the final game in this series for Vici versus BLG. As you can see, Aphelios, Lucian, and Akali banned by BLG, with the Olaf, the Pantheon, and the Rumble banned by Vici. And this time, they are first picking the Elise.
And this is a good game to see if BLG are actually going to trend towards the mid-fortune type of play. I guess not. Instant lock with the Kiana. And we have to mention this is something that Fofo really likes to play as well. So maybe he's going to be the one pushing the temple this time with the Kiana that he got in Game 1.
Kiana going over to the side of Meteor in the last game. Wasn't amazing. Didn't have as much impact as we probably would have wanted him to have on it. But they still locked that one in. The Misfortune now locked in as well, this time for Jin Jiao. So might be seeing a different AD carry again for iBoy, who's had to flex his AD carry champ pool a little bit in this game.
Did go back to the Xayah in Game 2, but the Senna is still very much higher priority from what we've seen so far. And ooh, this is a fun one coming out from Forge. Forge actually went 10 kills and was flawless against Scout during the Dmasha Cup, a champion he's really good on.
I was going to say, I'm loving this little bit kind of adaptation coming out from BG in this series. They are prioritizing the jungle and a solo lane in their first rotation of picks, because they're not letting it just get down to the point of you're just not going to get a good lane. You're not going to have to be left up with just an Ornn. And I quite like this idea coming out from them, because it means that they do have some kind of flexibility when throwing their, you know, second phase of bans out.
Yeah, double flex is very powerful in today's matchups, and it's the main reason why you see something like Lucian and Akali being banned out. Not necessarily because they're amazing in one single lane, but because they can be everywhere. And Vici Gaming playing around that fact that, you know, we could be seeing Q, but maybe even picking up the Aurelia as well.
LeBlanc locked in here, though, for the side of BLG, so that almost certainly means that Kiana is going back into the hands of Meteor. Again, didn't have a bad game, didn't have an amazing game, so it's kind of a see what he can do differently coming into Game 3. Nautilus and Mordekaiser banned by Vici and BLG, respectively. We'll see what the final bans are going to be on either side. Do they think that it's going to be a top lane or mid lane Aurelia? That's kind of the big question right now for BLG.
I would say just take out the Aatrox. Actually Renekton. What I was thinking about is just taking away strong picks that can be blind picket in the top side. So Mordekaiser and Renekton both fit that bill. Renekton very difficult to dive in these situations. And also they already have the Elise, so they don't want the tower dive potential to go back the other way. Now the question for Vici is what type of support do they ban out? There's actually very few S tier supports in the meta right now. I would say just the tank ones are probably the best. You have Nautilus, Leona, and then probably Braum being the third most picked.
I'm going to go with the Camille instead. Kingan did have a pretty decent game. Eventually became just such a monster on that pick, and we'll see now what BLG want to go for. It's probably going to be the Thresh or the Braum realistically.
Still like the Braum a little bit more. It's very difficult to get away from the Braum. So if the Leona engages and she doesn't instantly find the kill there, it's very easy for the lane to then turn it around. So do still prefer the Braum, even though Nami has been given massive buffs.
Don't think we'll see Nami for a while though. Just with the way the meta is, with people being able to delete squishies. Don't think we're going to be seeing her anytime soon. But iBoy hovering the Kai'Sa did see that relatively recently enough, but Kai'Sa just not in a great spot right now, but will be locked in.
Vici are going to have to change their game plan. I think they're going to have to trend more towards the mid lane rather than anywhere else. Kai'Sa Leona, great burst, level 6, but before that, you're really going to be struggling in this lane.
See now what the final pick is here for Vici. Got a bit of time before they need to lock that one in. Plenty of options available as well. You mentioned the Aatrox, the Ornn, obviously what they're hovering right now. There's a Gangplank, which we saw earlier as well. BLG will have the counter pick. They are going to see it going into the Ornn. So Ornn, pretty damn safe, pretty damn, kind of central tank kind of territory. But we did see Cube not really have a great time in game 1 with it, so I want to see something different.
We are still going to get the Ornn back, and what I can say about this is pretty smart because the jungler is already going to be coming in with 80 damage, and it's really hard to force a favorable matchup, even if you have the Fiorna versus the Ornn. So you can see BLG transitioning away from that. They're going to go for more of an early game bot lane, dump all of your ultimates there, focus type of team composition. A switch up coming in from both sides, much more team fight heavy from Vici Gaming is something that they showcase they can do very well in the Masha Cup. And for BLG, we're going to see them finally trying to prioritize Jin Zhao's lane.
And for Fofo as well, he is on a carry. He is on someone that it's not Orianna duty. It's not something that you just have to sit back and hope that everything goes well. You are on a LeBlanc. If you need to make something happen, you can.
Yeah. So he probably watched too much of Lane Kingdom from Azale yesterday. It's like, yes, I can match Rookie. I can play this Orianna.
How to beat Rookie. Every gold and silver player was like, I could do that. Because I know I was, and I'm just barely. I got plat 4.
That's nice.
It's all right. I haven't done my placements this year though.
It's a pocket pick for Fofo as well, but I think he's much better on something that can impact the game early rather than relying on scaling later on.
We'll see exactly how it all fans out. BLG had game 2, had a clean 2-0 within their grasp, but unfortunately was swiped away from them by Vici Gaming. Vici with new iBoy, new Coach Koma, new everything almost at this stage, looking to try and take their first step towards really cementing themselves back as a top team in the LPL in Chinese League of Legends. And looking at the two team comps as they came in, what's your bet?
I favor Vici.
Yes,
in this draft.
This is the first time.
Yeah, I know. I actually like this team fight centric draft. I feel like iBoy is going to have that sort of edge over Jin Zhao when it comes down to it. And BLG, even though they did play very fast and aggressive in Dimasha Cup, this is not a style that is natural to them. This is something that is very much new and very much an addition with Fofo coming on the roster.
We are into the final game. We're going to be jumping onto the Rift for the last time for these two teams. Both looking to start their season off in the best way possible with a win. All comes down to this best of one. LEC style, as we're jumping straight in. I will say I noticed a distinctive lack of BLG this time around. Game 2 it was like, yeah, go BLG. That time I was like, oh, BLG. BLG, cool.
They're a massive streaming service, and a lot of times they give out pretty good gifts for their fans. I got a couple keychains from them as well, so they always do a bit of a fan bribing there at the arena.
I think most of the teams are pretty good at that, though.
Yeah.
Rogue Warriors had a cat yesterday.
I just brought a live cat in a Pokeball there.
oh no, they brought a cat to their fan store. It was really cute.
I like Persians.
I like them a lot. But Rogue Warriors is yesterday, BLG Vici is today. Have a look at both junglers kind of getting the blue buff star. Forge is just going to jump straight onto Fofo, and you can see he was already pretty much anticipating this, picked up the corrupting pot just to make sure he could sustain and trade as equally as possible.
Yeah, Aurelia level 1 is definitely one of the strongest champions. You get your 40% extra attack speed by getting all of your Ionia Fervor, and you can stack that with Blade Surge. So you see this very common in the early trades. And also because of BLG's start in the bottom side, I do believe that Vici got a push lead here and are threatening level 2 already.
Always got to be wary of the level 2 coming in from the Leona. Isn't going to get it just yet, though, as it had to go off in ward, just in case. But again, see exactly where this Elise goes. Chieftain had a pretty okay game in Game 2 with that Elise, so I'm excited or curious to see where he brings it from there. Meteor had also had a pretty decent performance. Definitely not as convincing as his first game, but still doing pretty averagely well.
I think we're going to have a pretty cold opening here. Not a lot going to happen unless in the mid lane. That's the lane where Aurelia can get punished relatively early on. And we've actually seen a lot of Knight play this matchup, the Aurelia versus the LeBlanc. And he gave up a couple of tricks on stream on how to outplay the LeBlanc at this point. You do have to set up your flawless duet in a perpendicular position and try to catch the original position that LeBlanc distorts in, and also her end area as well. Try to hit both of them, and that's how you can find those extra stacks for your Blade Surge.
This has been my TED Talk. Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. This has been your TED Talk. So we see Meteor just letting Cube know that he's here. And he is very much aware that Cube is trying to push into this Gangplank. Gangplank, though, versus the Ornn should be relatively safe. Didn't really get to touch on it at all, but the Gangplank isn't really there to win against the Ornn. He's just there to basically add the cannon barrage across lanes. He's not really going to die at any point. Or rather, shouldn't die at any point. Better way to put it.
And the game's shaping up exactly as we expected. Pretty slow going for both sides. Talking about the support matchup, this is one where Leona actually does find it quite favorable against the Braum. She's going to be a lot tankier just because of that Aftershock, and all of her armor and magic resistance do fall on herself, so they're not spread across 2 targets. It's one where if Leona engages on the middle of the lane, she can typically find a small HP lead over the Braum. It's just about getting out after that point, though.
There is no getting out with a Leona. It's only go in. See Fofo just pushing into this mid lane. Like I said, fairly cold open for these guys. Forge more than happy to let this lane push up so he can start getting a reset of his own. First dragon is going to be that Infernal. As we see Chieftain roaming up here. Is going to be spotted very briefly there on a ward. Don't know if Kingen saw it though. Is seeing him now, as that is a very defensive ward just being pushed in right there. You see him now just trying to jump in on top of Kingen, but unfortunately for the side of Vici, Gangplank's incredibly safe with those oranges.
Yep, not really going to affect that, and we're going straight into the level 6 now. Now, the dynamics change quite a bit here. Number 1, Forge, I think, is going to have a lead just in the roaming department. His ultimate kill potential is going to be a lot higher onto the likes of Meteor, and I do favor the 2v2 after this point on. And the other point is that we're going to see a lot more action happening because BLG will want to leverage that cannon barrage coming in from the top lane and try to make the bot lane kill happen.
BLG are fine with this right now. It's a very slow, like you said, very unhappening start of the game, as we see now Meteor and Shinmo just sitting around in this mid lane. We are going to see them jumping straight on top of him. He flashes away after getting exhausted. Will he be able to stay away? No, he won't, but they will not trade off onto Jinmo. He gets himself just out in time. That is going to be first blood over to BLG. Cannon Barrage goes down. Cube has got the Call of the Forge God. Is going to be able to use it. Gets the knock up. There's the heal. Ooh. Not quite able to get the damage. Not enough there in the clap. But speaking of clap, here comes Meteor. There's no real vision here for Cube. Meteor and Fofo coming in. TP going to be used as well. Meteor and Kingen just going to try and coast him around as they get the stun off. Forge going to be getting his own stun off as well with the Flawless Duet. And Forge, oh no, buddy. That's a tilt-a-port.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate. Straight out of kill into the mid lane. He goes top and really no reason to be there like that. Didn't anticipate that Fofo would hang around on the map and roam with them too.
That is very, very unfortunate. And Forge, again, kind of giving away these little, you know, small advantages to the side of BLG. Not really what we were kind of hoping for this player. Definitely needs to see himself shore up those issues and bring himself back in line with the rest of his team, because that is 2 deaths very quickly. Now, the positive is, side of Vici did pick themselves up an Infernal Drake, but even then, you're still looking at a couple of question mark pings on the map there.
And this is going to continue. If you look at the summoners here, Forge no longer has his flash. He's basically a sitting duck whenever Meteor wants to pick him off. He can't really adventure past his own river at this point. This is going to be very scary, and if you look at the wave right now, it is pushing in towards Fofo. So I think Forge is going to have a quick shove and just go back.
Got to reset it as best he can, get himself back onto the map with any kind of item or two. You can see BLG just happy enough going with this kind of style. They know that the bot lane isn't the focus right now. They know that Jin Zhao, like you said in game 1 with the Misfortune pick in general, is just an artillery cannon. As long as she is safe, you are fine. And there is no Braum this time around to really stop her. That means that Solar Flare or Xenoblade is going to have to be on point from the side of Maestro.
We have seen this matchup a couple times before in the Demacia Cup, and what tends to happen is iBoys tries to find the W onto Misfortune and just goes backline and assassinate her. However, this time around we are seeing Jinja with the cleanse, so playing another very defensive bottom lane. This is not exactly what I expected. I thought BLG was going to try and focus a little bit harder on that lane, but it seems that they just have most of their eggs into the Fofo basket once more.
So far, so good for the side of BLG. They're definitely reaping the rewards of having themselves use that, use the Fofo basket as such. As you see Meteor now, just trying to find another move. Maestro's on the top side of the map as they are resetting. Looks like the Rift Herald is probably going to be the first move here. We're seeing that Vici, despite losing those 2 kills very early on, they're still looking for that same tempo that they had in game 2, where they took the Dragon, quickly rotated their bot lane, took the Rift Herald, and then went again. As we see Fofo stunned up, gets the Xenoblade down. Oh, that's a bad use of the ult there. Vanguard's Age does not land. There's the Cannon Barrage as well. Maestro just about gets out with the help of a heal from iBoy, but a couple of ultimates down. Not really the best situation there for the side of Vici. They don't really gain much.
The big one still left up is for Cube and his Call of the Forge God, so they're still looking to push this one a little bit by Vici.
Cube, what are you doing? As I say that though, LeBlanc gets caught out on the backside. It was all an elaborate bait. Now he goes in. There's the Call of the Forge God. Gonna land in. Gonna go in as well with the Void Seeker as well. Try and get as much damage as they can with that Misfortune ultimate. Forge is separated from his team, will not be able to get out. The flash in for the Misfortunate as well means that she's going to be able to take down everybody. Cube is also just trying to run away. Double kill for Jin Zhao. And BLG just able to just race through this Vici lineup.
Happens to be a 4-for-1, and the MVP for me in that single fight has to be Kingen, landing his barrels on 3 people inside of the river, slowing everyone, and that leaves way for the Gun-Ho-Ho Pirate combo to mow everyone down.
Thought it was a bait for Vici, but Vici were actually baiting themselves. It was 5D chess. They picked themselves up Fofo, and then from there, like you said, the AoE damage coming out from the side of BLG, just so much from the pirate duo of Misfortune and Gangplank.
I didn't mind the idea so much, but I do believe that they didn't actually manage to stop Jin Zhao by any meaningful... Oh, that was actually a 5-man. Never mind about 3. That was the entire team taking the hit.
Everyone getting peppered on the backside, which means that Forge and iBoy just could not find themselves a way back up that ramp. And then the rest is history. Whew.
That was not a bad idea from Vici, but severely outplayed in the trades.
Like I said, it caught me off guard. They got the very edge of the cocoon landing onto Fofo, which kind of set off a weird chain reaction of fights. But Kingin, with that gangplank, able to really come out strong in that sense. And the Rift Herald does go over as well from the side of BLG. And right now, we're going to see now exactly how they want to transition this, how they want to look for any kind of extra advantages. Dragon up in 40 seconds. Right now, Vici there falling behind again, just like in game 1. We'll see exactly how they kind of look for it. I think right now, BLG, they should be feeling pretty damn comfortable. But overall, Vici is not really finding themselves any kind of advantages. They picked off Fofo. They didn't really look for anything else after that. I think they were kind of surprised with how they found Fofo as well in that jungle.
I think the idea was definitely good, but let's see if Kingin can actually escape from this one.
Oh, it's going to be very difficult. They lair the CC very nicely, but as I say that, he tick booms down. And that is going to be the cannon barrage used there to no avail. They do get themselves a nice clean pick, but that means Mountain is pretty much free to take, and so is bot lane.
And we have to notice, this is the overloading situation that we're talking about. If you have true damage, you're always going to win out on these trades like this. So Vici are not even going to try. They're instead transitioning over for a pick onto mid lane. Can't find it, and with the kill trade plus the turret, I would have to say BLG actually still come out slightly ahead in this one.
Only got the 1 plate in top side, 4 plates in bot, shared between Meteor and Fofo. And now Dragon is the call for both sides. 2,000 gold lead here though for BLG. They got themselves a little bit of a reset as well. This Misfortune is getting pretty damn big as well. If she can get a good bullet time, you can see the pirate combo, like you said, the yo-ho-ho. Just working out so damn well for BLG.
I love pirates. They should be in more games.
They weren't around for that long. Like the actual like pirate pirates. I mean, like there are still pirates, but like not that we like, you know, Yar. Like the Yar pirates that we think about.
No contest coming in from Vici whatsoever.
I don't think they can, to be perfectly honest. Right now, it's very much a dragon you have to just concede. You got the first one, well done to you. It's down an Ocean Drake, some more honey fruits, more bushes. Less places for you to go, as I say, Jin Zhao. Got to get hit by the Xenoblade to jump straight in. There's the cleanse, but it's not enough. Shut down going over there to iBoy. And that's the kind of pick-off you need if you're Vici.
It's very sweet positioning coming in from Maestro, just forcing him to the side. And even with the cleanse, that wasn't enough. Had the Kaisa coming in right after that with the Killer Instinct. So well played there. And this is what we wanted to see from Vici. A lot more initiation coming in from Maestro this game.
See what they go for. Oh, nice little steal there. Void Seeker going to steal that one there. And right now, this is the beauty of the Ocean Drake that you can do. Like you were saying, you can... Oh, the Xenoblade lands. They land the CC covering down on top of him, and they take him down. Fofo, you got to respect the CC chain, man. You just saw your 80 carry get taken down.
I don't know what to say about that one. Just walking in again and again. And BLG do actually have the tools to check this. They just need to wait for the members and be a little bit more patient, you know. Shimo was already on his way in this play, and it seems like they were getting a little bit angsty just to make sure the push in the top lane wasn't going to take down that tower.
Will not lose the tower just yet, but all 3 lanes being pushed in there as we see 6 turret plates to 2 in favor of BLG, but the gold still sits at about 1,500 gold. Those extra few kills, those 1 or 2 little small tidbits of CS going in favor of iBoy as well, just mean that this game isn't quite done yet. They're not quite out of it just yet. And the scaling is very even, in my opinion, over across the board. It's not real kind of clear winner as such. It kind of depends on how the team fight pans out.
Yeah, I do like Vici's comp a little bit more even in the late game just because of the ease of execution. This is you set your line straight up. You do normal initiations going in with Cube, his Ornn, and you can just take the fight, roll the fight from start to finish. You can go from front line to back line quite easily. BLG's not going to be able to stand up to that one. They don't really have a legitimate front line to keep everyone safe here. So if Vici can get to objectives first without anyone getting picked off, they should have a sizable advantage, even with the gold deficit they have right now.
A bit of a gold deficit. You can see Aurelia with the 3 saddest items in the game. Almost a Triforce, as I like to call it. It's kind of one of those moments of just, God damn it. I was so close. Like 300 gold off, or even less actually, but
333. They kept that in the game.
333, but you never. It used to be 33, didn't it? Like years ago.
Oh, that
That was a while ago now.
That's a little bit too low.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
and it
a
used
lot
to
of
be.
people
It
just
used, yeah,
wait
it used to be Zeal as well. It used to not be Stinger.
That's true. They didn't really change the color for the Triforce. You'd think the blades would look, less yellowy.
What would Freak do then? Freak wouldn't know what to do.
Oh,
His
he's got
entire
tons of fun, it's
entire
fine.
brand is that one image.
Did you see the new set video? Oh my god.
I have not. I'm very excited to see him though. I'm excited to play him.
Azale said it best. He put too many puns and it was set up for failure.
Oh dear. Dear Lord. Q now going in on top of King and forces out the cannon barrage,
Doesn't flash away from it.
Is actually going to try and keep going on top of this though. Will get the knock up. They're trying to keep him going. This very even fight here. Don't know if you really want to go for it, but Chieftain going to try and wrap around and try and see if he can get this. But Kingen now knows he's not safe underneath this turret.
He's going to try to clear the wave and run away with the extra movement speed.
Aye, boy. He's nearly there. He's almost caught him, but there's the flash. But now Kingen, there's just too many people from Vici. Goodbye, good sir. This is the day you did, in fact, catch Pirate Kingen. He made it hard though.
Yeah,
he made a good effort.
The entire team from BLG is now rotated towards the bottom lane, so this should mean a free top side. They're going to push the wave very deep. Someone has to respond to that one, and Vici should get a lead here, grouping up on this next Drake fight. It's going to be a Ocean Drake, but this is what we were talking about, using that front-to-back team fight advantage that they have. They have a good setup.
With the dragon spawning now as well in 30 seconds, you have Kingen, but you've no flash on your top laner. Cannon Barrage should just be about up by the time it ends up spawning, so they should still have that kind of AoE ho-ho-ho, as you like to call it. But that actually sounds a little bit more like Santa than it does a pirate.
Yeah, I did realize. I'm not exactly sure what pirates.
I did it incorrect. That was me. That was my bad. It's yo-ho-ho.
Need to work up on that pirate lore.
Yeah. Didn't think I'd need it, but, you know, life throws weird things at you.
Strange places indeed.
You see now, and this is pretty much going to be a free dragon right now. Cube's actually being collapsed upon. He should be taken out almost immediately as he's just got no magic resistance whatsoever. Does get the call of the Forge God out there straight away. They're trying to burst down the dragon as much as they can. They haven't got the stun though, and the pink ward at the back means that they are able to get Chieftain out. Dragon goes over to Vici.
Good play by both sides. Vici got what they came here for, despite, what they actually wanted to do. They can still stack up this Drake Soul and still force BLG to commit to a full-on team fight relatively early in the mid-game.
There's a defend mid as well. You can see Rift Herald is going to be the next port of call for both these sides. Still 6 seconds on Ornn. Cube has got TP available to him. So we see that double pink ward, or double vision ward, I should say, in that bush, just trying to keep BLG as hidden as possible.
Yeah, a little unfortunate on the timings coming in for BLG. Fofo does need to go back for a big buy. Gets the blasting wand, heading straight
so
back out.
Did you see that? Chieftain went to auto attack it, and just as his auto attack hit it, it got the second little bit of link, so it went back down to 1.
Yeah.
It was just very unfortunate. And right now, if you're feeling, you're looking at Vici's items, you're feeling pretty good. You got the upgraded Iceborne Gauntlet, you've got the Stork Shoes and Runic Echoes, and now a Rylai's Crystal Scepter onto Chieftain. Triforce finished up, Guinzoos, and you've also got the stacking Manamune. You have items, you have ways of getting into this fight. You just need to choose the correct fight.
It's all about the setup coming in from them. And I just wanted to point out something that, outside of Shelly just dying.
No! That was so sad.
It was. Hearing that creak and
the
juices come out.
Oh, she is a void monster, I suppose.
We still have sympathy for void monsters.
Do we?
I love monsters. I love Cho'Gath. That's my
true.
first mains. Anyway, what I wanted to say was that I always feel bad about Kai'Sa because usually her items don't get upgrades from Ornn. That's a great combo nonetheless, but if you're a Kai'Sa player, don't bug your top lane Ornn for item upgrades. He just doesn't have them for the Rage Blade or the Manamune.
Might have them for your IE super late in the game. Maybe. But, as you say, not something that she can get on super early on. It's not that big of a deal, realistically. She only gets about 1,000 gold worth of stats, so it's not that important as such. But coming into the 21-minute part of the game. We see BLG rotating towards this top side while Vici focusing on that bot. Looks like a trade of turrets.
Ornn's already stacking up to be completely unkillable. 2 upgraded Masterwork items here, and BLG don't really have any sustained AP damage whatsoever to take him down. It's going to be very difficult, so a lot of the onus is going to fall towards Fofo and towards Meteor to really get rid of iBoy and make sure if they're trading backlines at the very least, they have a chance in the team fight.
These mid lane turrets still standing on the tier 1 side for both these teams. I gotta admit, Chieftain, he's slowly come into this series. He's definitely become a much more consistent player to what I would have imagined he was at the start of the season. It definitely didn't look great from game 1, but he hasn't let that tilt him, and he's now looking fairly decent in my opinion.
And that's an interesting buy. You don't typically see the Elises go for the Rylai's. I think what he's thinking about is just trying to put more pressure onto Kingen. They know that he's a rookie player coming in onto BLG, and it does have a tendency to overpush. So with that Rylai's, they're going to be able to find more kills with the Ornn into those side lanes.
We do have a pause. Looks like it's going to be from the Vici Gaming side. Hopefully that gets sorted out very, very soon. But yeah, I just on your point as well on the Elise, I think it is either to kind of put pressure onto Kingen to force him to get his orange out of him much quicker. Also, I think as well, this is the iBoy kind of, if Kai'Sa gets the super late game, she will shred.
Yep.
So if you are able to consistently slow people down, give her the space and the time that she needs, iBoy should be able to rip through these team fights along with Aurelia diving on the backside. So I actually quite like the adaptation. I think it makes a lot of sense in this particular game, especially considering, like you said, the side of BLG don't really have a front line.
Yeah, and I also think the reason is that she's going to keep herself out of just being sniped off by Fofo. That's going to be an important part of how this matchup forms up. However, talking about iBoy being the most fed member on the team, it always creates a little bit of tension for iBoy fans out there. This is part of the reason you love him, because sometimes he does go in very, very early on and has cost Vici a couple games already in the Demacia Cup. I want to see if there's going to be another voice that pulls him back. It used to be Mako when he was on EDG. I wonder if Maestro can do the trick this time.
Right now we're at a pretty even state of the game, I think it's fair to say. Who do you feel is coming into this, after this pause, a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more, feeling like they have the tools available to them to win this?
I've been saying this from draft. I definitely favor Vici's draft now. It's going to be hard for Kingen to even push Ornn out of the lane at this point. Even with his, armor ignoring barrels, it's very difficult to cut through a frozen fist and also a Hailforge cape. That's the amount of armor on those 2 items and the additional passive that gives Ornn free bonus armor and magic resist makes it almost impossible. So we've been seeing we've been seeing Cube with the help of Elise. Whenever the 2 are together, they're willing to push very deep into BLG territory.
I still think that this Fortune is going to end up getting some crazy ass engage. I don't know why. It's just in my head. I feel like it is something that's going to happen.
It could, but they're going to need a lot of help to make it happen. You're talking about Solar Flare that can disregard any terrain. Brahm's not going to be able to stop that one.
That's true, but I have seen in the LPL people miss Solar Flares on stationary targets. So I'm just going to reserve that from my own judgment.
That did happen.
It did. It did happen at a Dragon Pit. It wasn't even like she just stopped and then you just anticipate. Like, she was stopped for about a second. I still think that, for BLG, though, the style of game, they got, like we said earlier, they are a Korean-style team in a sea of team-fighting LPL teams.
That is true.
And I like that coming into this because it means that they won't take a fight unless they know they can 100% win it. Now, it slightly bit them back, yes, in the last game. We can kind of blame that on Kingen's BM just because, that's what Superstition does to you. But overall, I still think that BLG have the tools available to them should they find the opportunities to really bring this going back into their own favor.
It's not Superstition if it happens every time.
That's a fact at that stage. But ladies and gentlemen, we are, of course, back onto the Rift. You can see BLG using the pause to re-energize themselves, revitalize themselves, and get themselves some decent vision control around this topside river in the mid lane. is going to be dragon spawning in 40 seconds, and you can imagine that BLG will want to try and deny that as much as they possibly can to make sure that Vici don't get to that coveted 4th Elder stack.
Do see BLG coming out very strong after getting a quick back onto Fofo. He's already going for the double magic penetration. So he's got his eyes stuck onto iBoy. He knows how he needs to win this fight. He pretty much has to sneak behind enemy lines and make it happen for BLG at this point. So on the flip side, I do expect iBoy to start trending towards maybe the Maw. We've seen some Wits End as well, but I do like the Maw a little bit more. It prevents you from being taken out right after the fight begins.
Speaking of potential fight beginning, iBoy just got the upgrade on the Manamune. So he has got the Mirror Mana, which means he's getting a lot more damage. Also has the Rapid Fire Cannon for a little bit of extra safety, and of course that extra bit of crit. He's in a very powerful position. He's full item ahead of his counterpart in Jin Zhao. This Dragon is the next port of call. All 5, they jump in, they're trying to get the ultimates down. They're not quite able to get it. They get him eventually, and that's going to be the call of 4 God, but only to try and disengage. There's the Solar Flare. It's not going to be able to catch out much, but it's going to be able to slow down the rest of Vici Gaming. Double kill for Misfortune. She goes in as well. The Aurelia is dead. There's no more damage. It needs to be all on this Elise. She just hasn't got the health bar, and now Cube is all by himself. He flashes away, and BLG find the fight.
BLG finally get the pick that they're looking for. That was their only chance to win a team fight at this Drake pit, and they found it without iBoy using his ultimate or getting his flash up. A great pick coming in from Meteor.
That was just clean as you like, and that is why Meteor is considered the star of this team. He saw an opportunity, a split-second decision, flash, in with the Qs to stun him up, and then immediately with the ultimate for everyone to follow it.
Such a well-done play right there. Vici had eyes on Fofo the entire time. Look at the ward around blue. They knew Fofo was there, and that's why they ventured over. Even though the stun did not actually land, from the ultimate, the damage was enough from Jin Zhao to finish up that kill. And you can see, without iBoy, there isn't enough damage to take this fight anymore on the side of Vici.
Chieftain tries so very hard. You can see how tantalizingly close he is to killing off 2 people, maybe even being able to try and kite out Fofo, but at that stage, just not enough. And that's going to be 2 dragons apiece, and he 3,000 gold lead in favor of BLG.
They also reset the Dragon Soul timer here, a very important win coming in from BLG. There's going to be less threat coming in from later Elder Drakes that they're going to force them into 5v5 team fights, and also, of course, the Ocean Dragon Soul. However, we did see Cube last a very, very, very long time in that fight. There was 4 people wailing onto him, and he was still able to walk away.
I suppose we've kind of seen the pros and cons of both teams in that particular team fight, whereas if Vici lose iBoy, they just do not have the damage to continue a fight going. But on the other side, BLG just haven't got that much burst to take down such a huge tanky boy that Cube is. So see now they're both A-ramming it right now. Here's the call of the Forge God coming in, going to try and find anybody but straight through the goalposts of Kingen and Fofo. Means that's a big AoE ultimate down, and now Vici needs to be very careful.
I still like the idea, though. If Vici have their formation set, they can be super aggressive in chasing down these teamfight opportunities and these engages, because, you know, iBoy's going to be safe. Everyone's going to have eyes on iBoy at that point. There's going to be no brushes that they can find themselves caught out for. So I do like Vici's ideas of just forcing out, you know, potentially summoners and trying to go for these engages.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, but it looks like this mid lane turret will be the focus for BLG. They will take it down. That opens up the map a little bit more. Those extra bushes on the sides there, you will now see becoming a little bit more of a nuisance for Vici.
What you're going to see in the later team fights is what JD Gaming has been doing with LeBlanc all of this Damasha Cup and in the LPL new season. Fofo's going to be coming in from a different angle, or he could just go in like that one. But what's happening?
What better angle than straight into you, but right in front of your face? As if you say that, though, Chieftain goes up, but they're not going to feel confident enough to try and keep chasing him. They didn't have full vision of exactly where everybody was, so nice, wise decision coming in here from the side of BLG, but that Baron is very, very closely becoming the biggest focal point for both these teams.
That was very close for Chieftain, because if you repel up, the tether still stays on you. So you're going to be stunned when you come back down on that one. He has to be incredibly safe, and we're seeing why that Rylai pick was in the inventory of a Chieftain here. Just gives him a little bit of error room to survive.
Room for error.
Room for error.
There you go. See, you teach me player names, I teach you English.
Oh, so sweet.
Yeah,
of you,
I know. We
Penguin.
learn from each other, you know? But after a hectic few minutes, we have started to slow down quite a bit, and you can see both sides just happy enough to pick up an item or two, pick up a bit of sidewave farm. No one's really going to look for anything until about a minute's time. Minute 10, I'm going to go ahead and say. And that's when the next Ocean Drake spawns, and that's when both sides are going to try and want to get that spawn of the Dragon Soul on their side, on their advantage.
Some fun item choices here coming from iBoy. He wanted to pick up the QSS first, and then just thinking about it, I'm good enough. I'm going to go for the BF sword.
I did see that, actually. Yeah, it looked like it was going for defense. It's like, wait, who am I? I'm iBoy. I don't do defense. I go straight in, and if I win, I'm a god. If I lose, well, then I guess I'm self-made building an IE on Rek'Sai.
Who did that?
Self-made built an IE.
Okay.
It had 25% crit chance, and the idea behind it is that in one of your three off your when you're unburrowed hits a crit, you can one-shot an 80 carry.
Okay.
Now, unfortunately for him, he did not crit on any single one of his hits and ended up dying. But the theory is there. That's just a theory.
Could be also going for the GA, and I think this is actually a decent scenario for it. Most of the times, 80 carries don't go for GA because they're the last one to die, but in this instance, no one's going to kill the Leona.
Oh, that's unfortunate there. No flash available. Cube taking a bit of chunk off him as well, down to about 3/4 HP, and I honestly think that's Vici going to have to concede this dragon now. They can't really fight it.
They took a lot of damage there, and more importantly, they did lose a flash from Leona, so it's going to be a lot harder to engage or stop Jin Zhao at this point.
That's going to be the Dragon Soul available. It's going to be the Ocean Dragon Soul, which means that every time you get a hit off of ability or a auto attack, you heal a little bit. Very handy.
Still need one more Drake for that to be the case, and Chieftain's in a good position to find the catch.
Does get a lot of damage down onto Meteor. That means they're going to have to force him with Forge. They're going to go in to get the GA going. There's the call of Forge God. Doesn't land onto anybody. It's going to be a golden on the top side as well. But Forge needs to back away. He needs to try and find himself getting out of this. But the bullet time is huge. And it's just wrecking across the side of Vici. And they are on full retreat. Fofo untouched, full mana. But he thinks otherwise of it and goes straight towards that Baron.
I really don't like Forge's decision to actually chase up the ramp like that. There's a Gangplank and Misfortune in plain sight. That had to be a mistake coming in from their part, and it forces Vici to engage up very unfavorable circumstances, giving away the Baron.
Baron goes over, 2 kills as well. And right there is those little small mistakes are why Vici almost pretty much lost the first game. Is those small decisions is why the BLG were able to snowball it. And you can see right here, it looks fantastic, but then they just overcommit.
Yeah, it was a very good find on their part, but honestly, getting the GA away from Meteor should have been enough right here. Look at where Forge is. He's among 4 BLG members, and it's so damn easy to open up. Jin Zhao even has the chance to wait for the Leona ultimate to come out before he lets loose.
And even, if anything, fair enough, you went that far ahead, but you then bait the rest of your team to kind of follow up that ramp. And like you said, you have a Gangplank, you have a Misfortune, you have so much AoE that can just come back at your team. It's just not worth going up for it, and they get very heavily punished. And now we're seeing a 6,000 gold lead for BLG with the Baron. And they're going to be looking to push down these lanes and really, you know, push home this narrative that they are better than Vici.
That should have been the perfect scenario for Vici, but now they're looking at a very difficult team fight, even with their composition, because there's no summoners left on iBoy anymore.
Keep himself alive. He had to just try and use absolutely everything, including the kitchen sink. And you can see there a Mortal Reminder picked up there by Jin Zhao, means that his ultimates are going to be shredding through these team fights. Even with Cube able to have that amount of armor and health on him, he's still not going to stand a chance.
And on the other hand, iBoy is going to go for full damage. He's going to try and carry himself through all of his team fights, not actually going for any of the GAs or defensive items that we were looking for.
There's 2 cannon minions stacked now on this bot side, and they're going to keep pushing in on top of this bot lane turret. Forge is still up on top side. I think he's just trying to keep himself there to try and maybe bait out a bit of a fight, maybe a bit of a wraparound, but at the same time, it's just not really going to work out for the side of Vici. They need to call him back, because otherwise they're going to lose another inhibitor, or they're going to lose their first inhibitor.
Yeah, they definitely are going to lose this tower. There's no way they can stop this one in time, and Forge indeed comes back after pushing all that way, but I don't think he actually did anything there.
Didn't get enough damage down. This mid lane turret now down very, very low. It's going to be Fofo distorting in, auto-attacking and distorting out, and that means that the base has been cracked open in mid and bot lane. iBoy taking so much damage. Fofo able to bring him down just a little bit more. He has no flash. He's just about outside of the range of the cannon barrage, but that is almost certainly going to mean 2 inhibitors get cracked open now as BLG take control.
Gotta say, that was a bit of a miss from Kingen. I'm pretty sure he could actually have killed iBoy if he positioned that correctly. The center of it has a 60% slow, and that could have finished the game right there. But fortunately enough for iBoy, he does manage to walk out of the center of the Death's Daughter.
And now we're looking at a very different game from about 5 minutes ago. One overextension from Vici has opened up the floodgates for BLG, and they are not relenting. A minute until that dragon is spawning, and you can tell that's exactly what BLG are going to go for. Again, slow, methodical, LCK-esque in just making sure they tick all their boxes, cross all their T's, and dot all their I's.
I would say this is a much more important soul on the side for Vici compared to BLG. They actually have a sustained team fight while BLG are just trying to burst down their backline a little. So I think overall BLG are going to play this to try and deny and also try to find a chance to catch iBoy out without his flash.
iBoy has got that IE, as well as the Master works forwards on top of it, so he is as strong as he could ever want to be at this point in the game. Maybe one more item, but arguably not going to be that much of a difference. There is a stopwatch, though, on 2 carries for the side of BLG, so they know if they get caught out, they can reposition and maybe look for a re-engage on the fight. Gangplank also picking up that IE as well, so you got a lot of damage coming in here. Maestro just soaking in that damage, taking him and Chieftain down to about just over halfway, and there we go. The 60% slow you were talking about means Chieftain is just in no man's land. He's not able to get away, neither is Leona. They both fall after that little bit of poke. It just sets everything up for BLG. The GA for Forge is only going to delay the inevitable as he tries to jump in on top of the Dragon Pit. For BLG, they've got a TP on Kingen. They can just go and end the game.
And you can't outscale a game plank, and that was such a cool play by Kingen because he was able, I believe he took down Chieftain just with something like a corruption power. It was kind of a DOT tick that I saw.
iBoy trying his best. He will eventually get away, dodging as much as he possibly can, but those chains are very, very long, and they will catch you out at all times. Cube, nowhere really he can go apart from his own fountain, excuse me, as BLG will eventually take the series 2-1.
Really good find coming in from BLG, and both times that they leapfrogged ahead was because of playing around terrain. They forced people to check into them onto ramps and were able to punish with that game plank ultimate. Honestly, they dodged a bullet with this one because Vici's a lot of it was self-inflicted. They didn't need to do the chase that Forge did, but unfortunately, that's what you're going to get with a lot of rookies joining this new squad. I still see a lot of potential in this team. They played well above the Vici of 2019.
Absolutely. They can hold their heads up high knowing that they, after game 1, made it competitive. That's the probably best way I could put it. Winning game 2, which realistically they didn't really have any right to win, and overall pushing BLG to that 3rd and final game. And I gotta say, for BLG, a couple of small things to work on. Definitely gotta, pick up on the kind of small little things from Kingen, but overall, Fofo, great debut for him.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that Fofo is going to be a suitable new direction for BLG. We were outlining this at the start of this series that the real decider was, is Kuro's impact still going to be sorely missed by BLG, or are they going to be able to head on to a new direction with Fofo and Meteor at the helm? It looks like an early game aggressive pick for Fofo and a strong ganking jungler coming in from Meteor is going to be the new face of this franchise.
BLG take that first step towards playoffs, towards the end of season. They will not see Vici until at the very minimum then, but even then they both have to make it to playoffs. And for Vici, they held their heads up high, they gave a fight, still a lot for them to work on, and definitely a lot of things for Coma to try and improve.
These games, even though they're before Chinese New Year and a lot of teams are still gelling together, they matter when it comes down to playoff. We had 9th to 5th place, just 1 game difference away in the summer split. So every single one of these count, and just looking at the damage graph, wow, Kingen really did a number onto Vici.
The number was specifically 23,865. That was the number he did onto Vici. But overall, you're now seeing a full series. Are you moving Vici up or down in your expectations?
I think they're making a lot of rookie mistakes is what I'm saying. And if Forge continues like this, there's a pretty high chance that you're going to see Zeka, I think, get some playtime. He was just making his transition over from Korea during Damasha Cup, and that's not why. That's why we didn't see him so much. But the core issues that I had with Vici still remain. Is that their mid-jungle duo really had trouble against some of the best. We saw this in the EDG series where they were dominated by JJ and Scout as well. So that question remains. That's still going to linger on. But the rest of the team fighting, the strength of Cube, I think those are things that they do have solid upgrades over the last split, and you should still consider them as one of the teams that has a very good shot at making playoffs.
And you can see as well, a lot of emphasis was put on that Elise. I feel like that Elise was definitely the kind of jungler, like you were saying, that both sides are going to prioritize over. And for BLG, fantastic game 1, unfortunate mistake in game 2, but really brought it back in game 3. And I feel like they've only just shown the strength of why so many people are rating them so highly.
Yeah, BLG last time around, they were the 4th place team. I actually placed them a little bit lower. I think they're going to slide to maybe 5th or 6th because their style is going to be less consistent overall. And if I look at this draft, this is not a draft Coach Sim is going to be comfortable with. No way Coach Sim likes to play something like this one. Yeah, this is very risk. There's a lot of risk involved in this one. There's a lot of picks that had to be made. And congratulations to them. Congratulations for Fofo and Coach Sim as well, moving on to a new chapter in their relationship. Fofo always, he sometimes complained in interviews that Coach Sim wanted me to play Karma. I really should have taken the LeBlanc. Well, this time, you're going to get all the LeBlancs you want.
If you make those calls and you say, I want to play LeBlanc, and you make it work, you don't really have a problem with that. Now, how consistent that, kind of view on things will work is a different story. But, of course, for BLG, congratulations to them. Vici still searching for that, kind of ever-elusive first win. It is so very, very early on in the season. They got 2 weeks off now. They can figure it out. They'll be fine. But overall, moving on now and kind of, moving towards our next series, we got DMO, which is a new team, obviously, for a lot of people, coming up a IG that just took down FBX 2-1 in what was an epic battle of proportions that just made no sense. There was so many weird, it's funny. I think it was the Fnatic team Twitter was tweeting out saying hey LPL, this isn't fair. You can't smurf in your local league and then come to ours. Or sorry, smurf in Worlds and then come to your own local league and just completely throw everything out the window. But IG, they look good. People were very, very worried with where's Jackie Love? Jackie Wolf's gone. We don't know who Puff and Southwind are. Puff looked great.
Puff and Southwind were finally released from, I'm sorry, the Vici prison. And they can finally show the world what they're capable of. This is absolutely massive for him. I love seeing young rookies or players that haven't got a chance to really shine because they don't have the talent around them to get a chance on this IG roster. And we've actually seen IG versus DMO in the Damasha Cup already. It was called keep away from Puff. They didn't find a single kill onto Puff, and they won the game on base racing. So it was a very exciting one. We really saw the level of difference. I'm just going to straight out say this, but Puff and Southwind are going to dominate that lane in the bottom side between Gala and Mark.
I was going to say, one thing that we can be for sure when it comes to DMO, they do not have a good laning phase, and they most certainly do not have a good bottom lane in the grand scheme of LPL AD carries.
In laning phase,
absolutely. I think more in the early game, and this is going to be a big, kind of test for them to really kind of see, it's that thing of, hold. We just need to hold. And then from there, you can then do whatever. We see Natural 2v1ing, coming out with 2 kills, first blood. He had 100% first blood rate from July 21st in every single game he played. He is insane. I am so excited for him. I have them so high up on my rankings because I genuinely believe that DMO with GA now can do a lot.
I just want to tone down the stats a little bit. It was first in first blood participation.
Oh,
but
sorry,
it wasn't 100%.
First in first blood participation.
100% would be insane. And I think this is a reason why people should not look down on DMO. Even though they weren't a playoff team, Natural joining the roster, they won 8 out of their 10, and they finished the split during that stretch from July to the end of the split as the 3rd highest win rate team in the LPL. They looked very, very good with solo lanes to play around, and now they have Xie.
I was just about to say, now you've taken out Team WE, you got Xie. all of a sudden you're looking at a team that has the kind of capabilities to be able to run with this and maybe, as I said, just hold the bot lane. You have the players that can do more with it. We also have Bless coming in now as well. Bless is going to be their jungler for today. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Definitely can't wait to see this this matchup. Rookie versus Shia. It's always been a historical grudge match for the two of them, denying each other out of Worlds. So this one's going to be very, very fun to watch.
And before we put this series to bed, I want to see who your MVP was from this series.
Ooh, my MVP would have to be Meteor. I think that first pick onto iBoy really changed the fate of the game.
Well, I think you're absolutely correct. It is going to be Meteor who is our MVP for Game 3. Kiana doing very well. I wouldn't be 100% sure exactly how many times he's died, but it wasn't a lot. In all 3 games, he died very little.
Yeah, that's always the Meteor special. He's very efficient with his movement. He doesn't like to take high gamble risk under the tutelage of Coach Sim. And this was the play that exactly I was talking about. Looks like production has exactly the same call as I did. And this was a play that was made when Fofo was in full vision, but Meteor somehow finds the damage enough to snipe out iBoy and find them the team fight win. For honestly, based on composition, it should not have happened.
And again, you know, Meteor, we talked this guy up a big game, but he deserves it. He is an incredibly young, talented jungler that I would be very surprised in the next year or so isn't in Worlds at some way, shape, or form, or some international competition. He needs it. He deserves it.
Yeah, it definitely would be a travesty if he doesn't get this one. Honestly, there's so many good junglers and so many different players here that deserve it, but Meteor's the one that I'm going to keep my eyes on.
We'll have to wait and see how he develops. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to send it to a break. When we return, we will have DMO versus IG.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind of my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, gold on my rank, royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Big as my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
就非常的难了，他们必须要赶紧找机会
啊！知道瑞兹没有踢，这一波趁你少一个人的情况下，沿途没有中，直接想要上来 all in 所有的小 C， 小 C 交了一个净化，旁边反倒是 Haro 直接被魏从 F6的出口直接弹出来一套给秒掉了。在这边的话，Ruby也是利用自己的一个一技能带走了对方的魏，但是自己已经全员都要阵亡了，这一波仅剩 hold 的一根独苗。
是的，曲解者月直接开车过来要 ace 掉对方，差一点点血量，应该是也难逃一死了。
已经是抢不到了，红色方斩杀掉这条大龙，同时日女再次指了上去，面对的是一个小五，日女自己是一个石像鬼18甲，自己非常的肉，双方阵型拉开。节俭到日女蜘蛛有点敢上吗？不太敢上，上到飞天没有落点了呀，原地落下，自己开金身，恐怕要金身等死了，两个人在等他，自己再交闪现，交击一个双踩，先踩掉蜘蛛，看一下，虽然说交了一个水系的，但是马哥还是倒掉了，马哥一倒掉，正面主力主要战力也不行，妖姬再踩一个，拿下一波 double Q， 再一个 Q 技能，收回一波 triple， 女枪再打一个人头，哦呦呦，是个金身大铲子。
哦，这段时间河蟹其实还有一段时间要刷哦，所以哈鲁这段时间可以抓下，抓完一波下之后再回去打这个河道线没问题。
但是锤石这一钩空掉了，看小岛在2级的一个情况下直接摆回来，并出这块一个治疗，同时威克这状态不是非常好，交出闪现之后被掩
哦，
被
小 C
回来，
小 C 这一波这个神操作，闪现帮忙挡石川，同时在沿途出手那一刹那直接一口吞下。啊，因为羊的大招已经交了 ，MF 的大招也没赚好，这一波的话，伊斯塔直接选择了全员 all in 这条土龙，这条火龙这边的话直接勾到了小白，小白直接瞬间被对方给融化掉。在旁边的话，稍微的强脉阻隔了一下对方，而乐意这边开了一个秒表拖一下对方的输出，但是直接法力勇斗加超负荷直接弹死了这边的一个锤石，快直接闪现上去一撸3，瞬间撸死对面的 AD 之后，还被小 Z 一口吞了回来，再撸死一个，旁边的伟直接找到了一个侧后方的位置，突袭进场带走了对方中单，仅剩下 Haro 一个人孤苦伶仃。哦呦，这两件断破加一念这边打一套，魏是没有闪的，直接被扫死了。
闪现一勾没有能够勾到，看一下这里反而是乐意一个状态不是非常好，不过身上还是比较坦的。在侧翼的话，这里小白又在跟对方皇城 PK 了，一个人孤军深入。
又是拉的无名，哇，一个人打4个，打死了一个，还打残了3个，再交一个秒表，这个小白这个铁男是什么东西啊？
不讲道理啊！同时话岩雀开大过来，再帮助自己队友收下人头，乐意这里应该也走不掉了，直接被拽回来一棒锤，拿到了一个 ace。
天下诸国征战日久，旧乱未平，新患又起。唯当死战不却，方得天赐神兵。巴山盖世，唯我贾克斯。
I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in Shanghai as we wait to set up for our second series of the day, DMO versus Invictus Gaming. And after a 3-game slugfest, I think is the only way we can call that the first series, I'm looking forward to a solo lane, what would you call, fiesta, if you will.
Don't worry, this game is going to be a lot faster than the previous series. It is Invictus Gaming at the helm, and they love to still play through the laning phase. That's what I want to see. I want to see Puff and Southwind really blow up DMO's bottom lane. I want to see the Shy and Natural go toe-to-toe because both of these guys love playing those split-push bruisers.
And of course, we are introducing DMO for the first time in the LPL, and this is going to be their roster coming up as well. They made some small changes. They kept most of the body and just changed the heart.
Yep, they dropped Twyla, and now they do have Xie onto the roster. Xie, of course, coming over from WE. DMO, if you guys don't know about it, has been our premier sort of protect the AD carry type of team play. They're known as the shield and the sword, with the shield being Changho maybe on something like a Scion, while the Gala played something like the Kaisa to kind of take over in towards the late game. So a bit of a slow-rolling team. They had a lot of issues with the laning phase earlier on, but with the addition of Natural and Xie, we think that this is going to massively improve their chances.
Absolutely, and again, we talked about Natural a little bit before the break, and this guy is, for lack of a better term, a natural talent. Like, he really, really is. He has just been able to kind of come out with wins out of seemingly thin air.
Natural pro is what I would say. And after he joined the roster, DMO was very, very strong in the second half of the split. We were talking about the third highest win rate, and the most important thing is that he gave them a lane to play around. He had #1 in terms of the top lane participation of First Bloods, and that just allowed either Atone, now Bless, or Xiaopeng to have a place to go and snowball. So if you want to see a good matchup, I think the Shy versus Natural is going to be absolutely amazing. He loves to play a lot of Camille, and also the Jax too.
And this is the Camille we saw him in the Demacia Cup. Like, he just was able to turn this around so quickly, pick up a double kill, and the Camille was able to just, you know, completely pop off from that particular moment as well. And we see here, he's 4v1, and it's just one of those moments where DMO are able to he's able to delay long enough, and they're able to come in and clean up the house.
Just brought an entirely new dimension over to DMO's roster where they had the split push, they had more of an early laning phase to contend around, and that opened up space for the Xayah, for the Corki, and for the Kaisa to really do their thing. So DMO is going to be very improved, and I really don't think they should be viewed as like the 9th place team that they were in summer. And also, you have to mention, Xie. Xie is such a good fit for this team because he is the master of controlling attention in team fights. He knows how to play around a big carry like Gala. He knows when to back out and then come in again on those massive impact champions like the Kassadin, like the Kiana. Very adopter of that one as well.
And we were going to say, like, you're talking about Xie, he has to be talked about in the relation to his counterpart, Rookie. These guys, they're not new to each other. They know each other pretty damn well.
And you have to go back to 2017 where the grudge really began. We saw IG taking W out of playoffs and then W giving it back, taking them out of regional qualifiers to go on their semifinal run. So a lot of the two of them have a lot of history. It has been historically Rookie favored, but the last split was a complete reversal. Xie actually did very good, even though he was on the team WE, which again did not make playoffs and lost a lot of its players. But Xie was doing shot calling duty, he was keeping his lane afloat, winning a lot of his lanes, and we have to remember it was only 2 years ago that he still represented as the best Chinese mid laner to go to Asia Cups.
Absolutely, and I think as well to kind of bring this all together is like, do DMO now have solo lanes that can contain the Shy, that can contain Rookie, and look to maybe, you know, kind of like actually give them a bit of a scare?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the big question coming into that one. And for me personally, I don't think so. It's going to be a bit of a stretch for DMO to actually come out ahead of Invictus Gaming in the laning performances. And the point I'm worrying the most is actually going to be the bottom lane. It's not even going to be just the Shy and Rookie as you're seeing, you know, the world champion bottom lane, the solo lanes.
Absolutely, and as you said, like, the biggest issue was the laning phase for that bot lane of, you know, and Puff and Southwind just looked incredible against FBX. Like, I genuinely believe that given enough time, Puff could people will forget who Jackie Love was. No. It will just be one of those things where you just will not care because, you know, Puff is just that good.
It's definitely a possibility. Moving over to their counterparts, it's going to be Gala and Mark. They deal the most damage. Gala does the most damage on this DMO roster. And then you have Natural and Bless. Bless, previously known as Atong, on the roster as well.
And right now, you're looking at IG. They're going to be feeling pretty hot. But I will say, it is 2 series in the space of 2 days. They played on Monday, they now play on Wednesday. That's not a lot of time. And I would argue that they would be justified in saying they put a lot of resources into preparing for FBX and not as many into preparing for DMO.
I think
Would that be
Coach
fair?
Fly will have them covered. You know, Coach Fly, another coach coming over from T1. A lot of them there. We just saw Coma in the previous series. Here you have another coach coming over and instilling some discipline. I actually really like their draft as well in their series versus FPX. You know, venturing forward with the Kiana first pick, something that they lacked in the previous split coming from Ning, and now I think that's going to be a huge reason why Lillian is taking the starting spot over.
Now we are going to jump straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans for Game 1 of Invictus Gaming versus Dominus Esports. And already you're seeing the bans thick and fast. Elise, Pantheon, Lucian for the IG, while DMO are looking at the Aphelios, the Akali, and I would imagine they're going to look to try and get rid of something towards those subtle lanes. Yes, the Orianna going to be taken away.
So we've been seeing Orianna specifically being used as a counter to the Mordekaiser in lane. I think Kiana is just going to be the kind of no-brainer first pick here. I do expect DMO to be the ones trying to pick up the Misfortune and also try to get the Mordekaiser in the first rotation as well.
And we saw Mordekaiser earlier today. Even when he's completely shut down, he's still useful because you can put your jungler into the Death Realm and it basically becomes a 4v4. But looks like he may look towards getting his jungle locked in. They don't want to be too far out and they want to give away too many secrets, as DMO haven't really been seen too much yet. As we said, it's their LPL debut this year.
Yeah, and just to talk about the teams a little bit, IG actually, Puff and Southwind, they don't really mind it not getting the Misfortune, even though Misfortune has been super dominant in both Kespa and also the Demacia Cups. I feel like his Senna is just a cut above everyone else's. He makes very good use of the mist to make catches. He really isn't bothered playing up against the Misfortune. So you're going to see IG give this pick away a lot of times.
And they don't really have that much of a priority onto the Misfortune. They're very happy giving that one away and having the flex of the Kiana between Lian and Rookie. You saw Lian play it pretty much, or Jungle, excuse me, pretty much play it for IG versus FBX. But again, very, you know, kind of the play that sealed, or not sealed, but definitely helped them along the way to their qualification of Worlds 2019 was that Kiana ultimate from Rookie. So you can't always anticipate it going towards that jungle position. The Braum picked up though as well, fairly standard counter to the Misfortune, very good at just keeping her at bay, especially with that bullet time behind the Unbreakable.
I don't think we've actually seen a Misfortune be able to win out when a Braum is picked here. It hasn't happened today. You know, the Braum, the Braum was on the same side with his Misfortune, excuse me. But just the effect of negating 32% of her damage just with one ability, it just changes the dynamic so much. It makes her completely useless, and you can also interrupt with the ult as well.
Yeah, we'll see the Rumble, something that we actually haven't seen in quite a while, just finally get its way out. And I'm quite excited to see now. You've got the, as another fellow caster of mine calls the hot pot of League of Legends. You got the Cataclysm on top of the Equalizer, and you could just boil people alive.
Yeah, we're seeing the Furnace or the Hot Pot composition come out from DMO. Very heavy focus onto the early Drake fights. I think that's what you're going to see from this team. If Rumble can make use of his Equalizer earlier on, it does a ton of base damage. It really spikes up your mid game.
See, now Gragas going to be banned away there by DMO. Gragas a very, very good pick into the Misfortune, so they do not want to let that one get through, because otherwise the Misfortune just can't do anything with a Braum, a Kiana, and a Gragas. She just can't move, rather, you know, without being absolutely destroyed. And now we're going to see now what the side of Invictus Gaming want to go for. They're going to prioritize the Rakan. I'm surprised to see we haven't seen the Nautilus banned yet, nor the Leona, and they're normally the two things we generally see banned away when they get to this stage of the bans.
Definitely has been the case. So very interesting choices here by IG. I think Mark, when you're looking at Demacia Cup, a lot of times he actually didn't go for the Leona or Nautilus. A bit of a weird champion pick. He actually went for the Alistar sometime. So Mark has been having a little bit of issues, I would say, hanging on to the S-tier supports from what we've seen of his recent games. But IG are still going to respect him in that regard and take away the Leona.
It looks like the Nautilus is being hovered. But again, like you said, could flack back towards the Alistar. Definitely not something we generally see. As you said, the S tier supports definitely more be like the Braum, the Leona, the Nautilus, and then you're kind of slowly moving down towards the Thresh. But the Nautilus does get knocked in, so we will see if Mark's champ pool is that deep or not.
First item, Gargoyle Stoneplate, is still going to be the favored support overall. This is what we've been seeing consistently.
Ooh. Okay, we got ourselves an Echo and a Kennen. All right, IG coming out with some seriously strong, flashy plays, coming out with the solo lanes.
I hope that Xia can survive the level 3, because this is going to be absolutely brutal.
That is assuming it isn't an Echo jungle. The Echo and the Kiana could flex between the two.
Strong point right there. Yeah, we are actually seeing Echo more being played into the jungle. There's been a lot of solo queue builds where you go with the Ardent Sensor and just give yourself fervor to move around the map.
Well, we're all locked in. Aurelia going to be the final pick there for DMO. And we'll certainly be going to go to Natural there on that top side. That gives him a little bit of power, a little bit of outplay potential. And we'll see now where everything starts to land as everything starts to get shuffled around for IG. They are, of course, going to have their Varus and their Braum in that bot side. And the Echo and the Kiana going to wait until we hit about 25 seconds or 20 seconds before I really commit to where that one's going, because that can literally flex between either role.
I do actually like the Echo a little bit more into the side lanes. What we're seeing right now is IG, if they put Echo mid, then that gives them a very good 1-3-1 potential. And we've seen how Knight has done with it. He actually popularized the Echo pick in the LPL, and also was the champion that he took rank 1 in Korea with. So this is something that I think Rookie is definitely very well aware of. It's still a very strong champion pick. And I just think if you're thinking about the one-on-one potential, then you definitely have to consider Echo, because he has so much chase. He can get out of a lot of the Rumble crowd control as well.
Looking at the drafts, everything locked in. Who are you taking?
I do like IG a little bit more. I think just based on their personal individual strength, they're going to do very well in the laning phase. It's not guaranteed that DMO are even going to be able to group for that Drake. And when the game goes later on, you know, we've been seeing a lot of the Hextech Gunblade first Kennen in Kespa Cup, and also the Echo has made a very large resurgence, even in the mid lane as well.
We'll have to wait and see. I personally gonna put out all my biases right now. I'm on the DMO hype train.
Okay, let's go.
Genuinely love it. I'm excited for this team. I'm excited to see how they kind of push themselves forward with GA now in the mid lane, Bless in the jungle, to see how they synergize as well, because like we talked about in the previous series and probably forevermore, it's all about that mid jungle synergy, and I want to see if it really comes up. I want to see if that hot pot is able to set them up for success.
Still got a moment before we get into the game. The most important thing is for Xia to not die early. This combination is going to be so deadly. He doesn't really have any gap closers. If he gets hit by the parallel convergence, Rumble can pretty much kiss his roaming days goodbye.
We are going to jump straight onto the riff, ladies and gentlemen. IG looking to keep their hot streak alive after they took the first series against FBX, where DMO looking to start with a splash against the 2018 World Champions. We're waiting to see exactly how it all unfolds.
Just a Rookie fan out there. That's his name spelled in Chinese.
Just the one.
Oh, and for fans on DMO side, we were seeing Mark. I do believe I have said this multiple times, but I find him to be very handsome, one of the most handsome players we have in the LPL, a very strong jawline, and he does do the cross-dressing as well, and that's what the sign said. It said, "Mark, you little princess."
LPL can be weird sometimes. LPL's a strange beast. If you're only joining us because you're like, you know what, LPL, the World Champions, I want to see what this league's all about, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. It's great fun, though.
Sure is.
Can't say it's not entertaining.
I just had so many flashbacks.
I know, you're just trying to recover from that. I can see you're like, where do I take this? I have nowhere to take this. I can't bring this forward anymore. I will save you, Clement. I'll bring you out of the pit of despair. Tell me about this bot lane. You've got the Nautilus and Misfortune versus the Varus and the Braum. Early, mid, late, what's going on?
So the first thing you have to be aware of, there's a real possibility with the DMO bot lane getting the push, getting the level lead, and Jarvan pathing downwards that they could do you a 4 camp, 3 level 3s into 2 level 2 type of type of a dive. We've actually seen this being the premier play in the LPL. You always have to think about that play. You also have to play around it. So what I want to see is how the warding goes and how IG controls their lane to keep it right outside of their tower. The way you counter it is you make sure the wave doesn't crash at the same time the jungler is coming. And that does take some wave management to complete here. And you can see that IG themselves are very aware of the possibility of very early ward out there just to check if Bless is going to come here level 3. Doesn't really happen. And they're allowed to play a little bit more aggressively post that.
See already Rookie and Xie exchanging blows in this early game. It does sort of favor Xie a little bit as he isn't mana dependent and can get those nice little overheat auto attack exchange. But with a minion to materializer, it means that Rookie will be able to get himself a nice move in. Actually, Bless is here. Rookie needs to be very, very careful. They're going to try and come in. Leanna's there as well. The Ignite has gone down. Good restrain here from the side of DMO. They recognize the threat. They don't go in fully, but they do force Rookie back.
Oof, that was playing very close to edge there by Rookie. Knowing that his jungler was going to come in, that's why he was able to zone him out. And Natural, wow, taking so much damage on the top side.
Don't think you have much of an issue with it now. It should be pushing back into him, can TP back into lane. You can see the Shy realizing this, pushing up the lane as fast as he possibly can. Right now we're seeing very small little tentative wins and losses on both sides of the solo lanes as Gala gave his support a little cheeky back so he can get himself back in. Actually, it wasn't even a back for Mark. He was just making sure that the Kiana wasn't behind them.
Yeah, just wanted to hold that lane safer. And in situations like these, it's always very important to watch how the team that gets pushed in kind of rebounds, because we've been talking about the alcoves and how easy it is to hide junglers when you have a lane advantage and you're lane pushing. So this, a lot of the times, will require jungle attention to allow you to push back.
And exactly as you call it, you're a prophet just like Crumbs. We do see Bless going down towards that bot side to create a little bit of pressure, try and create more of a gap between the Misfortune Nautilus and the Varus and Braum. Successfully does so, and we can see that bot lane evened up again.
We do have to point this out. The Shy just etched himself a huge win in the top side. He actually walked back into lane, so he's going to be up a teleport in that first Drake fight. This is very detrimental to the way DMO wants to play their composition.
See if it does make a difference. They have got about another 4 minutes or so before that comes back up. The Shy, though, is behind on levels, and the wave is pushing against him. He needs to be very, very aware of that before he pushed himself any way forward. Should be okay, though, on the cannon. Has got a relatively decent range to be able to push things back, but overall, not the best position to be in.
Yep, we do have to mention that Kennen's laning phase was pretty much nerfed with the previous changes to his E. Doesn't get the extra resistances anymore. Instead, only gets him on the Slicing Maelstrom. So you do have to wait a while to get tanky.
Bless was the only one spotted out by that Ghost Portal. They do not know that Mark is here. But level 6 has been hit, so the parallel convergence is available for Rookie, which means he is pretty damn safe to be able to even turn around a 1v3. And uh-oh, Natural sees Leon and backs himself away very, very quickly. That could have gone very south very fast.
Yeah, and this is going to be difficult for Natural to actually get out of sometimes. No, never mind. The Shy's just actually going to re-shove and try to find a back timing before the action starts heating up in the bottom side.
Oh, talking about bottom side, we're actually going to see Puff getting taken down. You talk about laning phasing, and that's just going to be Summoner's Blown for the bot side there. No flashes burned by Gala and Mark. What happened to your prediction? You're not Crumbs, you're a fraud.
That looked like a straight-up hook that Puff took to the face, and unfortunately for him, he couldn't flash over the wall. He actually just slammed his face into it.
And the great thing here for the side of DMO is they've already rotated, Xie down. They could potentially look for the Cloud Drake if they wanted to. They're just going to go for the push, but even then, Gala and Mark getting the advantage over Puff and Southwind, and not only that, 4 Summoners Blown versus 2. What happened?
Yeah, well,
there you go. That's what happened.
Straight up hook straight through the minion wave. Very well done by Mark. And unfortunately, kind of a bronze flash coming in from Puff as well. Just plants himself squarely into the terrain and dies.
It's very, very unfortunate. And that's great signs for DMO. They've finally got themselves an advantage. And it's in the bot lane of all places, not somewhere we were expecting.
Yeah, once again, in their previous matchup where DMO did manage to win, they had to get away from Puff the majority of the game because he was dominating the lane, and he was also putting out tons of damage on that Senna. So this is good news from DMO. Their bot lane can stand up to IG.
Definitely showing signs of cracking here from Puff. But it's all about how you bounce back. It's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you get hit and keep moving forward. So you can see now Xie very aware of how much space he needs to be giving this Echo. Echo already gone back and picked up that Hextech Gunblade.
Typically we do see the Proto Belt and the Banshees being the preferred build. A lot of times you will see the Echo take up Time Warp Tonic because his trade patterns are so extended, and he runs a Corrupting Potion as well.
See, Bless now is here, trying to mirror Leon. Neither have seen each other, like ships passing in the night. And Mark here as well to help just push back Rookie so they can try and free up Xie. See where he goes from here. They have got the Equalizer available and the Ignite. Leanna's here. So it would have been a straight up 2v2, but no ultimate there for Mark, so they didn't really feel comfortable going for that exchange.
And you can see what DMO are setting themselves up to do. They're very worried about the top lane dive potential coming in from the Shy. Even though he hasn't bought any items in a very long time, all he needs is the crowd control.
Oh, there's Bless. He's going to walk straight into a stun. And that means he's going to be pretty much taken away from this fight. Flash over, flash away, right into the waiting arms of Rookie. Thank you very much. And that's going to be a first kill of the game going over to IG.
I love this answer from the Echo. Matches the push coming in from Xia's Rumble and is able to impact the jungle first. So once again, IG, their top side, does seem to be superior.
Top side seems to be superior, but they are forfeiting a lot of this bot side. Gala is having a field day at the moment, just kicking up turret plates, as they did have to rotate Puff and Southwind to try and cover up that mid lane while Echo went for the roam. And right now, IG keeping it equal, keeping DMO honest.
Yeah, a sweet amount of gold that they got. 2 turret platings just for Gala. He's going to be going for a very fast Essence Reaver. And looking forward to Rookie, what he can do in this lane. I think you're going to see him get even more impact with the Proto Belt especially. A lot of times he can decide which wave he wants to just, pop his passive and start going into the river. It's one of the few matchups where we don't see Rumble actually get that push lead.
Just waiting now to see where Rookie can bring this lead. He's got his flash, got his teleport. Almost certainly going to have his Proto Belt now in a second. And you can see with DMO knowing that the bot lane isn't got the pressure, the mid lane only just went back. They can take this Cloud Drake, pick themselves up some 10% CDR on their ultimates, which overall is exactly what they wanted to get, because that as an early dragon is fantastic for the composition.
And especially when you're running a Wombo combo team fight, then a lot of times ultimate CDs do matter. You can go in when people don't have flashes, and these small timings do start to add up. So great find there by DMO. They had the bot lane pushing completely. They knew Echo was going to teleport back, so well done.
Bless just misses out there on that Scryer's Bloom, so he has not been spotted out just yet, as Leanne now finds himself roaming towards this bot side. It's been a very tempered start here from these two teams. Nothing really explosive happening. Yes, we had the, as I say that though, Rookie going to go straight in onto Xie, and with his ultimate up and the double buffs on his side, he is no way in any danger to be taken down, even if he does get caught.
Using that regeneration from the red buff to maximum advantage, making sure he can get some trades even underneath tower. This is going to be a huge thing we have to look for. The parallel convergence is great at zoning out Misfortune. You can keep the W after it lands. You don't have to go into it immediately. You can actually still proc the stun by walking into it 1.5 seconds afterwards. So it's going to be very hard for Misfortune to find her footing if she's coming into the team fight later.
Thank you, Rookie, for the demonstration. As we see now, IG with topside pressure, mid lane pressure, and a bot lane that's able to rotate far quicker, they are going to have the priority over this Rift Herald and possibly be able to drop it off into that mid lane, really crack open those side lanes.
And this is a team that takes Herald extremely fast. We see the Blade of the Ruin King buy out coming from Puff to sync that straight up with a objective take. I love this play. This is a very measured, a very calculated play. And it doesn't really even matter about the first Drake. If you're talking about Drake versus Herald, I still prefer the first Herald.
It's a lot of front-loaded gold that you're able to get, especially if you can get it just before the 14-minute mark, as Bless is now here. Try and help out his team's turret. As we can see, Gala and Mark also rotating up. A little slow on the rotation, which means that they're going to have a lot of free time for the Shy to be picking up some CS in that bot lane. Actually, in mid lane, we're going to see a full-on dive there. Xie needs to be very careful not to get caught into that parallel convergence. And he's going to get jumped in straight. Doesn't even need it to take him down. Doesn't need the damage, only needs the escape. And that's going to be mid lane getting cracked open. Rookie just showing his pedigree.
Straight up solo kill past 2 towers. Beautiful use of his passive in Electrocute. And this is just blowing the game wide open. We talked about Xie versus Rookie, how their grudge is going back a long time. And even though Xie got the better stats last split, Rookie still's got his number.
That is Rookie showing you that he is still considered one of the best mid laners in this entire league, and why he is considered one of the best mid laners in this entire league.
I really want to see how that trade actually started out. Looks like Xie took a lot of sustained damage coming in from the Time Winder, and a beautiful finish for Rookie. You pop that Proto Belt in an instant, and you get closer for that phase dive as well to finish off the job.
Yeah, just seems like it was very almost textbook, if you like. Xie, you have no tower, my friend. You are not a safe boy. You need to back yourself up. Hasn't even finished an item just yet. Looking towards going towards that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Whereas you're looking at a Sheen and Protobell. Pure dueling ability here from Rookie. Looking to 100-0 anyone he finds.
Now, typically, it isn't the Rylai's. Most of the time, we do see the Liandry's coming in first because you do have slow on your ultimate and also your E. So most of the time, you're just looking for that extra HP damage coming in from Liandry's.
Yeah, I calculated it as like, oh, he's got those 3 items. That equals Rylai's. I forgot about Haunting, guys. And then obviously Liandry's. But you're absolutely correct. And now we can see DMO try and find themselves some kind of a foothold back in this game because they're slowly losing it. It's nearly a 3,000 gold lead, but only a kill in the difference. Now it's pretty much purely on that mid lane as he's got 20 CS, 2 kills, the whole tower and the turret platings. It's all on Rookie right now, and this is what makes IG such an incredibly impressive and also terrifying team, is that they can find advantages pretty much everywhere. Natural does flash away, does get a little bit of damage reduction as well, and this is why we love this guy. He is doing so damn well. Flash into the Cataclysm, but Leon gets himself out. He's hiding in the brush, trying to find something as the Shine goes down to the slicing Maelstrom, and they do find a kill. IG are just too good sometimes.
Wow, that was very damn impressive. Leon gets out with 150 HP. I thought Natural was going to show us a replay that we showed in Demacia Cup, but no chance for that one as the synergy in the top and jungle survive for IG.
As we say that, though, wow. Natural felt his chances were pretty high. The Shy, though, is still the Shy. And Rookie also gaining a little bit of an advantage there on the bot side, meaning that Puff and Southwind can push it up. Aurelia did go down, which means that top lane turret will almost certainly drop as well. And we're just not seeing opportunities here for DMO. They have to outplay, which is just not what you're not going to be able to do it.
The feared IG laning overflow comes up once more, and they have to show a replay of what happened there. Natural was pretty low, but so was the Shy without ultimate. I do want to see that solo. Please.
I think we'll get it once we're getting out of the dragon being taken. And I'm sure once the IG decide that the game has now found itself a natural lull, they'll actually be able to try and reset it. But like you said, the ability to be able to kind of change at a moment's notice as such, as we can see Bless is trying to delay backs as much as he possibly can. They're trying to get as much of an advantage out of IG's over-aggressive pushing. And you can see right now they've got the advantage here. They have no Nautilus ultimate to really set it up, though.
Look at the ward behind them. The Shy still has teleport up. If they fully commit to this 3-man, they're going to get wiped here.
Rookie has teleport as well. They could get a 5-man into this bot lane very, very quickly. And you can see Xie is coming down as well. This is all too easy to set up for the side
Here we go.
IG. The flash in, going to be the flash out there by Mark. They're going to try and get away as fast as they possibly can. Xie needs to run. They're going to drop down the hop pot as much as they possibly can. Only the Cataclysm that was used. Mark is going to be the target, though. Flash in from Rookie. There's the concussive blow. Is going to keep him down. The Shy steals that one. Natural keeps hold of his teleport. They gain a kill. They lose teleports, but Natural should be able to push up this top lane.
And that's just such an experienced play coming from IG. You cannot push that far forward in a lane, in an area where IG just had total control. They were setting up for that. They had the foresight to plan that. and they get rewarded quite handsomely. Double teleports down only for 1 kill, but it completely evaporates the siege that they have, and I don't think Natural is going to be able to get this tower.
I don't think he can get this tower, but will he be able to escape with his life? He's going to try, and unfortunately for him, that's a Kiana. And you are gone, my friend. 6-1 on the scoreline, 4,500 gold. IG sailing into a comfortable lead.
Just the things that Kiana can do. That was, Natural was definitely level 11 at the very least, so had a level lead over Lillian. Wasn't enough to keep him alive. And once you get that Kiana rolling, you can kiss your wombo combo goodbye, because the split push is going to be too strong. You're never going to have the chance to group. And it looks like DMO is going to be another victim of the lane kingdom.
The lane kingdom that is IG. They haven't even finished the laning phase effectively. They're still just pushing in solo into all these lanes, trying to get as much as they possibly can. Rookie is still very, very safe as well. We'll take a bit of a flame spitter on the back end, but overall, I've got to admit, I've been disappointed by Xie. This pick hasn't really worked out for him. It hasn't really done much for him, and I feel like picking the Rumble almost kind of fell into the hands of Fly and IG, where they were able to say, well, we know you'll take that because we can take Echo.
We really haven't seen a solo champion be able to counter Rumble out this hard. A lot of times Rumbles, is when he starts shield first, it's actually very difficult to push him out of lane. But this was basically a solo win on Rookie's part. He didn't really have help from anyone. Straight solo kill beneath 2 towers coming in against Xie. And look at his items right now. He is very, very far ahead, has that Banshees to start the split pushing, and that's kind of the greatest counter to DMO's wombo combo, never letting you group.
If you keep the laning phase going, there is no way you can actually make this Cataclysm into, you know, Vanguard's Edge, into every kind of like, you know, bullet time, and also the Equalizer happen. And right now, it's just becoming a very, very, very difficult game for DMO. They need to try and find something. They need to try and find some kind of an advantage. Xie, I don't know if he's going to die, but he's definitely not going to be happy.
Gets a summoner right off of Xie, so still a win for Rookie, just trading a shorter cooldown there. And that was pretty much an alpha move. He's just showing how much damage that he can actually do.
Rookie is unbelievably strong in terms of the 1v1. He's got himself the Proto Bell and the Lich Bane, which means that if he gets even close to auto-attacking you with the amount of resets he can get from the Lich Bane into an auto-attack, you're just going to lose your entire health bar, even if you're a tank. You have to respect that from the side of DMO. Unfortunately for Gala, I feel so bad for the dude. You did it. You tried your best and you held. And the rest of your team let you down. This was not the DMO solo lanes I was expecting.
It was almost a 40-minute game, and they didn't find a kill on Puff. They got that kill on Puff finally, and it just
within like 10 minutes. Yeah.
Still doesn't work out for them. And I'm starting to see the trade pattern between the Echo and the Rumble. It's really favorable on the Echo side. He can put the parallel convergence down. If you turn around, that's no flame spitter damage, and he's allowed to just wail on you with his Z-Drive resonance. He gets a lot of extra attack speed from that. And a really good pocket pick coming out from Rookie.
Very good pocket pick, but at the same time, this Rumble pick I have yet to see an Equalizer. That's the genuine thing. As I say that, though, there's a good hook. They're going to drop down the Nautilus Ultimate as well. There's the Equalizer into the Hot Paw and the bullet time as well. Everyone's going to have to force themselves back out of this fight. And DMO, despite being so far behind, despite finding a kill, will still lose themselves an inhibitor.
Well done, but a little bit too late. Not able to actually make anything happen in the early phases. And Rookie's still behind them. Is
now they know.
Going to go in?
Now they know that he's there. So they're going to try and take this Infernal Drake, but without Leanne trying to steal it. They're trying to just take it as fast as they physically can. Bless is there with the smite. They have got the vision on it there. Rookie has the ultimate and also might be his flash very, very soon. They're going to jump straight back on top of this. Rookie jumps straight back out. And now the fight comes in. Great little hook there, but no one's there for Mark. Mark, I'm so sorry. You've just been left for the Wolves, and DMO back themselves away, but the Shy is ending the game. What is this? They're going in absolutely. They're just staying back. That's all they have to do because Xie can do nothing against this. Bless is dead. They're going to find the Misfortune and Natural as well. Puff just has to play keep away. The Shy can literally end this game if he wants to. He's got the minions in about 2 seconds.
Oh boy, man. It's really
oh, Gala. Gala, no! Oh, he almost trades, but it's just not enough. And while it was all happening, the Shy trying his very best to end this game. DMO, It was fun while it lasted.
It definitely was. I feel bad for these guys. This was probably the toughest opponent they could face early on, and it went right into their weaknesses. We were talking about DMO. They used to be known as Sino Dragons. They were the LDL champions, 14 straight matches coming all the way into the LPL. They had great teamwork synergy, but unfortunately their laning strength still remained that of the LDL, and now they have to go up against IG, a world champion.
And I love the patience from IG. Yes, they lost someone. You can see the fight coming in here. Mark has been having a fantastic game, in my opinion, on this Nautilus, and he really did set this one whole thing up. And even behind, they don't bring the Kennen in. You can see he's thinking about it, and then immediately goes back towards top lane. And we got to cut that replay short because they've already started Baron.
And we do have to look about the flanking positions. The Shy still does have his flash up, so he's going to be very threatening to the back line. Also, Echo playing keep away as well. DMO, they have their summoners, but can they chain it together?
Rookie and the Shy. There's the flash out, though, as we've got the flanking coming in from Rookie. Does have his flash available to him and his ultimate. The parallel convergence gets dropped down as well. Can they really go in for this? The Shy going to pop the slicing Maelstrom, and there's Rookie as well. They're going to try and just delete as many people as they possibly can. The Aurelia is dead. Leanne just comes in off the backside as well with a huge ultimate. They can keep the Baron proc because there's just nothing needed. It was effectively a 3v5. 4 go down, none gonna be falling for the side of IG. And Xie gonna be taking the walk of shame home as IG just tear his base apart.
This does look like the end of the game. Only one Nexus turret remaining after the Shy was left to split push almost the entire time. And you gotta give it to IG. It looks like they haven't missed a beat.
IG coming off of their win over FBX. Maybe we question, did they prep enough for the side of DMO? I think the answer is it doesn't matter. They are so damn good in their laning phase. They don't even need to end it.
Yeah, that was disgusting to watch. And you have to remember, this is IG on blue side. They're not even supposed to get the counter picks most of the time. But the Shy with the Kennen blind is still able to punish. He etched out a free teleport in the top lane. And Rookie looked like he was smurfing, honestly.
Rookie looked like Rookie. I think the only way I can describe that game was a big yikes.
It definitely was. Now, you might be wondering why we showed in the head-to-head Rookie with a negative gold lead, but Summer Split Rookie had a very turbulent time. He had to go back to Korea for family, all different sorts of issues. This is looking like the Rookie we got to see at World Championship.
I was going to say, this looks like 2019 World Championship, 2018 World Championship. The Rookie we know and love. The Rookie that doesn't care who you play against him. He's got an answer. He doesn't care what's meta. He has his own ways of doing things. And you saw he etched out his own lead, and you can see there, we talked about, Lane Kingdom. The Shy, Rookie, they're the ones who got the leads. They're the ones who punished. And despite bot lane, valiant effort from Gala and Mark, if your lane's just collapsed, you're against IG. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and it's really hard to see how they actually dig themselves out of it, because with their picks, they were supposed to have the counter picks. They had the team fight advantage here as well, but none of those things were able to actually string together. So going into the next game, it's going to be very difficult to see what they try to ban out. And you have to remember, guys like the Shy and Rookie, they have 20-plus champion picks from a single
they have
split.
a champion ocean.
They play a lot of damn things, and we saw this. This is the biggest difference in the LPL. If you want to survive, you need to play damn everything, because there's so many games, and you can never be pinned down on your champion pool.
Yeah, that's why the LPL is considered one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive in the league, or in the grand scope of the world of leagues. And IG, I'm so glad to see them back. It was a scary time in summer 2019. It was a little bit like, oh no, what's happened to all these beautiful, and like, the faithful shall be rewarded is my favorite one. Like, people who still had faith in the likes of Rookie, in the likes of the Shy, they are incredible talents, and they have proven time and time again, coming from 2018 right up until now, that they are still incredible talents.
And there's still ways to go for this team as well. IG, Lillian, and Rookie, I think they could look even sharper. We haven't seen a pure game where they've snowballed the entire lead into a win. So IG may look scary now. Think about what they're going to look at the year's end.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Game 2 is coming up very shortly, but we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll have picks and bans.
不踢了，
踢了有点慢呐，踢的有点慢啊。
不敢踢龙坑，有点难受。
要被
LNG
卖掉了
占据了主动权，应该是要直接卖一个女坦。女坦死前把大招给放了出来，皇子这个时候盖了上去，女枪大招感觉被逼到一个比较糟糕的位置，只好选择先放出来。现在双方的战区人数有点少，但是 LNG 的哇，剑魔突然回了好大一口血，有机会再继续打下去，但是 Q 战自己烧掉了，对。就是他在这个，等一下，
这波又被开了
一下上来，
人少，
女枪的位置好像也蛮不错的。
布隆被拉到一个人了。 哎，女枪开了攻大，
尴尬。刚说完我就奶了一波。
但 Yuki 失误了，Yuki 一个人进去了，Yuki 好像要被打死。
完了，交了一个闪现，还是走不出来的。现在战场上残留下来了，众人感觉很难处理。不过 Maple 先被处理掉，战场正中央的不是 Maple 被处理掉，抱歉，是 Pina 先被处理掉，变错 ID 了。但是厄斐琉斯在团战后期的一个高伤害，是否能够拯救这个局面呢？哦，火焰枪出来了！我的天哪，这个 AOE 的伤害确实是非常非常的高。
所以这个英雄打团就是
剑魔在后面在找，女坦已经被发现了，正面的远古龙还有一半的血线，没收，正面的血量，奇亚娜，宁王有没有机会？
直接扫大招扫宁王，抢到了远古龙，兰博那边考了一下，两个冲锋枪打出来，汉斯克往后一拉，这边的话剑魔还在前面，剑魔想砍人，剑魔把安排给换掉了。 铁男可以关，先关一个打野。
但是铁男这一波有没有提升？
铁男可以1v3，打不动这铁男，再套这个
没蓝了呀
，3杀。
不过女坦的绕后一路扫描过来，知道自己是没有暴露的
视野的。他如果看到人不在，开了，蓝波不在，
闪现指，
但指了一个最弱的布隆。布隆这边顶一下，剑魔在砍，稍微打断了一下。这里的话，蓝波撒出大招，
可以追击，这波可以追击，给了一个被动。
汉德可能要被卖了，
闪现交了出来，没有死，
但刘青东直接被秒掉。 明美翔这边要闪大招
，MF 和皇子的一波配合，
这边剑魔砍起来了，怎么办？这个剑魔还是满血，奇亚娜被秒掉，闪现的话也被卖掉，春哥卖出来，明美翔也是有个春哥，但是站起来还是要被秒，一技能，插死了一个蓝博，一个闪现，一刀。
天下诸国征战日久，旧乱未平，新患又起。唯当死战不却，方得天赐神兵。巴山盖世，唯我贾克斯。
Pretending, wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. Someone set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. Someone set you free. think you're coming back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
Beautiful skyline of Shanghai as we are coming to you from our studio here in the beautiful Shanghai, China. And of course, IG doing IG things in game one. DMO didn't really have a chance. DMO felt like there was a change needed. They've swapped out Bless.
And I think we should explain why this change exists. Lilian has been a jungler that if you contest him super hard, he sometimes does crumble. And that is the peculiar play style that that Xiaopeng does give you. He can be very successful. We've seen him do very good things on the Kindred invades and especially the Conquer in Italy that pretty much he's the only one playing it.
Yeah, it's his pocket.
Yeah, that's the thing. He even showed it up at Demacia Cup as well, or maybe something like the Olaf. So I think they're going to try and break down the lane kingdom by cutting away the connective tissue of Lilian.
Well, they're going to try, but unfortunately they are against MVP of Game 1, Rookie, and he had, what a game he had. He was just 5-0-5. Insane. It literally 100-0ing anyone he went up against.
I'm pretty sure he solo won that game. The Rumble did not get to roam whatsoever, and he was solo killing at level 10 past 2 towers onto Xie. Xie did not stand a chance. That was our head-to-head because I wanted to see if A, Rookie was back in full form, and B, if Xie could have a say in this matchup, which historically has been his worst matchup. And I guess the answer is no.
The answer is a very definitive no. But Xie, he has another opportunity. It's going to be IG on a red side coming into game 2. Xie needs to find something. You may look. I always say this at any level. Just because something's meta doesn't mean you're good at it. Just because that sounds harsh, but it really is like that sometimes. And I feel like sometimes you do need to kind of just go what you know and go what you feel like. Like Twyla in DMO last year, all he knew was Lulu mid. It works sometimes, not all the time.
Sometimes
but
it's really stretching
but
it.
but it was far more successful than some of his meta picks.
I would say there's a very high chance they got Xie instead of Twyla after the Lulu started 0-3 in lane against Xie. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't good. But talking about pocket picks, Xie does have a couple of them, and things we do have to mention are the ones that are popping up in solo queue pretty consistently. The Kassadin with Conquerors has been all over solo queue, though not in High Challenger, and also the Fizz is something that he did play a lot of. So those are some interesting picks if you want to see them come out.
I want to see something different. I think Natural didn't have a great game against the Shy, but I don't think he did badly. I think Xie was just owned. I think there's no other way to put it. And I'm so sad because Mark and Gala had good games. Mark and Gala, the two players that we were like kind of pointing towards, is like, oh, they'll probably lose from bot lane. They got the solo queue, or the 2v2. Yeah, they got the 2v2 in the bot lane. They won that. They were able to get some good player plates. They did a good job. And Mark, in fairness, when we cited his champion pool issues, he played the Nautilus and he looked good. Yeah. I genuinely think he looked okay. So I want to see more from the solo lanes from DMO because I'm expecting more from them. Your bot lane stepped up, you need to step up.
Definitely, and if you're the biggest change that is supposed to take DMO all the way to playoffs, you have to make a stand. You have to make it at least competitive against the likes of Rookie and even the other ones like Knight or Scat that are going to still be haunting you in your nightmare. So this one really has to come down to Xie. He most likely will get the counter pick this time. We do have WE. Oh, no, actually WE are on blue side. Never mind about the counter picks. Yes, IG on our red side. So Lane Kingdom taken to the maximum.
Yes. Well, look, obviously they're going to look towards that when we get into pick and bam. But someone I did want to highlight, and you wanted to highlight as well coming into this, was Leon. He was just setting up everything for his team.
Yeah, Leon has been the difference maker on this new IG. IG did have a very big, let's just say, a lot of happy times going on. And Leon is not happy time. His name actually just means happy words. So, he's not going to take them all the way into the Rift. And he has really been the difference maker. Ning, we saw, didn't really have a good Qiyana, and that was one of the biggest champion holes that they had come Worlds. That was a prime reason that they weren't able to get a ban pick advantage against FPX in that semifinals. Lilian has definitely got a very functioning Qiyana.
Lian looks good on this pick. It also means that DMO going to have to either prioritize it as a pick of their own or going to have to try and get rid of it altogether because it is something that they will first pick on blue or red side, does not matter.
I do think you're going to see Xie with the Qiyana this time. He was one of the earliest adopters of it and was actually his most played towards the second half of the split. So that should just be a safe takeaway from him, or they could go even further. Like, he plays a lot of Corki, but I don't think it's a meta these days.
Hey, I don't care if it's meta. If you're not good at it, don't play it. That's the way I always work at it. But what do you want to see now? Do you want to see the Kiana and Shie's hands? Do you want to see more like Camille maybe up on the top side for natural? What do you want to see from DMO?
So if they're bringing Xiaopeng back into the mix, it has to be because they want to play a very aggressive and invade style. That's what Xiaopeng was known for with Twilight. Twilight didn't have a lot of champion pools, but Twilight had a lot of off-meta picks that could always push the lane, and things we're looking at right now are actually something like the Aurelion Sol. That was a bread-and-butter pick coming in from Twilight and allowed him to kind of forego the laning phase, even though he wasn't that strong on it. And Aurelion Sol has actually gotten another buff in this patch. He actually pushes the wave, does have that execute on the minion waves now, even though the damage was nerfed a little into the early levels. So that may be something we could see, and something that Xia actually played in the past.
We'll have to wait and see exactly how they go for it, of course, once we get into pick and ban, ladies and gentlemen. You will know and we will know. But for IG, don't change what's not broken. They looked indomitable in that game. Like, they looked like it was complete. You know, what would you do? You change nothing. Apart from maybe Puff and Setwin dying in the bot lane, you change nothing.
The Shy basically didn't have to join the rest of the team. He was like,
he nearly ended the game. They were trying to fight over Dragon for so long that he was just like, oh, you got this. Sweet. I'm going to stay here and I'm just going to end the game because Xie on Rumble can do nothing.
This is pretty funny, but something I love about observing the Shy is that he has multiple accounts where he only spams ARAM on. He gets to Diamond, and then he plays nothing but ARAM for days on days on days. It isn't until close to the season start that he starts to play solo queue, which is really interesting.
I know why he does that.
Why?
He prepares for NA. Because it's always an ARAM.
Please don't take.
Big brain.
Please
Big
don't take the Shy, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. But
Steve, I'm begging you.
No, please. But, of course, you know, looking into this as well, like IG, a lot of people, myself included, you know, we're kind of saying that, you know, the lack of Jackie Love, the lack of Balan, this was a downgrade. This was something that they would suffer from. It looks like it's literally business as usual. They look, if anything, they've looked like they've improved.
Yeah, the biggest loss that I felt IG might run into is the lack of shot calling. Because you have to remember, Jackie Love wasn't only their AD carry, he was also sort of the captain on the team as well. He was the person that was bringing order onto the Rift when everyone was going haywire. And honestly, Vici, their bot lane didn't look like they were very good at shot calling whatsoever. On Vici, they were very messy. They won their lane, but they were constantly getting caught out during transitions. So with IG, as long as they're not having massive issues just grouping and finding their team fights and shot calling, then yes, we could say that this is actually a definitive upgrade. I would say Southwind especially has been a marked improvement over Balan.
And of course, you just saw confirmation there that Xiaopeng is in over Bless, like you said, to kind of see if they can make Leyan crumble. And I want to see something like that. I want to see a little bit of, you know, I want to see a little bit of differences coming in from DMO. I like the change. I want to see them try and really put IG to the sword. And guess what? Like, at least if it doesn't work and you crumble again, you tried something new.
Yeah, I just want to see the dynamic that DMO is going to be able to pull out. We have to remember DMO and previously of Sino Dragons, they were able to defeat teams that had better laning phases of them. Most markedly in Spring Split of 2019, they actually 3-0'd EDG, which was very impressive despite the likes of Scout versus Twyla, despite them having Ray over Natural or Chang Hong at the time. They were still able to take down these teams, and a lot of it had to do with Xiaopeng and the way he was aggressively breaking down the enemy jungler. In that series, Xiaopeng versus Clearlove was a one-side slaughter on the behalf of Xiaopeng. So maybe that's what they're going to try and do this series again. Just try to break down the jungler 1v1.
I like it, but unfortunately, if Xie dies 1v1 against Rookie again consistently, it's not going to matter. But we'll see exactly how it all goes down. Pick ban will be coming up very, very shortly. I'm sure it's just Xiaopeng getting his key bindings ready, making sure he's 100% set up and ready to go. One day, me and you will be on that TV, Clement. One day.
On that TV? I thought on the desk.
No, well...
Oh, on that TV.
Both.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they're both on the TV.
Well, actually, Dom was on that TV once.
Really?
Yeah, they caught him in the audience.
Oh, god damn it. I'm now jealous of Dom. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have jumped into picks and bans. Oriana Elise going to be banned by DMO, with Aphelios and Kiana banned by IG. So it looks like they had the same idea as you, that Xie would be looking to pick it up as first pick.
It's one of those champions that as long as you can land the stun, the jungler can do the rest for you. So definitely don't want to have Rookie playing around that level 3 power spike. Very difficult to avoid at this point. And a lot of strong power picks still open. Natural could be snagging this Akali. It might be the first game we see Akali left on the Rift.
I think they'll ban it here and maybe leave the Rumble open, because we know that IG can play the Rumble in multiple lanes and they will not be afraid to let that one go. And I don't think... Oh, actually, yeah. Now they say the Pantheon was still there. So the Akali, Natural has to take this one.
Natural,
yes, locked in.
Natural is a killer Akali. His Akali is damn right disgusting. He went 9 kills, 0 deaths against Longxing. Absolutely decimated RNG when he did get it. Of course, he didn't win the game, but he still did pretty good individually.
Sounds like Flandre. Doing incredibly well on Akali.
I
and just
love
not
that
winning.
team. I love that player, but they're just not very good.
Flandre will find a team soon. I'm sure of it.
Nah, he'll stick on LNG till the end of things.
Till the end of days.
Yes.
But backing into this game here, we see the misfortune, the Rumble picked up here by IG, kind of mirroring what DMO had in the last game. I think this is going to be rookie turning around to Xie saying, like, look, whatever you can do, I know I can do better, and I know you can keep up with me. So that is almost certainly a bit of a call out there. Varus locked in here for Gala. Had a pretty decent time on the reverse of this matchup. We'll see exactly if he can make it work for him now in this game.
This looks like a challenger class being put on by IG. It's like, do you guys know how to play the Wombo combo? Let me show you. Very early Rumble pickup coming in from IG. We did see Rookie pick this one up as well. And there's no other place for it to really go. It's going to go straight in towards the mid lane. And he's basically throwing down the gauntlet and asking Xie, hey, do you play the Echo? Do you have a counter for me?
See exactly what they go for. It could be maximum disrespect from IG if they pick literally the exact same comp.
Jarvan.
I don't expect them to pick up the Jarvan here anyway, but...
They have to go for something AD. Lee Sin's also good here, but they don't have to wait. Pick it up now.
No, they're both looking for the junglers, and IG do have first pick after the second rotation of bans, so they're probably going to pick it up on the next one. Just don't want their bans to be fully forwarded onto Southwind. Maybe they're citing that as a little bit of an area of weakness from the side of IG. But now what do DMO do? What do DMO go for in this next round of bans, and what do they prioritize as somewhere they need to keep safe?
I think we're going to see DMO actually take out some of the counters. It should also be very telling what they want for their top lane, or mid lane, actually. So Xie doesn't actually play that much Akali. I don't think his team, the way W worked, really allowed him to play something like that. He was always more of a mid-line mage rather than an assassin. So most likely Natural is going to get the Akali top lane. And for now, they're probably thinking about some taking away potential counter picks to the mid lane, or just taking away Jarvan, which makes up the hot pot combo so well.
Take away the Jarvan. Rek'Sai is also technically something they can go with as well. They've got the Olaf. That could potentially be something that the side of IG want to go for, but the Irelia and the Ryze banned away, so no crazy scaling 1v1 champions that you're going to be able to get away with on the side of DMO. And that Rumble should have a fairly decent lane against pretty much anything apart from maybe the Echo.
Yeah, that's the only one. And if you look at IG's bans, they're saying, you know what, she is not going to play it. So they're taking away the Ryze, which Doinby did very, very well into Rookie's Rumble. You get the early Rune Prison down. It's very hard for Rumble to scale naturally. And also the Irelia has some of the same effect. It's a champion that can really doom Rumble's lane from the start. And now IG have to think of an AD champion to pick in with the Rumble. I think most likely the Rek'Sai is the answer, because Lee Sin's more about disengage, and this one with the knock-up, with the chain CC, it's going to make it a lot easier for the bullet time to work.
Yeah, you can jump in with the quickness, get the knock-up as well, along with the bullet time and equalizer. But let's see now, what does Xiaopeng want to go for here? The Lee Sin would be definitely in his wheelhouse and would lend itself to that aggressive kind of 1v1 me bro in the jungle mentality that we know so well from Xiaopeng.
A pretty interesting pick here from Xiaopeng. Most of the time, Lee Sin is considered somewhat counter out by the Rek'Sai, because you can't get interrupted just by his knockup and not finish the Sonic Wave. So can lack a lot of damage, and here is Xia's answer. How are you going to counter the Rumble? It looks like it's going to be a joint effort with Lee Sin, maybe LeBlanc coming in. I really like the double Lee combos, because you can get a very early red buff into lane kill, especially on the blue side. We've seen this a lot.
What is the Shy's answer to the Akali? He has plenty of them. I'm just curious to see which one it's going to be.
Not a lot of good counters to the Akali, honestly. She's just such a strong champion. Even with the slight nerfs to her Q, maybe Renekton. Renekton's the kind of go-to champion that does have a small lead. We saw FPX go for Gimgoon actually go for the Kled, but it's going to be a kind of not lock-in.
Kind of locked in again. The Shy again almost solo won the game in the last one and feeling pretty good against Natural. You can see Wombo combo. This is how we do it, says IG to DMO, as we are locked and loaded. DMO, I like what they're trying to do. I like that it's different. I like that they've brought in the LeBlanc, like you said, the double E, the Lee Sin, and the LeBlanc. Akali for Natural makes me very excited, but I'm going to temper that excitement because I know the Shy, and I know the Shy can crush everyone's dreams.
Oof, but I've got to tell you, man, Akali is such a difficult champion to go through. I've been watching the Shy, and he's been playing his main Riven, and even in Platinum, he's having hard times against a lot of the Akalis. It's just that strong of a champion. It was 100% banned in Kespa Cup, and it was 100% appearance rate in Demacia Cup. I believe 100% win rate whenever picked. So IG are really hedging their bets against this one. I would hate to go up against Akali. She's very difficult to interact with. I think that's the main problem with her at this point. You can't dive her, and her laning phase is ridiculously strong.
So basically what you're telling me right now is Natural pops off or IG are going to walk this.
I wouldn't go so far as to walk, but if this game goes the way it should be, DMO should get sizable leads in terms of the top side. I think that's what I want to see, especially on blue side. Lee Sin and LeBlanc, the way it works is that you get a very strong leash from your bottom lane, and a lot of times that strong leash from your bot is going to catch the enemy mid laner off guard. So the gank just comes in so fast, and that's why you also see it a little bit less on the red.
DMO coming up against the 2018 World Champions, the 2019 semi-finalists that only really lost to the eventual winners in their LPL Brothers of Fun plus Phoenix. IG have always been a threat to really, not trifle with. You got to take these guys seriously. And DMO, still have high hopes for these guys. I still very much believe that Natural and Xie can do good things. It just depends on if they can do them against IG or not.
It's going to be a tall task ahead of them, but this is what they got Xie for. He's been known as a great LeBlanc player in the past. I want to see if he can make it happen against Rookie.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump on the riff for Game 2, potentially the last game of the day of IG versus DMO. You see Puff already being forced back away from his jungle as DMO went for a little bit of an early 5-man stack. They're still pushing for this one here. We talked about Xiaopeng. He likes to invade, and then straight away you can tell he's had the influence of like, all right, guys, we're going.
Yeah, this is basically the manifesto of Xiaopeng. What he does is he takes his team into the jungle with him, regardless of if the team wants to or not. So that's also kind of the reason that we saw Aitong actually have a better win rate with DMO in the summer split. It was a lot of times, Xiaopeng wanting to go for the invade, wanting to go for the 1v1, but the team laning strength not really being able to match him and dragging the team down in the process.
No wards being put down here by IG. You saw the sweeper as well, so DMO know that there is no wards here. The ward that they did put down on the lane has been spotted out. Southwind will also spot out the fact that the blue is being stolen. There's a successful invade coming in here from the side of DMO as Liang going to take his red and the Krugs and then try and do a bit of vertical jungling from both sides.
And I really like this move coming in from Xiaopeng. It puts a lot of pressure onto the bot lane. It's very easy to dive, and it forces reactions from IG. The mid lane or the jungle sometimes has to go in and try to bail out that bot lane if the vertical jungle will result in an eventual tower dive.
A very small but very important little thing. They have a ward on the blue buff, so they know that the Rek'Sai is not on that blue just yet. So they know that Lian is most likely going for a full clear on his top side and then into the blue side. So they are in full knowledge of this, knowing that they most likely will get the 3 buff. I quite like that. It's not going to be that big of a deal, but it just meant that if Lian went for a late invade, he would have been punished.
A really good find by their part, and I like the way that Lillian is pathing. He just did his Krugs for the second camp and is moving actually straight across towards the blue buff. If he goes down, it won't be spotted.
No real vision on him. Has got the red trinket, though, to let him know that he is not on vision. As GA gets flashed up on, knocked up. Doesn't need to flash himself, and honestly, very difficult to make that stick to a LeBlanc, which makes it very difficult for that really to ever make a kill come from it.
Yeah, I don't actually like that play that much. They were trying to get the slowdown onto Rookie, maybe get some damage beforehand, but none of that really happened in a very difficult gank to actually execute. Lilian's going to be delayed a little bit on his path. However, Xiaopeng isn't going to come in and contest. Just taking a look at the runes coming in from the Shy. And we did see Nimbus Cloak here, also with Transcendent, so a very teamfight focused cannon.
Teamfight focused, but they're looking for the pick right here as Natural going to get jumped on. He's going to get the shuriken flip out, and like you said, very difficult to lock down this Akali. You just can't interact with her.
Yeah, it's very hard, but there are a couple champions that can do it, and actually both of them are in the jungle position. Lee Sin and Lilian with the with his Tremor Sense, you can sort of find out where the Akali is during the Shroud and try to attempt a knock-up that way.
Right now, this is positive from DMO, getting a push down in bot side. We did expect them to kind of lose the lanes now, obviously, after game 1, but they're not dying, and losing a flash from Leon so early means that if he does get caught out, if Xiaopeng goes for that invade and is able to punish, we are in a very, very strong position from the side of DMO to be able to just capitalize on that very heavily.
I think, once again, the big difference is that we're seeing Rookie move across the map a little bit earlier than Xia. Of course, he did have the gank assistance, but once you get that ball moving, then Lilian can be anywhere on the map. That's still... Wait a minute.
No, going to jump straight in. The center plate goes down. Southwind just playing keep away. Puff takes a bit of an unfavorable trade, but we'll be able to sustain pretty easily up there with Southwind able to get him a feather or two.
And Leona is considered as some sort of a post-6 counter towards the Rakan. You can follow up on him very easily, lock him down, and you're going to have Chain CC coming in from the Vars as well. However, this is a play we've been talking about, vertical jungle into potential tower dive coming in from DMO.
Well, it has been spotted out, though. They have got a ward, and Xie is in a little bit of no man's land. He needs to be very, very careful how he goes about this. They're just going to try and just use this to steal the wolves. Smite is available. Smite will secure it. And overall, Xiaopeng, despite all this vertical jungle, he's actually behind on CS a little bit.
It did have his top side taken away. And we're going to see a lot more of these plays where people are converging onto the bottom lane just because it takes a lot longer after the minion experience adjustment for the bot lane to actually pick up that level 6. The window has been extended, especially when the other solo laners are getting more experience.
Don't get the same shared experience as it used to. There's a lot more in favor of solo lanes. We say that though, the Shy gets himself a nice little stun onto Natural. He's looking for the trade, and unfortunately for Natural, he comes out very much on the back end of that and is probably going to be forced back.
A very rough trade, and you have to factor in the Shy is actually starting Cull as well. So for him to be up CS and having that sort of a trade potential doesn't bode well for the Akali.
Up CS and also up a teleport. Like, the Shy hasn't used his, went back, was able to get back to lane, and is still 10 CS ahead. You can see him now using the Slicing Maelstrom just to be able to push down everything and really punish this Akali pick. And that does also come from the fact that they did focus a lot of resources with Leanne and Rookie roaming towards that top side very, very early.
You gotta love that play from the Shy. He's just forcing that Natural to miss CS, and this is also going to sync up when the bottom lane actually takes 6. So there's no real reason to hold on to that ultimate. You can have it for the team fight, and you can get a good lane lead as well.
And felt he had spent enough time in that little bush, and now they're going to try and focus onto this Infernal Drake. You can see the rest of IG rotating down. Teleport is available for the Shy, but is not available for Natural. That is a key component of this potential fight that might be coming down. So very early on, still only half items really for everybody. And right now I feel like DMO, they're not going to be feeling too comfortable, but they're definitely not unhappy with the start of this game.
I'm just a little bit surprised that so little pressure has actually been put onto Rookie. If you look at Rookie and his summoners, he's running barrier. He's going to be able to push this wave consistently. Now, he hasn't even backed yet, and he's been able to do that. So he's holding on to a lot of gold at this point. I don't think after his next back, the LeBlanc is going to have that much say in the lane itself. Rookies should be able to just, hold up to a big wave and then instantly push all of it away. So not challenging the Rumble is a little bit troubling for me. You really miss your windows if you don't shut the Rumble down early.
Missing windows to shut him down, but they will get the reset as the LeBlanc did take teleport versus, as you said, the barrier that was taken there. As we see now, level 5. Ooh, level 6 for Gala. That was the opportunity he wanted, had the level advantage, but unfortunately not able to hit that very slippery Rakan. And unfortunately for him, does lose himself a summon. Or sorry, an ultimate.
If I'm IG, all I'm waiting for is just for Rookie to complete his back, and then I'm ready to go all in onto this dragon. And actually, they might not even need to wait for it. They're going to have an ult lead in the bot side.
See now Leanne just popping in just to say hi, and we see the Xenoblade unfortunately missing. Summoners are still available for this bot side. Xiaopeng is here. The dragon is still there to be taken. You can see Xiaopeng, he wants to try and go for this as sneaky as he possibly can. The fact that Rookie has to use his ultimate here just to try and get it back is actually huge. Because he's so far behind with just purely unspent gold.
He's actually been roaming around the map so much that this has actually caused IG, who have a summoner advantage and an ult advantage, to not be able to hold on to the Drake. So I'm actually a little bit surprised. I felt like it was actually worth it to shut down DMO on the bottom side of the map and get that objective, even if you lost a little bit of CS.
But the Rookie doesn't see it that way.
Okay.
The Rookie
is laning.
The Rookie does not see it that way. He feels like if he drops even a few CS, like now, he's down 10 CS, game's over. Go next.
This is a disgrace to my family.
I will not have this.
It's okay. He lost a lot of lanes in summer, so I wouldn't be too.
Why you gotta bring him down?
Oh man, I know. I'm just saying. I'm like, I don't think he's that concerned about losing lane all of the time, or about winning lane all the time, I should say.
Wins a fair amount of games to not really concern himself with that. But IG do get the lane swap in a lot quicker than the side of DMO, and DMO are not going to be able to contest for this Rift Herald. So overall, it will be a delayed, I suppose, trade. Leanne, unfortunately, going to have to go back and take that.
Rek'Sai is blind, so it's going to be difficult for her.
She's not blind. She's underground.
She doesn't have eyes.
But she does when she's not underground. That's the thing that I really don't like. It's just like, she doesn't have eyes. You lose vision, obviously, when...
Doesn't that make you blind if you don't have eyes?
Yes, but the point is that when she's underground, she uses Tremor Sense, but she doesn't use it when she's above.
Okay.
But she gets the same amount of vision that we all would.
That is true.
So... I'm not saying that, you know, the lore doesn't correctly line up with the champion design, but it doesn't. And that upsets me.
You're upset by a lot of funny things.
Certain things,
very peculiar.
Certain things trigger me, if you will. Well, it looks like DMO looks like they're going to be very upset with this trade, as they are not really in a position to try and fight for this. And that's going to be bot lane certainly going down. That's a lot of gold for Puff and Southwind, and a little bit for Leanne as well. He's thinking, you know what, I put this down, I get this down. And we talked about the trades of 4-man stacks versus a Rift Herald versus a 3-man stack and a Rift Herald. This is very, very strong for the side of IG. They could potentially take another tower because Akali has no wave clear.
Yeah, if you look at this situation, Mark is actually not doing anything here. We've seen how RNG play this situation, and Ming just goes off into the jungle. He doesn't even stay there because he knows he's slowing down the push.
2 towers. Unfortunate there as we see Rookie is overheated. He might be going down. There's the ultimate coming down, and that's going to be the equalizer. Will it be able to keep him alive? It will with his flash. And Rookie will eventually get himself out, but First Blood did go over to Kennen, but in a 1v3 situation, he trades, and they're still pushing. It's 11 minutes in, and we're going to see an inhibitor turret fall. DMO, they're just, congratulations, you played yourself.
You gotta read the patch notes. You can't do this overloaded trading on one side when someone else has Herald. You have to defend. You're forced to defend. That's what I was telling you. Even though Herald is technically weaker because you can kill it a little bit faster after its first charge, a lot of people are underestimating the fact that true damage it does and the addition of Bulwark extra armor and magic resist.
Ooh, nice little bait of the barrier there from Rookie. GA feeling a little bit better in this mid lane matchup and looking a little bit better as well. Unfortunately for him in this bot lane, it just wasn't going well at all. But there's actually the shot. He just went straight in. He just wanted to 100% win this. Xiaopeng just about survives, and Mark unfortunately just tanks up a little too much.
He takes so many summoners from them. You just watch that trade. Gala had to burn everything. That was definitely worth from Vici.
And he still picks up a tower plate. Sorry, 3 technically from the 2 earlier he picked up earlier. Here's 2 he picked up earlier.
So a lot of the mistakes there that I saw was just, if you're in that situation as Mark, you're not actually doing enough damage to justify you being there. You should actually roam or try to defend. Do not stick on the tower as a Leona. You don't even do enough damage to actually offset the extra resistances.
I will say, yes, the bot lane inhibitor has gone down, which is very unfortunate. As
it's still up, it's still up.
Well, the inhibitor tower went down. But it is about what IG do with that that's important. If they do nothing with it, they leave it, and it becomes just a farmhouse for the side of DMO, then that's an issue. That's actually negative gold going away for them, and the push will go in favor of the IG all the time, so DMO will be able to try and react to that. They flash in, they're going to try and get the lockdown on top of them. They lay the CC, and Gala picks himself up a kill. Good pick from DMO.
But now it should be about if they can actually make it out. Equalizer is coming in, and Rookie is going to try and land this one.
There it is, the quickness, the flash, the equalizer is burning everyone down. The TP is forced out from Natural to try and keep him there. There is the bullet time as well. There's 2 big ultimates down, 3 technically. And here comes Jie. There's no turret here for IG. They need to try and find an out. Leyan is here. He flashes in. They're trying to jump straight onto Gala. He will fall, but Leyan will be traded back straight away. DMO should be able to get this one out now straight away. They end up trading 1 for 1.
That's actually not bad for DMO. I really like what they did there. They hung around to the play, and they did use a lot of the abilities. We saw, you know, Natural actually blocking out the harpoons coming in from Rookie, and then using the second proc of his ultimate to get out. So very good mechanical play from DMO's side. And when you're that far behind in objectives, this is an okay play.
It's okay. They trade the turret. They get 2 for 1 effectively for kills, and they now get themselves a Ocean Drake as well. So that's going to be a little bit of extra regeneration. It's actually pretty good for the team that would be arguably getting more poked out than the other side to be getting this. Denies it from the side of IG as well. But you can see Southwind, it looks like it's going to be perfect, but they just can't keep everyone on the equalizer long enough.
Yeah, everyone does make it out. Xiaopeng with a very short distance ward hop does get out, and Natural comes in to close this one up, but no one's actually there to follow. I actually feel like this was a little bit of a mistake from DMO. It looked like if Xie was a little bit faster, or they synced that up a little bit better, they maybe could have turned the team fight, especially with Rookie's ultimate gone. Unfortunately for them, a little bit unsynced there, and they're just able to get some kills back.
DMO just under 2,000 gold behind. Not as terrible as the last game. They are slowly picking themselves up some items as we look down the board. You can see the Blade of the Rune King finished up there for Varus versus the Essence Reaver for the Misfortune. Protobelt finished up though for Kennen versus nothing really. A couple of half items before a Gunblade for Akali. However, I will say, once that Gunblade gets finished up, Akali becomes a very real 1v1 threat.
Yeah, especially with the builds here, I think Natural's going to be fine against the Shy. The Shy is not going to have any sort of sustain, while it's quite significant with Natural, especially with Fleet footwork there as well. So I just want to see if DMO can try and stretch this game out a little bit further with Natural's advantages here.
Good vision control though for IG, as you can see on the minimap in that bot side jungle. They've got 2 control wards which have not been scouted out. They have full vision of where Natural is going, so he's going in there to answer Rumble. And overall, IG won't be unhappy, DMO won't be unhappy, but it will take something pretty special from DMO. I want to see Xie and Natural pop off. I want to see them, while Gala's firing on the backside, just kind of jump onto that backline of Puff and Rookie and really delete someone.
That's what Xie is known for down to the T. He is one of those guys that you never see him coming, and he somehow just snipes out your backline AD carry. What he was really well known for was the Kassadin pick a lot of the times. I remember when Presses of Mind was still up, the old Presses of Mind that gave you Ultimate CD. That was pretty ridiculous when he was playing it, and he did get a pentakill in the LPL.
See, second Rift Herald has spawned. 3 minutes until it dies, so they've got a bit of time. Mark is here with Xiaopeng. They've started it up. There is no teleport on Rookie. That's the important thing here. So he has to take a long, long walk away from that bot side. DMO, they're starting to feel like they can take this. Luden's Echo had just been finished up along with the Hextech Gunblades. They're 2 big key items for their solo laners. They look like they want to try and take a fight.
Ooh, the Shy just hovering over the wall. He can actually flash past this and still have a great engage with Equalizer, so they have to be very careful of him.
He needs to be very careful as well. He has no defensive items whatsoever, so he will get blown up if he is focused down quickly enough. You see DMO trying to get the push into the bot mid side. It is a ARAM. I told you about why he plays all those ARAMs. Everyone in the mid lane. Xie, he's lacking a little bit of mana, so needs to be very, very careful with how this next few minutes of play go.
And DMO do have a slight advantage in the ability to actually find picks, but not without Xie there.
Well, Xie has got TP, so they are trying to leverage that a little bit, try and get a little bit more damage. They're actually going to give up the Rift Herald, try and push in mid, and then go immediately for bot. They're trying to trade out objectives.
This is pretty good from DMO. Like, they don't have the mana to straight up contest. Vision is in IG's favor. So they get a little bit of chip damage in the mid lane, and they should most likely, if they want to fully commit, will get a lot of this bottom lane tower. They should get it, actually.
They should get the bottom lane tower. They haven't got a minion wave just yet for the Rift Herald. And I feel like DMO should be able to defend that mid lane relatively easily as it comes in. So they will only get down to about a third of its HP. There's the flash in. They're going in on top of him. The equalizer to try and stop everybody from killing off Leyan. We talked about how if he doesn't get his full movement... Ooh! Natural! Oh, that was nice. I like that.
Yeah, really good fake out coming in from his part. And honestly, DMO, that was the shot calling that we wanted to see from Xie. Very good calls across the map, and they really do come out ahead in the objective leads. That Herald didn't take down the mid lane tower.
The thing is with Herald, and I think the thing that we need to explain to kind of maybe even newer viewers or newer people to the game, is that Herald is an objective if it takes a turret. If it does nothing, it was a waste of time, and you effectively traded for nothing.
Yep.
It was a good idea for the side of DMO to just basically give it up. They didn't have a mana on Xie. They didn't really have the cooldowns available to them. Back away, defend mid lane, get bot lane, reset for Cloud Drake happening now in 10 seconds. I actually am so much more impressed with this DMO than I was with the Game 1 DMO.
They actually know what they're doing, and
it's like Vici
in
yeah, Vici in match 1. Feel like a lot more cohesive unit. Let's see now what they want to go for here. Natural has got his teleport. Xie does not. Xie jumps in, hasn't gone back yet in a while. Is trying to pop that corrupting potion. Xiaopeng going to jump in over the side. Does he go in for it? He does, but he does not get the steal, and now he will almost certainly die. He gets donated over to Puff. Mark, no flash, nowhere to go, and he is just burning down. Going to try and run away as fast as he can, but don't know if he's going to be able to get away from that one. Double kill for Puff. Natural was pushing in that top side, has moved down into that mid lane. And overall, it is IG who come out with the win.
Not sure I liked Xiaopeng going in so early. He was thinking that he still had his flash, so it should have been fine. But with Southwind there, he was never going to get out alive. And that turns from, you know, just the objective gone well. Wow. That was beautiful.
That was frame perfect cleanse right there. Oh my God. If anyone's questioning Puff's mechanics, just show him that video.
That's
and then he's just
display.
like, that was impressive. But I completely agree. I think that Xiaopeng going in just kind of disrespected the amount of CC that was available to the side of IG. And also I think DMO just kind of disrespected the fact that you don't have the team fight right now. You do not have the 5v5. If anything, IG are just excelling at that with the bullet time, with the quickness, and of course the equalizer and the slicing maelstrom. But he goes in just far too late.
Yeah, and DMO actually still have the Drake lead as well, so there's no real rush here, and the Shy is also in position. Look at where Akali is on the map. She's still in the mid lane. This is a very free chase down coming in from IG. So just kind of questionable plays coming in from DMO, committing far more than they should have.
Southwind, fairly safe champion, but does take a fair bit of chunk off of his health bar, as I see now DMO trying to push in this mid lane. Bullet time going to be used as Leyan finds himself a Xie in the backside, and now we're actually going to see Southwind jump in, but Southwind gets caught. Now Mark is going to be tried to be traded back. We'll get the heal out of Gala, who also flashed, and that's going to be DMO picking up a free kill onto the support of IG.
Really good flash coming in from Gala. I like the idea there. Puff used the ultimate to force Gala to walk a certain way. They wanted it to follow up by Southwind, but you are unstoppable during those charges coming in from the Rakan. Mark is able to intercept him and pick up a free kill.
4-1-0 there for Gala. He is having a great game and a great series, in my opinion, overall. And unfortunately, as you said, they are against IG, one of the toughest teams in the league, let alone, sorry, the world, let alone the league, as we can see this in the bot side. And you can see just perfect positioning there from Gala and Mark, able to keep themselves safe and push back the advance of IG.
Yeah, and looking at IG and their map right now, they really haven't been able to use this long lane in the bottom side because they don't have a split pusher that can face up to Akali. It's just not possible, not with this build onto the Kennen. You know, it's the same build here. And I think this is a position that DMO can hold near indefinitely. They're constantly going to be harassing you with the threat of Gala poke and Xie just going in and popping someone while playing a pretty standard 4-1.
Fairly safe. You got good engage as well, which is something that I feel like they just weren't able to get off in the last game. They had it, but they weren't able to utilize it. With Mark now seeing that he's able to kind of jump in with the Zenith Blade and, of course, the stun. So we see Stoutwind finding himself natural, not someone you want to be fighting off just yet. But again, there's signs of life from DMO. I'm enjoying seeing them kind of come back into this game, potentially back into this series. But it's a long way to go, and IG are still IG.
Definitely true. DMO is one of those teams, however, that has a lot of patience. They're unlike a lot of LPL teams. They can hold on to disadvantages or certain positions and just drag them out into 30, 40 minutes. This is exactly what they're known for. They can play this type of a game, and I think it's up to IG to actually force them into things. IG has a very strong team fight team. I think you're going to see a lot of flanks coming in from the Shy, but they have to be the ones that actually set the objective up and wait for DMO to come to them. DMO are overall way too mobile to actually just be caught out on the middle of the map.
See now, IG do have that Cloud Drake, of course, giving them this extra 10% cooldown production. Xiaopang are going to try and look for the Shy with Natural. Has got his TP available should he need it. The Shy, though, is feeling it. Maybe he wants to go for a little bit of a play himself. There's a Slicing Maelstrom just to zone everybody out. We'll get a huge amount of damage onto the Lee Sin, but you feel like it's all just too little, too late. Natural picks up a free kill. Dragon up in 30 seconds. It's going to be DMO with the advantage.
Not really sure he needed the flash for that one, but just getting a kill score. IG are definitely spotted out in this position. Not going to find anyone here.
And this is good from DMO. They're picking out someone. It's going to potentially force out the TP from the Shy. They have got the kind of effective advantage realistically trying to go in for this Dragon, but IG recognizing this, knowing that they can't really contest it, are going to try and bluff towards a Baron Pit.
Smart move from IG side as well. They know they're down a member, so they can't really pick the spots that they want to hold onto on the map. This is a potential chance for them to find the engage that they wanted, and it was the last team fight at Drake as well that got them the kills.
I love this from Xie. He literally was just doing that to try and keep him away from the Dragon Pit. Now they know that Xiaopang is just there. The quickness has been popped. He's going to force him out straight away. They're going to use the bullet time to try and go in with the equalizer as well, but it's a great little kick as well. They're trying to just disengage from this 100%. IG just able to use those AoEs. Rookie with a fantastic equalizer on the backside just separated everybody. It looked like DMO would have been able to get a great fight onto Misfortune, but unfortunately just separated too quickly.
That was a bit odd from DMO's side. If you look at where Varus is on the map, he was not going to attend that fight whatsoever, but Mark somehow still tried to go in and try to save the Lee Sin from this one. The only way that it makes it worth it is if Xiaopeng can get the steal.
Xiaopeng is going to have to try and get the steal from this, though, as well. TP coming in from Natural as they're going to get the splash in from the Shy, and everybody getting stunned up, taken down. Gala just cannot move. And unfortunately for the side of DMO, one mistake is all it takes, and IG crack open the game.
That was a bit of a head scratcher coming in from DMO, honestly. Overcommitting on the Drake fight, leading to 2 catches, and the Shy's just playing it slow. He's had an ultimate up the entire time. You didn't have to use it in the Drake. Easy pop over the wall. You're already down a member on DMO's side. Still try to face check into the Rumble composition. Honestly, this is not what we talked about. We talked about IG setting up the team fights, the objectives, and forcing DMO to come to them. Well, DMO kind of played themselves.
Xiaopeng just got a little too close to the sun, and fortunately his wings were clipped and he was brought down very, very quickly. And you can see this is literally why IG are such a scary team. One mistake. DMO have been playing relatively well up until this point, and it was one mistake at Dragon, followed by another mistake at Baron. Game is now 6,000 gold. That's how big of a difference there can be between you and IG.
Just want to remind everyone that all 7 of these kills happened because DMO did something with the objectives. Like, it's actually very difficult for IG to find these kills and lock them down, but DMO are handing them the conditions to find them for. Like, DMO should be happy at times if the game stretches on a little bit. I think that's totally fine if you're the 4-1 composition for them, but just a lack of patience and just not playing the objectives as clean as they should.
Now DMO find themselves on the backside. They're going to have to try and defend these towers with very little wave clear, and also a huge AoE ultimate combo coming out from the side of IG. Wombo combo galore, as pretty much everyone except for Leanne has something to contribute. And finally they go back to that inhibitor they cracked open almost 15 minutes ago. Should be able to take it with relative ease.
I guess this is IG's way of finding the team fight, taking it to your Nexus towers. They've been looking for this the entire game. Now they have it.
Oh no, there's just too much damage. The AoE is all there, and this is exactly why IG are considered one of the best teams in the LPL. Natural on his backside trying his best, but he's a one-man army against three incredibly scary IG players. The bullet time to end it all. Triple kill for Puff. And IG will take the series 2-0.
A valiant effort coming in from DMO, but outsmarted at the very end with the Shy, proccing his W up and an instant use of auto attack into ultimate, and then follow up by another W stun. That was really well done by the Shy. They didn't really expect it. Equalizer goes down, able to finish off Xie, and they've been hunting for that team fight the entire game. It was waiting there right in front of them inside of that inhibitor.
IG are good.
Yeah, they're very good.
I think that's a fair statement.
I think that's a very fair statement to make. None of these lanes have shown any weakness so far. That's what is so scary. We thought Jackie Love going to... Actually, we don't know where he's gone to.
Going to the void.
Hope to see Kaisa or something down there, but...
Hey, he was good at her. Yeah. That's a skin for her.
That's a really smart move on his part.
That's a very smart move from his part. But...
The Trident remains. That's what I wanted to finish with.
The Trident does remain. You got this lane kingdom of IG. At no point really in the first game did they look like they were ever going to lose. Second game, there was a little bit of life from DMO, but overall, Rookie is just so damn good on these kind of massive AoE champions. And you can see, like I said, IG went to DMO and said, anything you can do, we can do better. And we know we can do it better.
Pretty much a clinic game from them. They actually laid out their first 2 picks and forced DMO to ban away from the composition that they selected themselves in Game 1. IG so far have not been tested before Chinese New Year. They're going to move into the Year of the Rat or the Year of the Mouse with a flawless record.
Flawless record, and also the fact that they've gotten FBX out of the way. That's another massive thing as well.
Ooh,
you do not play again the teams you play. So you play them at the start. That's it. You don't see them again for the next 2 to 3 months, effectively, until you hit playoffs. So IG coming into Chinese New Year, they're going to be feeling great. They're 2-0 in terms of like just match score.
And it's really important because if you look at the head-to-head down the line, if you have the same match score, it is the head-to-head that matters. And you have to remember, IG were themselves one of the teams that was tied into that big mess of 5th to 8th place where everyone was on, I believe, 9 or 8 wins. Things can get really heated, really close at the end of the split. We've always had very high magic numbers to get your secure seed in playoffs. It was 10 wins to secure yourself above everyone in spring, and it took 9 wins to secure a playoff berth. So every one of these really count.
Absolutely. And commiserations to DMO. I want to see more from them. I really do. I think that GA just didn't really get going at all in this particular matchup. I feel like it was something that we waited and waited and waited, and unfortunately we were left disappointed. Natural had 1 or 2 moments where I felt like he looked okay, but again, not what we saw from last split. And if anything, I think Gala and Mark came out trumps. I think they look fantastic.
Yeah, well, they did very well in the laning phase.
In regards to how you can look versus IG.
So DMO it's a bit of a tough one to crack. Their bottom half of the split was so good, but at Dimasha Cup, they looked very unorganized. They lost to Rogue Warriors, they nearly lost IG, and they lost to BLG as well. And what I was worrying about was the shot calling coming in from this team. It does look like with Xiaopeng coming in and out of the roster, a lot of times they have lost that cohesiveness, and I don't really blame them. Xiaopeng didn't even look that good when he was making decisions, especially around the objectives as well. So this is a team that I feel like needs to get back on their feet. We definitely know what they're capable of. They have shown that in the past, but right now it's about cohesion, and I think we're going to get a fairer view of them when they're not playing someone like IG.
I think so as well. I think, I would definitely feel that no one would really kind of give you too much flack for losing this way to IG, or even to FBX for that matter. But if they lose like this to, like you said, the Rogue Warriors of the league, the OMGs, maybe even honestly the JDGs, that's when you start to question the quality of the team and what is actually the core issue. But they have now got themselves a break, and we'll see. Actually, they might be playing another time. I'll have to triple check that. But coming into Chinese New Year, they can refresh, rewind, and look back on the bar they have now set themselves.
And I think what we can take away from today's games is everyone is looking at those Drake. Drake stacking and early Herald stacks are very, very important, and how you use them matters a lot. Today, both of these games, we saw people going for the hot pot combination. These are combinations that really excel at early Drake fights and lend you that power to just force people to consistently come because they have to contest what is the best buff in the game, the Dragon Soul, early on. So I think we're going to see more of these compositions coming up quite often into the meta.
I think as well that, as you just said, the Dragon Souls, is that you can almost play that against the team. If you know that they've picked up 2 dragons and you're already on a fairly early Dragon Soul, you know that the Rift Herald is there and they will not respond to it as quick as they think they should. And that has caught out teams so many times now. As you can see, there's a couple of highlights coming in here from that game. The amount of times where IG just went, cool, you're waiting for Dragon or you're waiting for some kind of spawn up on top side. We know that we can just push this bot and we know what we can get is just far more than you're ever going to even can even dream of.
What hurts my soul in all of these replays is that someone on DMO's side is very far away and yet they still commit. Like, what is...
That one,
honestly,
not so
what
much.
is Mark 1 going into that one for? So that was already a lost cause. And if you look at the kills once more, it was kind of DMO just serving up the best win conditions over to IG.
Tight corners, small areas, big AoE ultimates. I completely agree with you. They didn't play to the strengths of their comps.
They didn't really wait for Akali to carry them through the 4-1 composition. And also another thing that I really sincerely hope teams get a good grasp on is how to play around Herald. If someone is trading sides with you, you have to go back and defend. And in fact, this Herald is easier to defend than before. It takes more HP damage, so you can easily poke it down and just kill it right off the bat. If you let it fester, and if you let Bulwark work against you, you are going to lose out so damn hard on the objectives trade. We saw 3 for 0 this game.
I was going to say, I think that was the way we kind of saw it, was that you need to respect the damage it can do, but if you do respect it, it's very easily managed. That's the big thing between the two. And like we said, there's been a lot of debate around whether the new Rift Herald is good, bad, objectively, whatever. We've seen now that in the right hands, it's very, very strong. You can get such a huge advantage in one lane. It can go all the way to the inhibitor.
In action, I think the Herald is actually Herald buffs in general are stronger than before because of the Bulwark mechanic. It's best case scenario if a team is willing to trade, you will trade all the way with them. It's very easy to do, and what it opens up is a lot more difference in terms of the way that teams are going to play macro. I think you're going to see a lot more teams just head to that top side, sit there for 6 minutes, snowball double Herald, and try to trade sides as aggressively as possible.
All right, well, we saw Rift Herald arguably our MVP of the entire thing, maybe close second to Elder Drake in that first series, but our MVP for Game 3, of course, is going to be the Shy on the Kennen. He was... What else can you say? The flash engages, everything he needed to do for the full MVP. He had it all.
The final pickup was really what sealed the deal for me. That was such a smooth play, just walking up to Xia and auto-attacking him. We can see a replay here. The Shy didn't have to pop his ultimate in the previous fight, so he's perfectly willing to go into this one. And we do have to mention, if you're looking at the Shy's champion pool overall in 2019, what he's played the most, despite, you're probably going to remember Aatrox in your dreams.
Of course.
But it has been the Kennen. That was his most played champion of 2019, and you can see why it is. He doesn't need a lot of jungle attention. If, Ning or Lillian isn't really performing, he's able to have a lot of impact during the team fights. And it's just a pick that I feel like takes away from the narrative that the Shy is very good or doing very poorly. Actually, most of the time, he's on something very stable like the Kennen.
Yeah, he looks for those consistent picks because he knows that if an opportunity like we saw in that replay there presents itself, he can make a split-second decision, and he has changed the course of the game. And I think that's why he's considered one of the best, if not the best top laner in the world right now, because he has those mechanics that he says, I can change the game from one play. And that's what's almost beautiful about watching IG. They have so many players who can do that.
Yep. Play more ARAM, make it to LPL, win World Championships. The Shy's memo right there.
Big brain. Big brain. Play ARAM. Get Steve to buy you. That's future. That's future. That's future. The Shy. You know, get more money. It'd be great.
I doubt someone can pay him more than he's already earning, but we don't really actually know the figures. That's the one thing I think the traditional sports and us different from. The contracts are not completely open.
Secret, super secret. But of course, we have a look back at today's results as we had seen 2 series. Vici Gaming versus BLG almost turned out to be an upset, but BLG able to comfortably bring out that game 3 and sort themselves out with a first win of the season. And of course, IG, we just watched it there, dismantling DMO in a very IG fashion.
DMO still not being able to find their footing with their new mid laner in Xie, while on the other hand, I feel like BLG are off to a great start with Fofo and Meteor playing more aggressive.
And we have got matches tomorrow, of course, but you will not see an English stream, but it is going to be Victory 5 versus EDG, followed quickly on by Rogue Warriors versus Suning.
We're going to have the debut of 3 of these organizations. EDG, of course, Clear Love now in the coaching position, and for Suning, SOFM now heading over to that roster and joining up with Sword Art.
And the next time you will see us will be on Saturday. We've got yourselves some JDG versus Team WE and BLG versus RNG. I am hyped for that.
Wow, this is going to be who's the #1 jungler of the split. I think it's really going to come down to this one. Xiao Longbao has been having a ton of hype because he comes from the same train of YM, coming all the way from the legacy of Ning and Tien. He's going to be the 3rd runner-up and a heavy favorite in that jungler Rookie of the Year position.
I am so very excited for that matchup. But of course, you know, we got games every single day. And of course, once this week is done, we go on a 2-week break. We come back, and then the train never stops.
Yep.
Until playoffs.
The year of the boar is quietly winding down. It's been a great year for the LPL, and I can't really wait for all the teams to look a lot fresher when they come back. The first week, really rough for a lot of people. We can probably give Vici and give DMO some doubt today. They will look sharper when we come back into the new Chinese year.
We can only hope. But for us, ladies and gentlemen, that is everything. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for always being on Twitch chat, always being on YouTube. Thank you to TJ and, of course, Dominion for setting up this fantastic studio. It looks amazing. It's much better than last year. I'm just calling facts. I spit facts. That's all I do. Right? But from myself, from Clement, and all of us on production, thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll see you guys on Saturday.
She make music with a body called a Pandora Spotify. Luna's got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done. In fact, she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, come alive. No. Watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it. They can't though. Rules are hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground. She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money. Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spinning. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them ankles. She make music with a body, she that #1 single. She make music with a body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moon.